From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Winchester snaps it. Placement is down. Wright's kick is up. And the kick is good! Good! And the Kansas City Chiefs do it again. The third kicker this season to have a walk-off field goal.
That guy didn't even mention it hitting off the upright, so Kansas City's just ignoring their luck at this point. What a jerk.
It did doink.
Did he not mention it?
No, that did doink.
Could he not have seen it? He had to not have seen it.
He must not have,
Potential.
but I don't know
Where's
how you don't hear it.
Where's the, I mean, they may have the booth closed. I don't know.
That's true.
Is Kansas City's booth press box in the middle? Is it in the end zone like the Cowboys is?
No, it's in the gates of hell around witchcraft and everything else that makes that team as lucky as they are.
Championship resolve to start off the Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are live on DFW Sports Station. It's a Cowboys game day against Cincinnati tonight in Arlington. We got Peyton, we got Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's just inevitable. It just keeps happening.
It does. Bobby texted last night, like how me, like a degenerate gambler, just ignores all the stats on them. It's like, well, it's simple. I don't bet on them. What was the last time they were in the degenerate picks? It's been a while.
It has been.
It's been a while.
10 comeback wins this year, most in the NFL. 10-0 in one possession games.
15 straight.
It's not sustainable.
I mean, but they've sustained it for 50. It's basically been a full season's worth.
Minnesota did the same. Raiders did the same. There's no team that anybody who I looked this up last night. So they have over 200 plays now this season in the fourth quarter and overtime where the game is within 7 points in either direction. And if you go look at the last decade, anybody who has 200 plays on offense of one possession football, the vast majority of them are 3-4 win teams at the end of the season. And the ones that made the playoffs are 0-3 in the playoffs. They don't win. It's not sustainable. It's absurd.
And you and I have a friendly bet about Kansas City getting to the AFC Championship game. I will have a bye on my side.
Yeah, you will.
So I will feel good about that.
You got to win one home game against the team. Because, here's the thing. This is what Bobby's forgetting. The rest of the AFC quarterbacks are just losers. They're just losers.
They have been because they've had legit Mahomes going against it. This is still legit. This is 1-to-1 touchdown to interception Mahomes.
You're better than that. You're better than knowing about touchdown interception ratio. But also, I want to caution. There are this whole he's not that good because he's having a bad year. That doesn't certain guys it doesn't matter what. LeBron James's stat line is in his prime. I don't buy. You know what I mean? I don't believe that he has bad years. He's still LeBron James.
Okay, well, what we are seeing though, legitimately from Mahomes is a 2-year significant drop in QBR from his career, and so that is a decent enough sample size to say. Not that he's still the best quarterback in the NFL. If you're telling me I got to rank him, I'm putting Mahomes at the top. But the last year and a half, Mahomes has not been nearly as good as we've known him to be throughout his career, for whatever reason that is.
I tweeted last night when I got home after the Sandlot charity event. I'm like, what did I miss? I'm not missing anything because Kansas City is boring. Mm-hmm. And I knew that would trigger some because there are just many who lack comprehension. They can't separate. They get wins. They're like, oh, from a Cowboy fan, why are you chirping? Why are you sitting there? I'd kill to be boring and get all these W's. The point is, you're not supposed to have maybe the best quarterback of all time and be this boring. I was just talking about from an entertainment standpoint, and they are. You're talking about 19-17, 7-6 first halves, and it's just over and over and over and over again. How many points do you think the Chiefs average on the year? Or where do you think they are in the league?
23.5.
Bobby?
I know just because I got their schedule up that I would guess it's around 24.
So what's the answer since you have the schedule up?
Oh, so then it would be they would end up ranking probably, I don't know, 9th right now.
23.7. RJ on the dot there, tied for 11th in the league. So about 24 points a game. They're giving up 19. That's seventh best.
11th in the league isn't. I mean, that's not atrocious.
No, it's just not what you would expect.
No, it's not. It's not what you expect at all. But like they're, I guess, 2 points away, 3 points away from being in the top 5.
It's just a fascinating case study in what's going to happen. Bobby, with all the history, saying it's not sustainable, not going to happen in the postseason. I kind of want them to, I want to win the bet with Bobby, but I'm fine with them losing in the AFC Championship because I'm rooting against them.
It's they're just they feel it's the same gripe I've had the last couple years about Alabama, where it's like I get what Alabama has been, and I respect all that. That's why it's so frustrating to me that people are pretending like this is the same one. This is the same one that we've seen roll through everybody. It's like you can't. No, this is the team that is just unsustainably good. I had looked it up last night. Talk about first 13 games of the season, teams winning 12 or 13 games. This is by far the most unsustainable point differential for a team that's won 12 games in NFL history. They're last out of 37 teams with plus 56. The next closest was like the Raiders one year at plus 89, 33 points ahead of them. It's just not, you can't do this all year.
Justin Herbert gets hurt. He does return, but the Chargers cannot score enough. Kansas City wins on Sunday Night Football. Also late last night, the largest contract in professional sports history got handed out. Juan Soto is a New York Met. RJ Choppy, 15 for $765. That's $51 a year.
That's what is that? What did I post on Twitter? It's like $5,000 per hour. It's insane. Like that's insane money. We thought that Shohei getting $700 million. It's $5,900 per hour for the next 15 years. We thought Shohei getting $700 million was nuts. This is $760 million, and I am floored that the Yankees did not match this.
How did this happen? I asked you this coming upstairs. You grew up around that area. I was talking to Mets and Yankee fans over the weekend. Like, how did we even get to a point where the New York Mets can steal a superstar from the Yankees?
Because they offer more money. Like Steve Cohen has more money than anybody. It's a lot like Man City, where they just had some money to throw at people, and they started throwing money at people. Like they have the cash. They've got more money. Their owner has more money than the Yankees. He's Jerry's not the richest owner in the NFL, right? Jerry's fortune was made outside the NFL, but then a lot of it is the NFL. Like the Steinbrenner family, therefore they had enough money to buy the Yankees when they bought it for $10 million, but they're not hedge fund man. They're not Steve Ballmer, who's got more money than he wants to know what to do with. So I'm surprised that it was $5 million. The Yankees didn't match $5 million. George would have paid $5 million a day just to be on the back page of the New York Post.
The Yankee bid was $760 for 16, and this ended up being $765 for 15. Man, this makes me think of Juan Soto a little bit more as a loser. I mean, I mean, he's a $760 million loser. I just mean dude, you had this incredible run in the Bronx. Like
they were good.
Why are you going to the stepchild? And they offered you 16 for $760, and for $5 million at that amount that you're already at, you went to the Mets. What's wrong with you?
What is the I would think being a Yankee as opposed to being a Met would be worth $5 million of marketing or
it's like a Cowboy versus
or
a Texan.
Yeah, where it's like if you're telling me that a lot of times there's a little bit of BS whenever anybody's like, well, there's no state income tax, or you can get this. Yeah. Like when players start looking at it, they're like, it's really not enough of a difference for me to just pass up a lot of money. But on that front where you're saying I can be a Yankee in New York or I can be a Met in New York, I would think that's worth $5 million in branding.
The Mets have a tremendous amount of fans there. Like they've got it's not 50-50 in New York, but it's close. It's outside New York where the Yankee fan really comes. Like, you know what I mean? Where you get more of them. And like he'll be fine. He'll get tons of opportunities with, local companies to get endorsements and everything.
But are you going to win as much? Are you going to win as often? The Mets finished third in the East this year. They were 89-73. By the way, it's a $75 million signing bonus.
Yeah, so I don't know when signing bonuses started to be a thing in Major League Baseball.
Right.
They are now.
Yeah.
And you got to specify it now that you get people like Ohtani who it's like, I'm going to make $1 million a year and then you can just defer pay me. You got to start saying you're giving them money up front.
So people are going to lose their minds at Cashman and the Steinbrenners for not just topping it.
Yeah, I mean some will. And like it'll be there'll be some disingenuous Yankee fans. They like the Yankee fan out there will say, "Oh, I didn't really want him." Yeah, you wanted him. All right, let's not go there. Now, could you possibly say? I mean, he might not age well. Sure,
he's
right?
26.
He's 26. He doesn't play the field very well. He hits well. All right, but like at the very least, he's going to be great for the next 8 years as a hitter. At the very least, maybe 10. So I don't want to hear that. That'll be disingenuous. But I don't know. Can you get mad at somebody who offered $760 million? I think you get mad that they didn't want to match it, and then it was $5 million. Like that's it.
Yeah.
You said no to $5 million for Juan Soto. You said no. Okay.
I remember vividly when the scroll came across AOL News that said Alex Rodriguez 10 years, $252 million, and it was like, there'll never be anybody that makes that much money. My goodness, holy cow!
Yeah. So what does this do for the Mets?
I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on them. Now you better win. You got to win at least one World Series in these 15 years.
Yeah.
To make this thing worth it. They're still probably not as good as the Dodgers.
No.
Because the Mets top two. We don't know what's going to happen with Pete Alonso. The Mets top two is Lindor and Soto. That's great. That's really, really great. But is it as good as Shohei, Betts, Freeman? And then whoever else they add, because they're probably not done, the Dodgers. And the Dodgers just added Blake Snell, and they have Glass now. And,
Shohei pitching.
And Shohei pitching next year. Like, they won the World Series this year without arguably their two best pitchers in Shohei and Glass now.
Dallas Stars in action last night. Could they keep it rolling?
Stars are in with numbers. Hintz to the right. Pelche broke it up. Score! Back for Hintz, who tipped it home. Stars in front in the third.
Victory Plus with the call. They continued their dominant play at the AAC. They exploded for 4 straight third-period goals. They break the tie and end up beating down Calgary 6-2.
11-2 at home. Really, it's 11-1 because one of those home wins was in Finland.
They're 11-1, and Ottinger's 10-0 at home.
Yeah, he's tremendous. He really is, and you get a late kick because this game, they really exploded in the third. What's up?
Good job. Keep his mic off.
62% on the money.
Thomas Harley also scored 2 goals. This is the first of a season-long 6-game homestand. Back at it Thursday night against Nashville, then Saturday night against the St. Louis Blues. So that is everything you need to know from your Sunday, not your weekend, from your Sunday outside of the National Football League. We'll recap the NFL. We got to preview Cowboys Bengals. Bobby will take us inside the film room at 6:40. Another Cowboys superstar endorses the Mike McCarthy return. What is going on there? But let's tap it early and unload the college football kegger as the Mustangs end up winning out. We'll set you up for the college football playoff with all the news and all the controversy next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Carson back out, can barely keep his right arm upright.
Back under center. Hand it to ETN. Straight ahead. Touchdown. Touchdown. Dogs are SEC champions. Dogs have won it. Dogs have won it in dramatic fashion, beating the Longhorns 22-19 to capture their 15th SEC title.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
That's why Peyton did not want to play the clip. It was of the Longhorns losing.
Lee, the worst timing for a malfunction here. We're just not going to play it, man. I mean...
Oh, man. It's okay. It's okay. You didn't want that bye anyway. That's how you got to look at it, right? You didn't want that bye. You want to be able to smack the smug off of Dabo's chin.
Watching this with these two at the company holiday party was fantastic.
Yep.
I think Bobby hated watching his team around us.
If Tennessee was in that game, there's a good chance I want to go.
I get you, and Chop has said this before. Like he said, I don't watch my team around you guys. Like I'm not going to do it, and I understand it now because especially if it's a close game, because I'm just sitting there like I don't want to. I want to have angry reactions right now that'll look kind of uncomfortable at this company party.
I don't think we were like harassing you though.
No.
Everyone
You
was
guys
just kind of reacting to the game.
No, you guys didn't. It wasn't. It could have been much worse. Everybody could have trolled me much harder. I think the other problem is it felt like half the people there were rooting for Texas.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. That makes it so much easier to watch in the public. But that was a tremendous game at the end. The first half was pretty boring.
Yeah.
The moment Carson Beck got knocked out, it was as if Georgia woke up and they figured out how to play offense again.
Yeah. Plus, I think Texas just got flagged again.
They did.
Just got penalized again.
Here we go. Peyton tweeted.
I'm not saying they're not legitimate, but there was just a lot of flags.
Did you see Sark at halftime?
Halftime.
Cup 14, Pepe, and Peyton tweeted out the CFP rankings yesterday and had the referees at like 3.
Refs are number 2, baby. They get the bye.
Part of it because of this.
Coach, 8 penalties in this first half. How do you get your team to clean some of that up?
Well, hopefully they call them for a holding one of these times, too.
Let's go to Holly Rose a little bit more.
She had no idea. She had no plan. No plan B. There was no follow up there. That's all you needed. That was a great way to end it.
That's the thing. That's my problem with this. If you want to throw 11 flags on Texas, fine. But like, given the play style Georgia has and everything else, there's no way this was Texas 11 penalties to Georgia 5.
You guys are so whiny.
It's
whiny.
No, look,
figure out your quarterback. Figure out how to get Mr. All-World going. Figure out how to get Arch in. Make your decision if you want him to start like Michael Penix on the Falcons right now. Figure all that out. Stop crying.
Figured
Stop
it out.
whining.
Already figured it out. Needs to be Arch, not Quinn anymore.
Oh
my gosh, this is a couple different years now where Quinn has gotten hurt, and when he comes back, he's too scared to throw the ball down the field. I don't know what happens to him. What was it? It was the shoulder against Alabama a couple years ago, where he got hurt, and he had been playing well, and then after that, he couldn't hit the broadside of a bar, and he was so
this year
inaccurate.
was like
and then this year it was that rib cage or whatever it was. Yeah. And so ever since then, since he's come back from the injury, he just plays completely timid, and I don't think it's lingering anymore. It's just for some reason when he comes back from the injury, even if it's healed, he just looks like a different player.
His depth of target is minuscule. It's gonna be interesting what happens to him come the NFL draft. Because there was a lot of people that thought, he was like a lot of the projections, at least the mocks. He may not be a first-round talent, but a lot of the mocks had him going in the first round.
Hear that, Will? Sometimes mocks are wrong.
Yeah.
We talking about? I remember.
Shador.
Yeah, absolutely. But Texas will play Clemson in the first round. It'll be in Austin. That'll be on the Saturday, the 21st of December, and they are getting a TNT game.
Dynamite.
So they are going to play at 3:00 on TNT. They're right now an 11-point favorite. It started at 10.5. It's been bet up to 11. I'm all over Texas in this one already. I don't know how Clemson stands a chance in this game. I don't know how they beat SMU, to be honest with you.
Debo shouted out, I'm going to get to meet Matthew McConaughey. So he shouted that out after last week saying, imagine us winning the whole thing. How much would that tick everybody off?
It felt like you were you were one of a couple people that were just fascinated by like, what is he doing like on the sideline? He does just hover around Sark like Matthew McConaughey. He looks very much like Jerry in the 90s, like standing over the coach in his trench coat with his arms folded. I don't know what he's doing, but it's like you'll see Sark like fist bump him in the middle of like a drive or whatever.
I wish there was a Parcells that would go in there and ban him from the sideline and just be like, take your little leather jacket
Take your leather
upstairs.
jacket and your stinky armpits out of here.
Does he not shower?
He doesn't use the deods. He doesn't use deodorant.
Deods.
Gosh, you know what? That is why a lot of people do, though. There's a thought from a lot of people that Sark could, like, if the Cowboys wanted to go in the college ranks, like, Sark would be somebody who would make sense if you're just talking about trying to find somebody who's existed in a similar sphere to, like, what Dallas Cowboys is supposed to be like. Like, University of Texas is pretty close.
It really is.
On the college level of what that would be like.
Yeah, they're enablers.
Honestly.
Pretty much. The story, though, was SMU. Yep. And SMU got in despite losing in crushing fashion to Clemson.
Snap, hold, kick on its way. Got the distance, does it have the accuracy? He hit it! It's a 56-yard field goal to send Clemson to the playoffs!
I think it's Clemson radio with the call. Pretty sure on that one. But Clemson they blew it. They blew it, and they won it on a 56-yard field goal at the end to send themselves to the college football playoff, 34-31 over SMU.
And how did they blow it?
Well, Clemson blew because they had a 31 to a 24-7 lead or whatever, and they blew the lead.
And that was what we're kind of half watching the SMU game. Like I was able to much more follow along with the Texas game, but we were kind of half watching SMU. I went back and was watching it yesterday a little bit, and it felt like SMU was getting run when they're down 24-7. It was just they were turning the ball over short field. There were a lot of like when you watch it, SMU controlled a lot of that game just from a who's moving the ball better more down the field. Like in this game, they pick up like 140 more yards than SMU or than Clemson. Problem is they had 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
Clemson had none. They had 6 penalties for 65 yards. Clemson had 0 penalties for 0 yards in the entire game, which again kind of feels impossible.
Learn Texas, learn Longhorns from that.
And the big one was the touchdown catch that put him up 21-7. I think SMU just tried to shoulder tackle somebody, bounced right off, and he was able to run. That was bad tackling.
But the whole day with the pregame shows and everyone in studio was SMU versus Bama.
That's it.
Bobby with the text messages, he was invested in this.
Oh, he was heavily invested. And if you watched that selection show, by the way, y'all, they dragged that thing on. It was 11:30 before they got to the rankings. I was like, guys.
I tuned in at like 9.
Thank you, Brett McMurphy.
I was like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, let's release these things. Boy, Brett, don't get me started on that. But that whole talk, nobody on that panel, Kirby, Saban, McElroy, and was it Galloway, were all saying Alabama absolutely should be in. And Booger was the only one that was saying SMU should have gotten in.
You're kidding me, though. Greg McElroy and Nick Saban thought Bama should definitely be in.
Did you see Saban's suit?
McElroy. This is McElroy last year. Everybody was like, take McElroy off when Bama's a question because he is so insufferable with his Alabama above everything else. And Herbie's been accused of being Alabama lover for a lot of his career. Galloway, I don't think of like that. So if Joey thinks that, that's fine. But to me, that sounds like, okay, 3 of the 4 who said it, I would expect them to say Bama should be in over Oregon if it came down to it. Like, that's what they would say.
They were comparing strength of schedule. Mustangs 60th, Alabama 16th.
Which, but to be fair, strength of schedule is the last bit of criteria the committee uses. The committee, everybody says they don't really know what the committee's criteria is. The committee allowed, they made that public years ago. I think it's been 11 years.
What's SOR?
Strength of record.
Strength of record.
Which I have no idea how that differs from strength of schedule.
Mustangs were 15th. Alabama was 9th. Wins, losses versus the top 25. SMU was 0-2. Bama was 3-1. Point differential, points difference, -6 versus -33 in the games lost.
And Bama would be -33, right?
Yep.
And then, because SMU only lost 2 games. They lost 18-15.
Yep.
And then they lost 34-31.
But, Bob, you still think this had to be done?
Yeah. There was a really controversial tweet yesterday from Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl. And Nagy was trying to say, boy, look, I'm not going to comment on what these teams are or anything, but I'm just telling you in terms of future NFL talent, next level talent, you would say Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Alabama are absolutely top 12 teams in the country. This is blah. And he got crushed from a bunch of different people going like, it matters how you play.
Yes.
It does matter how you play. It does matter how this talent is coached and cultivated and put together. And the fact is, SMU's been a better team. I don't even care if SMU would get run by Alabama, which I don't think would happen right now. But even if they would, it doesn't really matter. SMU was a better team the rest of the way. If you take from when Kevin Jennings stepped in and started as the starting quarterback, which is after the BYU game, then before that Clemson game yesterday, SMU was 9-0. During that same stretch, Alabama was 6-3. SMU had a couple of victories on the road against 8-win teams. Alabama had 1. It was like we're talking about it's an 80-yard bomb against Georgia. That is the only thing that Alabama was leaning into. That was it.
Yeah, because like there's a few things like you would look at. Like you gotta weigh what's more important. If you're deciphered between two teams, you could go who's more deserving in terms of like who had, because the games do matter.
Yeah.
Who's more deserving? SMU. I don't think anybody would argue SMU's not more deserving based on like the fact that they won the games they needed to win. But the other question you can say is, well, who would win the head-to-head matchup? And you could look, if you wanted to do that, I wouldn't have killed the committee if they decided that. The committee was in a tough spot because if they had chose Alabama, they would have effectively ended the conference championship games.
And explain that why?
Because you would have had...
There's no reason for SMU to play Clemson.
There would be no motivation for a team to go out and play. You would have all these coaches and ADs saying, you know what? Yeah. We made the game. There's no more data points. Like you see like a team like Ohio State and Tennessee and Indiana. Like they were like, they're not moving. They're in. They don't play anymore. They're not moving.
Yeah.
And these teams that lost, Penn State did not get hurt by losing, right? They dropped, one ranking spot? Texas dropped, but that was just a flip-flop with Georgia. They didn't really drop. They're the 5 seed.
Well, and I mean, like, they showed you that even Clemson beating SMU, they were still behind SMU in the CFP.
Right.
And so, I mean, Stuart Mandel had the tweet that night after the game where he said, after Tuesday, I pledged to never, ever predict Alabama to miss the playoff again. But, man, if they knock SMU out for losing on a 56-yard field goal, there may never be another conference championship game again.
And that matters. There's a lot of money invested in those things.
And
even though
Saban, go ahead.
Even though you saw maybe 50,000 at Jerry World.
And Saban bringing up the conference and saying, look, why am I scheduling these hard opponents? Like in the SEC, you get beaten and battered, and you're going up against the gauntlets, and you can pay a price for it.
You can, and but here's the thing: people are saying, when Saban said that, I mean, you can't make a Big Ten or an SEC conference schedule like that much easier. It is what it is. You're going to run sooner or later. You're going to run into Georgia or Alabama or Texas. Sooner or later, you're going to run into those teams. You can make an ACC conference schedule a little bit easier, but if you're in the SEC, they're not going to go to 9 games now. I'll tell you that for sure. 9 conference games. They're going to stay at 8.
SMU at Penn State with the winner playing Boise State.
Well, that's a good draw for SMU.
Yep.
That's when they can be competitive.
And how are you looking at the Longhorn draw?
Oh, I mean, the Longhorns have
the best draw.
The best path. Like, they've got a better path than the teams with byes. Like
they have a better path to the semis than Oregon does.
You get Clemson at home. Like you get to play Clemson in Austin, and then you get to play Arizona State, the 4 seed. That's almost like you're being ushered into the semis.
And that game, that Arizona State game, I'm trying to think where it is.
Isn't it Peach Bowl? It's Peach Bowl.
Yeah, it's in Atlanta.
So no Bevo. No Bevo.
That's right. So Texas will play in that stadium. If Texas wins the national championship, they will play in Atlanta 3 times in the next 5 weeks.
How are you feeling about everything?
Counting Saturday.
Make it past Clemson, and we're fine. I'm still. The scariest part about Clemson is Dabo. I think I'm not worried about their quarterback or anything like that. It's Dabo. I think the scariest guy, just because of his resume in the playoffs.
Power of prayer, baby.
Make it past him, and you're fine. Meaning what?
Like, I think if you can make it past Clemson, get momentum going into Arizona State. I know they're on the bye, but they'll probably be rusty or whatever. And I'm not scared of that running back, whatever the name, Scattaboo or whatever. I'm not scared of him.
He's a battering ram.
877-881-1053. I thought he was calling out Genty. 877-881-1053. The Franco injury attorney text line. We got NFC East. We got NFL. We have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. But before all that, on a Cowboys game day, we have Bobby inside the Bengals film room. Let's break down tonight after this. And we have...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's a Cowboys game day. In case you did not know, as part of the 6 a.m. club, this is your station for everything America's team. It is going to be Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo with the pregame, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider will be in Arlington, Brad and Babe with the call, then Broaddus and Zach with the post afterwards for Monday Night Football on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Has the line moved a ton in this game? We are at 5.5 points with the over-under at 49.5.
That is movement, because we were, 6 last week, and didn't open at 7? Was it all the way up at 7?
It was 5.5 is where I only saw it at 5.5.
I thought it was like 6.5.
Yeah, it was definitely up. Early last week, it was definitely up, because Monday after, when you were out, we talked about it was like 6.5, 7 initially.
This over-under, though, feels like past over-unders like this have felt like the other team's going to score 34 and the Cowboys score 10. This one, I'm kind of getting the feeling that people think the Cowboys can participate in a possible shootout. Is the Bengals defense that horrid? Bobby Belt, inside the film room.
Let's start with that defensive side of the ball. The answer is yes. They're bad. They're really bad.
Wait, are they the worst defense you've seen?
They're on a par with what Dallas was doing earlier this year. It's a bad defense, and it's mainly the secondary, which is... It's wild. Will Chambers had said this a couple weeks ago. He's like, we got to find a study, something else, find out when was the last time the quarterback leading the NFL in touchdown passes, the receiver leading the NFL in receiving yards, and you have the guy with the most sacks in the NFL on your defense, and you're 4-8. And it's insane that with Trey Hendrickson being as good as he is getting to the passer, when we did that study, couple weeks back when you were asking about when do Micah's sacks come, when do TJ Watt's sacks come, do they come in clutch moments? Remember, we found that Trey Hendrickson over like the last 3 years was by far the guy who got the most sacks in big critical moments, and so he is a big time.
Who's he going to line up against the most?
So he'll move around a little bit, but he'll mainly be over the left tackle, which will be Chuma Edoga. It sounds like Tyler Guyton is questionable. But it sounds like it'll be Edoga that he'll be going up against. And Hendrickson is...
I'm throwing up the alley-oop to you to dunk it.
I know. It's I'm going to pass. I was...
720, you want to dunk?
Yeah, so I'll dunk at 720.
Okay.
Because I still got to collect Twitter names to tag people. And
I thought you were taking the high road, but you just weren't prepared.
No.
You were fully petty prepared.
There's so many people that I have to tag. It's just a lot of research. It takes a long time. But this is something where Trey Hendrickson he is a total handful. But for him to be as good as he is getting to the quarterback, and for them still to be as bad as they are downfield in coverage is ridiculous. You're talking about a team that if Dallas can protect for any amount of time, Cooper Rush can actually push the ball downfield in this game if he wants. And not just like, oh, hey, we can try some things, or you will score throwing down the field if you try. And so this is it's a bad secondary. Cam Taylor-Britt's awful. He had the pick 6 last week against Pittsburgh, but he's bad, and he gets picked on a ton. But everybody in that secondary, it's either guys who are, Mo Egger talked about this last week a little bit, past their prime, or guys who have regressed, guys who didn't take the next step, and they're getting picked on every single week. And, Jaden Daniels dropping bombs on their head. Russell Wilson just comfortably, all right, I can drop back, I can throw this, cool. So if you can protect long enough, great. Now the problem is that, and it's worked, it's been effective, but McCarthy's strategy with Cooper Rush the last several weeks has been, let's try to get the ball out quick. Let's, do some different things over here. Let's roll out. It's not a lot of stuff that will give you time to let deep pass plays develop. So it's like, okay, do you trust it enough? Do you say, let's try to protect long enough that we can take advantage of some of this? So I wonder if you will see some max protect stuff, which will typically be on a given play, you've got 5 guys out there running routes, generally. Running back, tight end, whatever else. Sometimes it's 4. Max protect would be you're basically holding in everybody but 2. And you're just sending 2 guys down the field and saying, let's see if we can win. So I wonder if they'll try and hit some play action, max protect stuff down the field on Cincinnati because they are completely vulnerable there. Their run defense is bad. They are an all-around awful defense.
This is kind of why Mo Egger, the Bengals insider, was saying he believes Zach Taylor is coming back. They're kind of putting the blame on the front office like we are here. Talking about defensive personnel, all these problems.
That's interesting. And like,
they had a hot name coordinator a couple years ago.
And Arumo. Yeah, it's look, you can absolutely put blame on front office versus head coach. You can absolutely do that with certain situations. And very well may be able to do that in Cincinnati. And you could really theoretically, if you want to do it reasonably here. I don't think that's going to the next question is, does that or should that change anything with your decision making with Zach Taylor or Mike McCarthy?
I wonder, by the way, there was a poll question somebody had thrown out there, a Cincinnati writer, Joe Goodberry, had thrown out, and he was like, it was to mainly Bengals fans, but it got 6,000 votes on it or something. It was like, who would you prefer as your head coach, Mike McCarthy or Zach Taylor? And it was 65% Zach Taylor. So.
Dang!
And so that also may just speak to a lot of people are not as unhappy with Zach Taylor as nationally we thought they were.
Yeah.
Because Cincinnati fans, and there were a couple of them who were like, man, I'm not thrilled with that, but I'd still rather have him over McCarthy. But there were a lot of people on there who were saying I still think he's a good coach.
I'll tell you this: if you're the Cowboys and you do plan on making a coaching change, you absolutely want Cincy to hang on to Zach Taylor. Because if I was a head coach I am choosing Joe Burrow.
Unless at that point you're Dallas and you say, okay, fine, they let Zach Taylor go. We're calling Zach Taylor. That's a guy who's been to a Super Bowl recently and can develop quarterbacks. On the
go and start 0-2.
On the offensive side of the ball for Cincinnati, this is one where they're faced with a similar question. Although Dallas's run defense has been better in recent weeks, but Dallas, most of the year, teams have said we can pick on them in the run game. That's not a problem. Let's go at it. So Cincinnati similarly has not had a ton of success running the ball this year. They've improved it a little bit in recent weeks, but I wonder if they'll look at it and say...
Yeah, Laufenberg, though, said he loved, is it Chase Brown?
Yeah, Chase Brown's a good player.
Because it feels like them losing Mixon was awful for them, but Laufenberg said he likes their back.
The last month or so, Chase Brown's been a pretty good player. And so he's one that I think if they want to... I wouldn't be surprised if Cincinnati just says, let's see if we can generate a bit of a run game early on, and then in doing that, we'll be able to protect Burrow a little bit more, because that offensive line is giving up a lot of pressure too right now. And so that's something where Burrow has played. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I was trying to think of this week when I was watching. I don't know that I've seen better quarterback tape than Burrow's this year, like over the last few years.
Leads the NFL in completions, attempts, passing yards, and passing touchdowns. They're tied for fifth in scoring at 28 a game, but they're the only team in that top five with a losing record. I heard you asking McCarthy in the replay from Friday about what jumps out to him, what's the most rare thing about Burrow. And, he's talking about anticipation.
Yeah, he's when you watch the tape, he's the best anticipatory thrower in the NFL, like that right now. And I thought Burrow...
More than Tua?
Yes. Yeah.
Because Tua's got to throw he throws he has to throw before the ball snapped.
Yeah. Like, you remember there was the tape of Dak against the Giants at the end of that season where he throws that touchdown to Cole Beasley in the back of the end zone last week of the year, where he got the knee down and it was on that fourth down play. And everybody talked about when that film came out of it, they're like, whoa, look, we want to see Dak with anticipation. Look, he threw that when Beasley wasn't even open.
Yeah.
And it's all the time. It's 4 or 5 times a game from Burrow where he's releasing the ball and he's not open when the release is there. And it's just, he's anticipated and it's fluid and it's right there. He's so good. And I had always thought, not overrated. I thought Burrow had been oversold a little bit early in his career. And I think if you go back and watch the tape, there's still stuff on there where it's like, man, a lot of this was easy pitch and catch stuff at times, or he still would have some mistakes here or there. He's playing damn near perfect.
Remember that?
He's fantastic.
Remember that top traits article that we had that last week? Burrow won with best passing mechanics, best field vision, best pocket presence. And then the ones like the most instinctive passer was Lamar. Best touch and timing Tua, best deep ball Love. So, that's all. He had the most. He had the most top traits.
I don't know how they're going to cover him in this game. Jamar Chase. I don't know who they're going to put on him, what they're going to choose to do. Diggs did a really good job on him a couple of years ago. He's questionable in this game. So, and it's one of those where they're just like, yeah, we got to work him out and we'll see before the game if he's going to play or not.
Hopes and dreams. That's
He's
what you covered
been
with him.
on a tear, and I'm gambling on Jamar doing some work tonight, but Deron Bland was worrying me a little bit for my gambling purposes.
7, 8, 9. That's what you got to know with Jamar Chase. It's all posts, corners, and go routes with Jamar Chase. He will run every. This is not just, oh, I'm taking a slant route here and I'm running this, or I'm taking a little in and oh, I broke some tack. No, he is going down the field and they're throwing the ball 30 yards down the field to him a few times a game.
Chase leads the NFL in both receiving yards and touchdown catches. T. Higgins has played just 7 games, averaging 6 catches, 80 yards a game, has a receiving touchdown in each of the last 3.
And Higgins is one of his guys that Burrow will throw to as his hot read. So if he senses that the blitz is coming or that he's got to get the ball out quickly, then a lot of times it's a slant route to Higgins and then have him go. But they're going to put up points. They're going to score in this game, Cincinnati, no doubt about it. But there is an opportunity for Dallas to try and take advantage of some of the stuff that they have defensively. It's just they've got to trust that they can be able to push the ball downfield a little bit and protect long enough to do it.
Inside the film room with Bobby Roberto Belt, preview part 1. We'll get back to the boys at 7:20 during the commercial-free expressway as we have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway. RJ's 5 things he wants to see for Monday Night Football. That is coming up at 8, right after best and worst of the weekend. Let's focus on the rest of the division. Eagle fans betting $3 million against Bryce Young, and Giants fans flying things over the stadium. The rest of the NFC East and the NFL next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his right. Hurts takes the snap. He's back. He's looking. He's still looking. He fires. Complete. Touchdown. Grant Calcaterra.
He's sick?
What was that? He's just hurts. He's got the ball. He's throwing it.
That's how boring the Eagles' passing attack is. Just ask A.J. Brown. Woo. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys game day here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway today and all week long. We want to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on as we get you set for Cowboys and Cincy. First, the rest of the NFC East, and you are not happy with the best voice in all of sports.
Oh, no. Xavier Legette. Yeah, you got to, you need to start focusing on, fixing your hands instead of standing up there and being like, yeah, I tell you what, Mama used to make this good gumbo, and you're like, oh, whatever else is there.
I don't think we're supposed to do this.
I think that's actually
that's
okay.
a Southern thing. That's a Southern thing. But man, good grief, that was 3 drops in this game, and that last one at the end, I was
game winner with 44 seconds left.
When he ruled it incomplete, the ref was like, 0 chance. There's no way he would have dropped that. What are you talking about? Like, it clearly got in his, and you see it's into his arms. He pulls it. It's not even like the ground caused or anything else. He just let it slip out of his hands. And that's one where if he just finishes that off, that's probably game. That you're done. I mean, there's 30, 40 seconds left.
44.
Maybe they get into position. Philly's got a strong offense. Maybe they're able to get in position, kick a field goal, do whatever else. I was stunned that they even put the ball in Bryce's hands. Not like, ooh, you can't stop Bryce, but just in general, I'm stunned they gave them the ball back and took that delay a game to then punt it instead of trying the 50-something yard field goal with Jake Elliott.
The Eagles are 9-0 since the bye, but you know who's creating...
that's an early bye.
Oof. Yeah. You know who's creating problems as always? A.J. Brown.
Oh, yeah.
He's not happy. Caught all 4 of his targets for 43 yards, but afterwards, he's like, passing game's a problem. Now, is this...
Yeah, didn't Hurts at like 60 yards passing well into the third quarter?
Oh, yeah, he was not... And if you look at this, Kellen must not trust him a ton right now. And look, he had a lot of issues with turnovers before Kellen had gotten there, and they were clearly trying to limit some of that, and it was working. What did he go? 200 passes in a row in training camp without throwing an interception? Yes. It was an Eagles record. But it's something where if you look over...
108 yards passing?
Yeah, and he went 14 of 21 for 108 yards passing. Heading into this game yesterday, over the last 7 weeks, so 2 months, he was averaging 21 pass attempts per game for 185 passing yards. That's what he's done for the last 2 months.
I usually get on AJ for being your typical diva complaining receiver. I think though he's harping on something that is a legit problem and needs to elevate for them.
Yeah, if they want to be a legit contender, if they want to keep up when Detroit's putting up 50 points like they've done a couple different times this year, if they want to keep up with them, Hurts will have to push the ball downfield.
He was tossing his helmet on the sideline. Was asked, hey, how tough is this if you're not going to throw the ball? 21 passes. He said incredibly tough. So he continues to press Jalen Hurts. Did not have a target until just prior to halftime. Finished with 4 for 43. And there was big money being put on this game.
Yeah, it was Xavier Legette had a money line bet on the Eagles for $3.1 million, allegedly. I don't know that it was Xavier Legette. I just assume with that drop. But yeah, somebody placed a $3.1 million bet, a bettor in Kentucky, $3.1 million on the Eagles money line. And you got to imagine there's no more tense, nervous moment than when you're waiting for that replay to pop up, see if Legette actually caught it or not.
They still had to get.
He won $450,000 on a $3.1 million bet. So he almost just sacrificed $3.1 million for
That's
a
it?
half million dollar
$442.
Not even a $500,000
On the money line.
Oh,
$442.
I didn't realize it was that. It had to be minus
700.
Minus 7. You don't see that. You don't see that in the NFL. That's college. That's a college number. You don't see minus 700 in the NFL ever.
And on the other side, Choppy, everyone seems to be pretty happy for Bryce Young right now.
I mean, they do. Look, they benched him early in the year, and they had to. I mean, he was getting beat up, and he was not playing well. And I don't know if it was a Tepper thing, right? They were all. Canales the first day said, no, he's our quarterback, and the next day he comes out and they announce that it's Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
And they bring him. So it makes you think that it may have been a Tepper situation, and he's a problem on his own. But, I mean, it seems to be that he has turned the corner. They've played more competitive football over the last several weeks, and he looked pretty good in that game.
Listen to this 3-game stretch in mid-September. 84 yards, 58 yards, minus 4 yards. The last 3 games, 263, 298, and 191. I think what this has done, Bob, is this stops Carolina from quarterback shopping in the draft.
Yeah, and it's still funny. You look at his numbers for this season.
That's what they got out of this. What are they getting out of it? They don't have to draft one.
Right. Maybe you found your guy.
His completion percentage is lower than it was last year. His touchdown interception ratio is worse than it was last year. His yards per attempt are barely up above it. His QBR still is really low, but he played really, really poorly early on. The last few weeks, he was great against Kansas City. He made a lot of big throws against Tampa Bay in coming back in that one. Yesterday, he goes 19 for 34 with a touchdown and a pick, 191 yards. It doesn't look that impressive, but when you watch the game, there's a moxie there. There's a confidence that did not exist with him before that. And I like seeing somebody just overcoming confidence issues is just a nice thing to see a player push back
on
against.
That final drive, that third down where they were backed up to like the 2 or 3 yard line. And he gets away from pressure, spins, and makes that throw just at the line of scrimmage, downfield, 20 yards downfield, to the sideline. I mean, that was a really cool play. That was a great play that somebody who is running for their life doesn't necessarily make if they don't have kind of that moxie.
So the Eagles are 11-2, second in the NFC behind the Lions, and a 3-game lead on the 3 seed. Tell me who the 3 seed is in the NFC. This is
it's
Seattle.
Seattle.
This is gross. The NFC 3 through 5 is Seattle, Tampa, Minnesota. The Vikings are the 5 seed at 11-2.
Yeah.
Then you get Green Bay, Washington, and the Rams. The 5, 6, 7 feel more dangerous than the 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
The Green Bay, Washington, and the Rams. So that's Philadelphia. They are flying banners over the Meadowlands.
This is his first opportunity between 30 and 35 to tie the game with 11 seconds, and it's low. I don't think the Saints got it. I think the Saints got a piece of it. Missed it. Graham Gano. It came out like a wounded duck.
A hideous game. A hideous, hideous game as the Saints do the Giants a favor and win 14-11.
I didn't realize Drew Lock was this bad. I knew he wasn't like a consistent NFL starter, but he started like 3 for 15 in this game, and it looked like 3 for 15. The dude is just completely inaccurate. I genuinely thought
the touchdown they scored at Neighbors, it was deflected. It wasn't even on purpose.
Yeah.
Thank goodness Lock, he threw a clinching interception, I think with like a minute 40 left, and I'm like, pray and be thankful, Giant fans, because they're right there. Yeah. They have the number 2 pick as it stands right now.
Well, Tankathon has them. They do have them too. So this is the interesting thing. The Giants, are they going to take a quarterback at 2? Or because
they have to.
You would think, but when if the Raiders have 1, they're going to take Shador. And now are you going to take
Will
Cam?
Chambers going to be dancing on Bobby's grave.
So are the Giants going to take Cam Ward, or are they going to take Travis Hunter and say, hey, we can market Travis Hunter?
By the way, I would just like to point out, because I was looking this up last night, you remember the shot collar bet that you got with him for saying there wouldn't be 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round that year or whatever it was? Yeah. When we were at the same point last year, I was like, what were the mock drafts saying? The mock drafts had in the top 10 Matt Corral, Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, and all of them went in the 3rd round or later. I think Matt Corral went in like the 5th. And this was the same sort of thing. So if
the Raiders have the first pick,
they're taking Shedeur.
You're losing.
Raiders probably would take Shedeur, I would guess.
Yeah.
But that's the one team that would do
here we go.
No, that is legitimately the one team that would take them. I don't think the Giants would take Shedeur.
Why?
I think the Giants would take Cam Ward. I think most everybody else in the NFL would take Cam Ward before Shedeur Sanders.
Giants fans hired planes with banners to fly over the stadium telling John Mara to fix the team, quote, fix this dumpster fire. There's a TMZ story of a Giants player allegedly giving a girl tickets, but only if she flashed the Saints during the game. So she was doing that. So way more entertainment off the field from this crap fest.
I don't know who was on the call, because I was watching Red Zone, so they were just jumping in and jumping back out, but whoever was on that call there was trying to say, yeah, this is a Giants team that, they haven't quit. They continue. It's like, what? That looks like the exact definition of quit is what that team's been the last few weeks. That's touchdown to Juwan Johnson to go up 14-3. They looked like they couldn't care less about covering on that play. It was awful.
What do you think of Ryan Wilson from CBS mock draft?
Ryan Wilson's a dope. Why? Who did he have?
He has Cam going number 1 overall to the Raiders, and then Shedeur 2 to the Giants.
If it's the Raiders, I would guess Shedeur. But that's literally the only team. Everybody else, I think, would take Cam Ward.
Game of the day in L.A.
Stafford from the shotgun, looking left, throws right, receiver screen, caught, blocked, touchdown, Puka Nacua! Touchdown, L.A. With 1:54 remaining, a receiver screen for a 2-possession lead over the Buffalo Bills.
Rams radio, Puka Nacua is so freaking good.
Yes.
Their weapons. He had 12 for 162. He also had a touchdown on the ground. And the L.A. Rams, this is a team I would not want to see in the postseason. They moved to 7-6. They beat the Bills 44-42 as Josh Allen, MVP right now, becomes the first player ever with 3 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns in a game.
Oh, it's a good game. This was the lone degenerate loss for the weekend.
Lone?
2-0 in college, 1-1 in the NFL. But I was thinking, I was happy, because this means that, old Patty's going to get home field now. All right, this is good for the because we have the Chiefs and the Lions, you and I, in the Super Bowl. So
yes.
It's good for that. It's good for your bet with Bobby at the AFC Championship.
This was a fun game back and forth, and Shakir on the other side. I mean, this whole thing's a highlight reel.
I'm trying to search this right now. There's no way this has happened before, that Buffalo scored 42 points and they possessed the ball for 21 minutes. 21 minutes, you scored 42 points? That doesn't even seem real. This is, if you look up and down the stat sheet, it's this just absurd performance from both teams. They both had over, it was 25 first downs for Buffalo, 28 for the Rams. And watching it back, because we were obviously at Sandler's thing last night, so I was catching up on highlights last night from this game, and it was, that's something where that Rams defense, they're concerned, but that Rams defense that's a problem for them. They still have a lot of different leaks over there that I don't know how sustainable it is, but I had no idea when you threw that out there that they were one of the wild card teams. I was just like, holy cow, they've snuck up on me.
Bill Belichick, North Carolina Tar Heels?
UNC, baby.
Wow.
How about that?
This is amazing.
It fascinates me, this topic, because there was a report late last week, that he had interviewed for the job. And then Bobby, I think you said the Diana Rossini report that it's actually...
he would take it. She said if he got offered, he's taking it.
And then we see other people like Sports Illustrated posted, and I don't know the guy who tweeted. I don't recognize the name, but he did say that part of this, and this is where I could buy it, is that this would be, he is interested in the job, but the main reason is it would be put in the contract that his son Steve is the coach in waiting. And this would be like...
They're calling it a Nepo clause.
A Nepo clause, right? And
To run a
perhaps
steakhouse like that.
right? People are people are speculating that Bill is like reading the tea leaves that the NFL may really not be interested in him.
Yeah, Florio said he's not getting any calls.
Yeah.
He got turned off by last year's market and process. He's not getting no one's contacting him.
Right.
This is insane.
He's 70 something years old, and maybe people are just like, look, we're not going to go down that road and hand over our entire franchise, because you do have to overhaul your front office when you bring him in. That's the speculation, at least. And it just may be better because when you're in college and he'll taught to Saban, he knows he can run his department. Now, does he want to deal with NIL? That's the thing.
I asked somebody about this recently. I was like, what's the deal with the Belichick thing? Like, why is it so turned off across the league? And they're like, there's no evidence that the Patriot way has worked outside of the Patriots and Tom Brady. And it's just a concern for a lot of people. They go, it doesn't just not work. It turns into a toxic, awful environment.
Yeah, you need a quarterback like Tom who is A, great, B, thick-skinned, and C, willing to play the game where, like, hey, give me all the hate in the film room.
Yeah.
And like that'll keep the others in line. You need a quarterback to fit all three molds. That guy doesn't really exist. And I mean, just consider maybe, and I thought initially last week this was a practice interview. Bill interviewed last year with Atlanta. When he interviewed, the last time he was hired, Bill Clinton was the president. Okay? But the last time because Bobby even said, we don't think that he interviewed for that Patriot job. They just hired him.
Because they snatched it. It wasn't legal for him to interview for.
Right. So you could really make the case that the last time he interviewed for a job was in Cleveland. And that was Old Man Bush. That was the president. That was that long ago.
Jerry, Dak, and now Micah saying that Mike McCarthy needs to come back. We'll get to that during the commercial-free expressway and a brand new Tolo ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. That's next on Sean and RJ. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, it's freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It is going to be a fun expressway with best and worst of the weekend. I feel like I've been living with this whole radio station for the past week, basically.
That's bad. That's not fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But Peyton wrote something last night in his best and worst that had me howling with laughter.
Oh, which was it?
I was dying. It has to do with a wheelchair.
Oh.
Commercial.
Dude.
I was dying laughing after what Peyton wrote. Commercial-free Expressway starts right now, along with a Matt Rife ticket giveaway. Matt Rife, big name, right?
Big name. Yeah, he had a Netflix special a while ago. That kind of had that got him some pub.
There's some controversy.
There's some controversy, if you want to call it that. Pub controversy.
You said all the girls want to get with him?
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
They're in love with him. He is like, he is like their girls swoon around him.
There's people are like saying that he got like reconstructive jaw surgery because he's got like this super chiseled jawline.
He looks like the actor that was. God, you know how bad I am with. He looks exactly like one of the Batman villains, the Scarecrow. Whoever played that,
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah,
the guy from.
He looks like
Oppenheimer.
almost sick.
Yeah,
but then he looks like he's on steroids in this photo.
Well, he's pretty yoked, right? But the thing is, he wears super baggy clothes. Like, if you're going to put all that work in, why are you wearing baggy clothes?
I mean, he's not a douchebag.
He definitely had a glow up because I remember him. I remember him on Wild 'N Out, and I was like, "That's not the same guy." This is what he looked like on Wild 'N Out.
Oh my!
And so he got the veneers and definitely some other stuff.
He does like a lot of crowd work when he does his stand up, which, you know, then when he does his regular stand up, it's like I think the crowd work's way better than his just strict stand-up routine.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's how a lot of people develop their stand-up routines, just the crowd working off of people and coming up with jokes through that.
Speaking of entertainment, tonight we got to monitor Beli-check, I assume, is doing the game. You may not be interested in that anymore since he's going to be a North Carolina Tar Heel. But
imagine if he goes there and wins.
The Simpsons.
Yes, that's right.
The Simpsons is doing this game.
That's why we're forced with this game, why we didn't get flexed out of it.
Oh.
Remember, because there was like talk with the Cowboys were 3-7, and
yeah,
since he was whatever they were, there was talk of flex in this game, but the NFL was like, no, too much work has gone in to the Simpsons alternate cast.
So you've paid attention to these alternate like cartoon casts before Nickelodeon, I think. How does it work?
So this will be, they all do them differently. Like on certain ones, it'll be you're watching the actual game, but then they'll have like just cut in pop-ins with like the cartoon characters on the screen, almost like the game is a green screen. Other times, like I know in the hockey one,
it's kind of weird that this is a Simpsons collaboration too, because these are different networks. This is ABC, Simpsons is Fox.
Yeah, it's Fox.
And then I think it's going on Disney Plus. So I'm like, why is Monday Night Football collaborating with the Simpsons.
We're just holding hands across the line. We're being bipartisan here. Is what
Did
we're
Disney
doing. But
buy the rights? To
It'll
the
be like
Simpsons?
Us and the Freak one day.
It's something where, like, I mean, on the hockey one with Big City Greens, when they did that on Disney Plus, they wouldn't show you the actual hockey game. They had the those chips, like in the puck and in the players and stuff like that they got real time, like, animated players on there. And so they did it as an animated game where they did that. So I don't know which way they're doing this one, if they're going to just show live game, but they've been really popular.
So they have the animated people simulate the play as it's happening?
So it's like, it's like they get the, you know how you can sometimes follow along with, well, I mean, it doesn't show it all the time, but Next Gen Stats, you know when Next Gen Stats will show you like the little X's and O's and then moving around, like, here's what just happened on the play. It's that same technology that then they have animated.
GPS, right?
Yeah, they have animated players with the GPS tracking acting out the play as it happens.
Okay.
In their shoulder pads or something.
So you can pay attention to that. Game picks and the 5 things RJ wants to see from Monday Night Football coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Mike McCarthy has more support. First, it was Jerry Jones with us saying it's not that crazy. Then Dak Prescott with Yahoo Sports. And now Micah Parsons is supporting Mike McCarthy. Quote, I would like a fair shot with everyone back, players, coaches, because the injuries kind of struck of what the season could really be. This is with Todd Archer, by the way. The injuries have been terrible. It really sucks seeing Zach D-Law not having the year I know he planned to have. He had such a great start. It really sucks. But in terms of coaching, me and Mike, the relationship has been really good. He always took real good care of me. I just don't know how the business side of it is going to go, you know? Jerry has his own mindset about who he wants to coach. This is his team. I'm kind of like just a pawn in this business. So that's Micah on McCarthy.
So Micah got hurt in week 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I am starting to get a real strange feeling. Like, I really am. And I wonder what Mike is saying this, you know, when he said, I like a chance when we're healthy. Because we look at it and we're like, well, they were healthy for the first 4 weeks, too.
Yeah, we really shut the door early on the whole football team because I believe we were just pissed off about the offseason.
Right.
And we're like, nah, same old, screw you. We didn't allow in our minds to be like, okay, if this team is back healthy, how close are they to the 12?
Right,
Baltimore and New Orleans were ugly, though. That was easy to feel bad about.
They were very ugly. They were what, 2-2 or 3-2. They were 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, like, a lot of these teams, because the way that the preseason is non-existent now, those first couple of weeks are. I mean, the Ravens started 0-2. Those first couple of weeks are like you're just trying to kind of figure things out, and when Micah goes out after the 4th game, which is like the old preseason, that's when teams would start to take off. I'm just getting a very strange feeling.
It sounds like a much stronger endorsement in the headline than I feel like when you see what he says. Like, I mean, it's definitely but when you're asked specifically, and this will be something that apparently we'll have the audio tomorrow, because it's going to air as an interview in Monday Night Countdown. So we'll be able to hear his tone and see how it sounds.
And Jerry at 8:30 tomorrow.
But the read itself
How did McCarthy, by the way, on Friday respond to the Dak support?
He didn't answer it.
Yeah, he had said, so obviously in his press conference, he had said, I haven't seen it yet. So then we're like, okay, I'm sure you've had time to talk to him now. And he was like, yeah, I haven't commented on my situation all year long. I'm not going to start now. It's just the standard line.
Didn't want to elaborate on what on his terms mean?
Nope. He just basically took the whole thing was because we were like, so have you gotten a chance to talk to him and got clarity about what that meant? And he was just like, he didn't even answer that part of it. He just blew that off, which is not surprising me. I kind of anticipated him doing that. But when the question is just, hey, this is I assume the way that it's framed here, that it was asked about what Dak had recently said. Do you feel the same? For him to then just say, I'd like a fair shot with everyone back. Players, coaches, all of us. We've had injuries happen. And then on the other side of that to go, me and Mike have a good relationship, but it's Jerry's call at the end. That doesn't sound like like what we heard from Dak a couple weeks ago. The Dak one sounds much more solid than this one does.
Yeah. Now, if you're looking for your standpoint, like if you want Mike gone, and and you're worried that player input would change this. They don't listen to the players when it comes to the curtains. They're certainly not going to do it when it comes to the coach.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, and nor do I need them to. I said, that's nice from Dak. Don't care what he says. Don't care about Micah Parsons either.
What's your percentage at now, though? Has this changed your percentage? Because we were all like under 5%.
Right.
Yeah, I still am.
This didn't change it at all?
Mm-mm.
Nothing. So
No.
what's your percent?
1.
1?
One that he returns.
It's not 0%, but it's 1.
I'm going to go 85-15.
Okay, so you're in the
15's a jump because I think you were 2% last week.
Yeah, I'm somewhere like around the 20%, 25. I was at 5%.
Yeah, and it's just making me... Jerry, the wild card, is my biggest reason. I don't think it's because of Dak and Micah. It's Jerry wild card and him doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Jerry looks at it and just says, we did have a lot of injuries. We're in a bit of a transition period here. And that's I don't think if he comes back, I don't think it's just like we'll throw another year on. You'll get one more shot. I think it's a 2-year deal if he comes back.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, I agree.
I think that it's
Can
something.
you imagine you don't get extended after 12-5 and you get extended
after 7 and 10.
After 7 and 10. That, I mean, again.
You can't sell that.
You can't. It's tough.
Storm the star.
You can't you can't sell that. Yeah, I mean January 6th will be around when the season ends. So no, that's something that like if they are genuinely afraid of apathy, you can't bring him back.
Mike Florio then thinks that Micah did not do himself any favors and certainly did not please his agent when he was asked about his next contract. Quote, "I'm Jerry's guy. I think, I know it's easier said than done. I'm not at the table, but that's my guy. We talk about it and how much we appreciate each side, but I know numbers talk. At the end of the day, whatever it takes for me to continue to be a Cowboy until I retire, that is what I want. I know it's going to be hard conversations and reality checks, but I think I'm a good enough caliber to be here. Does it matter to you to become the highest paid defensive player? Bosa is in San Fran at $34 a year. Micah's set to make $21 next year. He said, I don't know. It really just depends on the circumstances of who we are trying to get, who's trying to return. I look at it from a business side. If we're going to be aggressive and bringing in players to play next to me, you look at it. So this doesn't bode well for Dak Prescott and the way he went about his negotiation, because here's Micah saying, who else can we get? Who else can we bring in? How can I create the best foundation with guys who have helped me create a lot of success? And then the line that probably made his agent David Mulugheta cringe. He's like, what's the big difference between $30 million and $40 million in my eyes? Yankee fans wish Juan Soto.
Yeah, I thought the same way.
Felt the same way. He said, I feel like you see a lot of times highest paid, then we say we don't have weapons or they don't have this. So I'd rather just be in the best situation. Would your agent agree, Micah? My agent might be mad that I even said that. But for me, I've already been blessed enough, bro, where I can't complain too much in life. Micah Parsons with a great sit down with Todd Archer.
I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it that he's really going to take $10 million less than the market would pay him. I don't believe that. And I don't think that David would let him do that. Like honestly, that's one where.
But this is fantastic sounding to fans.
Sure. Yeah.
Perfect.
And it's one of those things where it's like, I was willing to take more. You can, if you're saying all these things and Dallas ends up paying you $40 million, well, that just sounds like Dallas wanted to reward you. Because nobody's sitting in those negotiations. Nobody knows if he's being a hard ass and driving a certain bargain or whatever else. And so it's nice to hear. And I don't blame him if he wants to go get 40. Like, go get all the money you can. But it's one where, I don't buy that he's going to say, well, let's do this. I'm sure that David Mulugheta will sit him down and go, let's look at what you're getting if you give them this $10 million back, realistically. And I'm sure he'll break down the roster and show him, this is what with this team specifically, this is what you're getting in return, which is nothing. They're not going to go do anything with that to help you.
I have nothing to add.
877-881-1053. Someone who did take all his money is Juan Soto. The breaking news last night, he leaves the Yankees for the Mets. Bobby Bonilla is trending because it turns out Juan Soto will have 5 years left on his deal when the Mets finally stop paying Bobby Bonilla.
20, 34 or whatever.
Yes. So all these little numbers and facts are funny. 15 for 765, and Yankee fans are not happy.
Yo, Juan Soto, listen up, man. This is your new home. This is your new home right here. Shut the up and don't complain. Look at this
hole. Look at this fucking shithole. Right across the street. Look at this fucking dump. Road fucking closed. You chose this piece of shit to be your home for the next 15 fucking years because you're a money-hungry fucking bitch. F you. F you. Every Yankee fan should burn you fucking jersey. F you on Soto. Suck fuck you too, Scott Morris.
So what, he go out to Queens?
Yeah, I mean, he may live there, right? It sucks. No one drives out to Queens if you don't have to. And, I mean, look, Queens is not... The Bronx is not exactly Palm Beach. I mean, it's, you know?
No, and when they pan, he's right, though. When he pans around and he goes, look at this.
Yeah, it looked like a dump.
That looked like...
it was bad. Yeah, that's like in D.C., Anacostia is an area where they built the Nats Park, and we're like, you don't go to Anacostia.
Like, you remember the gritty depictions of New York City and like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? How they made all of it look like a sewer. That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
It looked like a set from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Very Gotham-esque.
Another baseball incident that we have to play is John Heyman.
Holy cow.
Baseball insider that we've had on the station, we've had on the show. Did he end up blocking someone?
I'm blocked.
Yeah.
I've been blocked he blocked me 14 years ago.
How do you describe John Heyman? He seems a little like miserable, cantankerous.
He seems like he takes himself way too seriously. Like he's just a miserable, kind of just, I'm here, this is my career, what happened to my life kind of guy.
Peter Vesey with a lot of feelings that you can hurt very easily.
And what was the Aaron Judge incident with him?
Aaron Judge, he reported he said it looks to be the Giants for Arson Judge. He tried to type it fast and he tweeted Arson Judge, but he said looks like Arson Judge to the Giants.
Okay.
And then like an hour later he signed with the Yankees. It wasn't an hour later, but he signed with the Yankees. But people now like Giant fans bought jerseys with 99 says Arson Judge on it.
The first Yankee game I went to in New York when we were there for the Giants game, I walked in the door, there was a Yankees fan who had a Giants Arson Judge jersey on.
Yeah.
So Heyman goes on WFAN's night show the other day. Keith McPherson did not want to let John Heyman forget.
No regrets. It's like at some point, I think someone could probably drop it if they're a nice person.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being serious. Yeah.
John,
asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am
I'm
not
done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for joining
I can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank you,
I can't
John.
even believe it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time.
So what he's referring to, this host kept joking with him about his relationship with Boris, and he's like, how much money do you get from Scott? What's your cut?
Yeah.
And then that turned into a journalistic thing.
And he had I guess he said Arson Judge a lot in the thing too, and it
read like the host was being a little jackass.
It did, yeah, it did read like that. So, I mean, look, it's sort of like the host has got you're not gonna have a guy just do that. Like that's low class, right? You're trying to make a name for yourself, be a shock jock, but also John, like come on, man, like you just told the world you never played sports before. And that you never had friends as a kid, because there is no chance that you grew up playing sports and having friends, and that you're not able to take trash talk.
Can't even believe it.
Right? That's what it is. That's homeschool vibes. Sorry.
It's not. No, that's the exact thing. Like, Sean, you were talking about this last night. The idea of like when people think like you and I hate each other. So it's like, do you always think like, do you have siblings? Did you grow up an only child? Like, do you just not understand how that back and forth goes? It's the same sort of thing there. And and this is his history. Like he's not playful at all. Yeah. John Heyman isn't. He's super serious. He's emotional. He's got all these sensitive little feelings, and
he comes out in the loser in this. publicly. Like,
yes,
you know,
publicly, yeah.
especially
PR-wise.
on Twitter, where he accidentally screwed up another one.
So I didn't know Keith McPherson's black. I did not realize that.
Yeah.
And somebody tweeted, how many N-words did you drop after this? And John said like quite a few or something like that.
He replied and said quite a few when I got off the air.
Yeah, and they were like, John? And he was like, I thought he meant F-bombs.
Hey, look, to be fair, he thought an S was an A in another tweet.
Yeah,
so,
but
I mean, like...
come on, John. That's
bad.
Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Matt Rife at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Saturday, March 8th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We have a lot to get to, including me having to defend the city of Dallas against two people in this room. What a loaded best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Man, it kind of felt like all this started on Thursday with the Palmer's Hot Chicken broadcast with the KMC masterpiece.
Your weekend started on Thursday, yes.
It did. Man, stay away from those frosés. Holy. I don't know what he puts in those things, but my word, as your wife walked out with a gallon of them, all of a sudden I see a picture of my wife drinking frosés in the backseat of a car. Straws out of a gallon jug.
They got two straws into a gallon. I was kind of surprised Amanda posted. I was like, all right, go off.
Yeah,
That's
she
good.
was a little. She's like, I don't want anyone to think I'm driving around like this. They just in the parking lot.
It was not. Yeah, and it was Palmer was just like, he saw them. He's like, I got to take a picture. You guys got to pose with the straws. He's like, that's funny.
So then that was Thursday. And then we all just met up over the weekend for multiple events. We had a pregame for the company Christmas party. Thank you, Gavin Spittle.
Yeah.
Tower Club. Felt very important.
I had never been there. And
what'd you think? Golf simulators?
Golf simulator was great.
Open bar, sushi.
The elevator. That to me,
that was a fast elevator.
First of all, it was fast, and that that gets you like your heart moving. But the fact that you push the button for the floor you want outside the elevator, and then it tells you which letter to go to.
Yeah,
I was fast. I was like, oh, this is great. I'm gonna move here.
That's great. I've never had to like you're at the airport, like you got to change planes at BWI or like where it's like you get up on the elevator and it's like, all right, now you got to walk over here and take this elevator up because this one doesn't just go from the garage up.
But before that, we had a little pregame 3 hours beforehand, and for some of you, hour and a half beforehand because of your drive into Dallas.
I put the we left right around 2:50 ish, and I put the GPS to the place we're gonna go eat or drink, whatever. And I'm expecting 30-minute drive. It's a weekend, and I judge all traffic by when conditions are perfect. I don't take into account time of day. I just say, 30 minutes. 30 miles, 30 minutes.
Sure.
And I would be wrong. I would be wrong.
30 miles, 30 minutes. That's in my hometown.
Yeah.
10,000 people.
I would be wrong because this was an hour drive. It was an hour drive in the rain.
Nasty weather.
And it wasn't like it was like a downpour. It was just a solid, steady rain.
Yeah.
And it was, the traffic. And I come to downtown Dallas every day. And then it's never a problem, right? 5 a.m., no traffic. 10 a.m., we leave, no traffic.
Yeah.
Somehow, 3 o'clock on a Saturday, it's like the Olympics are in town.
The traffic coming in here when you get to when you get on towards like 75, when you got to take that exit to get off of here off of 35, it's always clear, of course, when we're coming in here. But weekends, I'm always stunned at how much 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, how backed up it is over there.
I'm gonna put the same thing on your car. On mine. I won't go east of 360 anymore, okay? You won't go west of 360. I'm not coming east.
Well, Pepe, I'd like to give you props and thank you for meeting on time.
Yes.
Pepe was there on the dot, like 2:59, scouting out the first bar, which I'll never go to that place again. Some new place Will Chambers sent. And I was looking up stuff, and I was like, we can't get a reservation. We weren't allowed to go inside and even wait. You know what? I actually want to get the name of this place so I can call them out. That's what I always like to do.
Local public eatery.
Yeah, it looked like it, but
looked big. I was like, dang, this place is big.
I know. An outdoor area, 3 hour wait, and we weren't allowed to like stand around the bar. and order drinks and wait. And Amanda's like, okay, you guys want to lose money? Go ahead.
Yeah, reservations only. You can only do reservations. I was following along with the whole thing with you guys texting, just being like, Peyton's like, well, they have some outdoor stuff, but we got to wait this long. If this is somewhere Will suggested, I'm guessing he likes a hostess there or something.
Yeah, he's like, I need some ladies.
Yeah, I gotta be. He was trying to get in the sphere of someone.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Well, and then they had the bouncer guy right there too. That was like, hey, keep the line moving, man. Keep it. I was like, I'm waiting for my spot. I'm waiting to talk to someone.
We basically got thrown out.
Yeah.
So way to go, Public Eatery. Congratulations. I wish the sushi place was still there, or Henderson Tap House next to it. So Peyton and I were there. You guys eventually showed up. We partied it up. Watched the offensive shootout between Texas, Georgia. Carson Beck get hurt.
Yeah.
And then we headed on over to the Spittle party.
And I got there late because apparently
you were late to that too.
If you have a car that's larger than an EV, you can't park it. They can't valet it. And I made the mistake of bringing the truck down. And I was like, never going to do that again. They parked it in like 3 lots away. They couldn't fit it.
Because you were saying that you're like, we all left at the same time. Chop, how did you get here 15 minutes after? It's around the corner basically.
Yeah.
Like, how did it take that long?
Yeah, and I was just sitting in the rain for my car for about 20 minutes, and then I don't read emails, so I had no idea where to go. I just put the place Tower Club in the GPS.
Yeah,
but I couldn't find the parking lot. So I called everybody, and nobody's phone was working.
But I kept trying to call you, and then I kept getting straight to voicemail after I missed your call.
Did you call me?
I called everybody, but I maybe I did because I was like, well, Sean's phone's on silent. It's not going to ring.
Right.
So I'm not going to bother.
Yeah. My worst of the weekend was blacking out. As my wife is like everyone yesterday. It's always a bad sign when everyone the next day is like, "How you feeling? How you doing? How you this? How you that?" I didn't. My wife's like, because I don't know. We were going around trying to find a post party bar afterwards, and that was a not fiasco, but that was a adventure.
Yeah.
And my wife's like, did you and Bobby did you drink something else at some point in time to send you over the edge? And I didn't eat at Spittle's party. That was my big mistake. I had a couple appetizers beforehand. I was pretty full off of that. Wife wanted to order a pizza. I was like, no, they're going to have food. I let someone get in my head about the sushi. Someone was like, the sushi kind of it's a little fishy smell. I know it's supposed to be fishy, but too fishy. And I didn't sit there. And I wanted to eat the salmon sushi, and I didn't eat it. And that was my big mistake. And then I gathered through everyone's emails and intel afterwards that I guess there were fireball shots to be had. And I'm pretty sure it's one of those things you don't want to look at your credit card the next day. I guess I got the fireball shots. I'm assuming.
You did.
And
both of them? And the buckets of beer.
Oh.
And I think the fireball shots set it over, Pepe. Is that what did it for you?
Yeah, it did. Because we're there, we got the buckets of beer, so I'm drinking beer, then I'm going liquor. Beer, liquor. I think that's what threw it off, at least for me.
Yeah.
I was
and the
naughty.
first place we pregame kept messing up our orders, so they kept bringing me and Peyton extra vodka drinks.
Right.
So he's getting a free vodka Red Bull. I'm getting a free vodka soda, and that just it was downhill.
It was a lot. It was a lot. But the fireball shots were great.
Yeah.
They were fantastic.
Here's how bad it was for you. I was going to pull my phone out and record you.
I was worried about that.
And I was like, nobody wants to hear this back.
If we had this is not as bad as he was in New York at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I could tell your teeth were going to be loose the next.
I just can't speak. I can't formulate words.
Right. It was very Lou Holtz.
It's I'm trying to get the words out, and I can't do it. I just got up yesterday morning and I was like, give me the Cheetos. Like I need to eat Cheetos. I need I need a Mountain Dew and Cheetos. That's the way I was feeling, but I don't regret it. This is what happens when you have young children.
Yeah.
And you don't get out.
Let go.
Every time I go out, I'm going to rage. Yep. And if I black out, if I black out twice or 3 times in a month, I'm worried. If I go out every once in a while and I lose, I remember everything until, basically the post bars. I don't know how many we ended up at.
Do you remember the first one we walked into?
I mean, I don't. I just remember going from bar to bar to bar.
Yeah, up the stairs.
I'm going to say, because it wasn't like a bad experience. We're just like, okay, it's full. They don't have any. So we walked over to the Jewel, and we walked downstairs to that bar. And I was like, I do not like this energy at all. Because it was a full bar, and we walked down there. and there's no music playing and nobody's talking. And we're talking walking down the steps. And so we turn this corner and we step down there and everyone in this bar just looks at us like, what are you doing here? And I was like, I feel like we've stumbled onto some sort of weird key party.
Well, none of us ever go downtown.
Yeah,
so it's not like we didn't know a bar to go to.
Yeah, I had no idea.
We just assume like there's going to be bars around here.
I can't tell you. Like, I don't think I've ever gone out down in that area.
Yeah, but Pepe loved it. Pepe wrote in his email, oh my God, I went out in Dallas at pregame and had the event and then the postgame. And then he went home and ate Taco Bell.
Oh, dude,
that's what I would have killed for.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I needed.
That was so good. Because we had left the bars, around 9:30 or so we got back to my place at 10:30, but we got Taco Bell, me and Mackenzie did, and she took my keys around 8:30. I think before we left Spittle's place, she was like, just give me your keys. I already know what's going to happen. We're bar hopping now. So.
Other fill in the blanks from best and worst of the weekend.
Well, and really quickly, I don't know if you remember this. He was very upset at the last bar because he Taco Bell was his second choice. He was very furious when he realized Jimmy John's was closed and he couldn't order it to the bar.
No, I don't remember that.
Jimmy John's was right down the street.
I got to get Jimmy John's.
What would you have ordered?
Oh, the country sub, number 11.
What is it?
Oh, it's got it's ham, turkey, provolone. I think maybe they throw bacon on there now. You can ask for bacon, but because at UNT on Fry Street, we had a Jimmy John's as well, and it was open till 2 or 3 a.m. because of the bars are right there.
Yeah.
So I just assumed, okay, it's on a bar street, in downtown Dallas. Jimmy John's would have been open, but it wasn't.
Kristen last night, she got Jimmy John's after Sandler's thing.
Oh.
And she was buzzing pretty hard at that point.
Yeah.
And she was like, she walked out to the car and she was like, was that Peyton who was talking about that the other night? And I was like, yeah. She's like, he was right. Like Jimmy John's, Jimmy John's after some drinks is so good. Oh my gosh, I love this.
I just like getting it. I like when everyone's together. I don't care about spending some money on that, but getting as many people as possible for the post party. Even though the bar scene kind of felt lame walking around and stuff, I like everyone getting together like that.
I'll tell you what the worst of the weekend is. I'm depressed.
Yeah,
why?
I'm depressed. At least I was told that. So I was watching TV at the end of last week, and Kristen walks up and she goes, she's like, "Why are you so depressed?" I was like, "What do you mean? I'm not depressed. What do you mean?" And she gestures to the TV. I was watching a documentary about lions.
You need the drop that Spittle banned.
And I love big cat documentaries. They're great.
Yeah.
Like Sean and I were talking about. He's
Love
watched
them.
all of them. They're
Love
fascinating.
Love them. I can't get enough of them.
Americas.
The lion.
Wow, that's good.
And so, it's one of those where that's my escape. Sports is work. So, that's one of the escapes I have. I love watching those documentaries.
Yeah.
But she goes, you always watch animal documentaries when you're depressed. I was like, what? And she's usually great at being able to know when I'm concealing if I'm angry about something or upset. She's usually good at figuring out what those tells are. I had no idea big cat documentaries was one where it's like, oh gosh, he's watching that. He must just be devastated right now.
Color me depressed then.
The only thing I can
BetterHelp.com/Puma.
/ big cats. The only thing I can think is that I watch them a lot during the football season. Football season is going to be when I'm more stressed because of everything that we're doing, everything that's going on. And so I guess those have tied together typically, but usually it's just, oh, this is my escape from all the football stuff is I'm going to watch this.
Yeah.
But she saw I was watching it and just defaulted to, you're depressed. What's wrong? I was like, nothing. She's like, just tell me what's wrong. Stop saying nothing's wrong. I'm like, I'm watching a documentary. I like it.
I can't get enough of them. I don't even want to watch the water ones. I don't care about the whales.
No, Blue Planet? Not in. No,
it's
Planet Earth, baby.
It's the big cat ones. The others are kind of interesting, but the big cat ones lions, tigers, any of them, they're fascinating.
It's just a sign of aging. It's not a sign of depression.
Yeah,
it's just aging.
All right, we have more to get to. We'll finish up best and worst of the weekend at 8:20, but we do have a game tonight. 5 things RJ wants to see from the Cowboys and official picks for boys Bengals next on 105.3 The Fan.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Cowboys game day here with Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who will be in Arlington. We got Peyton and Caitlin live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Cowboys, Bengals, pregame, play-by-play, and the post on this radio station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's get the official picks in. Who's starting to believe? That's what I want to know. Who thinks the Cowboys can actually get involved in a shootout and participate? That's my key question for this game. Is the Bengals defense really that bad? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line for the official predictions. First, RJ Choppy with the 5 things you want to see.
Number 1, let Rico cook. Let Rico cook. Been very good the last couple of games. Him running the ball leads to number 2, which is keep Joe Burrow off the field. You want to limit this thing to about 8 possessions. If you can get Cincinnati just to have 8 possessions with Burrow, you get yourself a good chance. Maybe even number 3, play the college 3-3-5 defense.
By the way, for Rico, the 85-yard mark seems to be the difference maker, according to Nick Eatman. He has 3 games over 85 yards this year. The Cowboys are 3-0, including a season-high $112 against the Giants. Also rushed for 86 yards 2 weeks ago against Washington, and 87 in a win over the Steelers.
All right. So play that little 3-3-5 defense, but something not really, but something to keep shells on all these receivers. Turpin. You get him a TD, Cowboys win. If he doesn't, the Cowboys lose. Seems to me when they're going to win these games, Turpin's going to find a way on maybe give him the 3rd slant route of the year.
That'd be nice.
And then finally, got to score in 5 possessions. Need to see him score in 5 possessions. I don't see anyone beating Cincinnati scoring less than about 24 points this year. I know it's happened, but let's not try to make it happen.
Cowboys and Bengals are tied for 26 in the NFL for most points allowed, each averaging 28 points per game for their defense. And since these last 3 games, they've scored 99 points overall. They've lost all 3. They scored 99. They've given up 113. DallasCowboys.com with some of the preview notes.
Yeah, it is not a great defense at all over there. And I mean, they will give up a ton. And that's something we saw that Pittsburgh offense. Obviously, it was with Justin Fields, not Russell Wilson. But even since Russell Wilson's come back, we've not seen that offense looked that dynamic until they got across from Cincinnati. And it's realistically a pick six away from being even uglier, where Pittsburgh was potentially going to score on even that drive. You're talking about another 10 to 14 point swing there. But their defense is just absolutely terrible. And so I have a tough time seeing Dallas even take advantage of some of those things whenever they're presented to them, because they clearly want to protect. All right, let's not get Cooper Rush lit up. Let's not get him hit. We've got to get the ball out quickly. We don't know how long we can protect for. So I don't know how much they can take advantage of some things that they're really susceptible with. They'll give it a shot, but I still think this is one that is probably going to go Cincinnati's way, and everybody's going to come back down to earth after this one.
Official predictions. Did you put this in Degenerate?
I did not. Yeah, I did not. I don't like the number.
Which one?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the
spread or over under?
The spread. Yeah, I don't like the spread. Over under. I mean, I don't know what Cowboys offense is going to show up. That's the thing. You know, when you have a backup quarterback, I just generally don't like to bet on teams that have backups. So I kind of I'm not going to bet on the Cowboys, but I might take the Cincinnati team total over. I haven't looked that deep into it. That might be way to go, but I think Cincy wins this one 28-21, 28-24, something like that. They're not going to be able to stop, I don't believe, Burrow enough to keep up.
Bob?
Yeah, I got Cincinnati 28-24. It's one where I think they are going to try to, like Choppy said, they're going to try to limit possessions. They're going to try and shorten the game a little bit, and that'll mean leaning into the run game, which I think they can have some success against Cincinnati, but the way to put up points and hang with them is to attack through the air. And I don't know that Dallas is going to do enough of that consistently. Cincinnati has 2 games this year against Baltimore and then last week against Pittsburgh, where they gave up more yards in those games than the Cowboys have given up in any game this year. They gave up 520 yards of offense in those 2. They will let you throw the ball on them and run on them if you're willing to do it. If you're willing to try and take shots downfield and not be terrified of their pass rush and Trey Hendrickson, you can throw on them. I just don't know.
Who's their second and third best player on defense?
Terrence Newman.
No, Terrence Newman. No, I mean, honestly,
Cheeto.
Like, Von Bell is, I still think, a decent player. He's somebody who has been good in the past. Sam Hubbard's had a bad year. He hasn't been like what he normally is. But, I mean, you're probably looking at, it's probably somebody like Von Bell, their safety, or maybe Jermaine Pratt, one of the linebackers. Like, I mean, that's about it. They're not good. It's Hendrickson is kind of their defense.
Pepe?
Well, first off, on the fan text, 877-881-1053, it's more Cincinnati than Dallas, but you know it's high scoring, if anything. 817, Cincinnati wins 48-37. 425 says Dallas wins 38-35. I have the Bengals winning by 10, 34-24. I don't care about the crappy Bengals defense. Their offense is too much for the Cowboys defense.
I guess I'm kind of different and unique with comparing to y'all's picks. I love the 5.5 point spread if you can get it.
From Cincy standpoint or Cowboys?
That would ruin the drama of my pick I'm about to make. And I do not believe that the Cowboys can keep up scoring wise. Cincy by about 13 in this game, 33-20. Unless the way I'll be wrong is coming in here tomorrow and saying, holy crap, the Bengals defense is as bad as everyone said. I'm not watching Bengals defensive tape. Are they that horrific? Like, they'd have to be that bad for the Cowboys to keep up in a shootout. I don't think that can happen. So I got Cincy with the points easily, and I do not have the Cowboys keeping pace offensively. I don't know why all of a sudden we would think that they're capable of that. 33-20 Bengals, and we all come back to reality a little bit.
I mean, look, if they find a way to win this game, I mean, they're still not going to make the playoffs, but you know that would be a pretty, like, from the Cowboys standpoint and McCarthy's, that'd be a pretty nice 3-game little surge.
Cincy, Panthers, Bucks. As you said yesterday, we don't know what the hell Tampa's going to give.
Nope.
Carolina's
tough.
They're playing better, but they still stink. I mean, if you get this one, you could see the possibility of a 5-game streak.
Yeah, they'll be 500.
Starting to believe over there.
No, I'm not believing. I hate that they would have a 5-game streak. Like, just stop. But I'm saying from their standpoint of argument, before you get Philly and Washington to close out the year.
Yeah, they'll be 8-7.
No, I'm believing in nothing.
To Philadelphia.
I mean, I would imagine, not to spoil too much drama, I haven't watched all the tape yet. I imagine I'm picking Carolina next week. Like, so I mean, that's things that I still think that there's going to be there's going to be I think everybody's going to come back down to earth a little bit over the next couple weeks, and it's going to be like, okay,
we need reality, okay? Like, we need a good, clear mirror, not cracks, not it needs wiping down. We need reality, and all this crap of this 2-game winning streak, and whatever's dancing in Jerry's head, this isn't helping. This is not helpful, and neither is moving down the draft board.
Yeah,
like, I'm here to bring us back to misery, short-term misery for off-season fun.
Now, real quick, if you think the Cowboys, so the Cowboys are a 5.5-point dog in this one.
Yeah,
but
run and take Cincy. I'm telling you,
Cincy's. If you go look at their team total, like with the over/under on the team total, Cincy's is 27.5. The Cowboys are just 20.5. So the team total's got a 7-point differential, but the spread's only 5.5. There's some wiggle room. I don't know. And I'll tell you this: the Cowboys over is a heavy favorite, over 20.5. It's minus 145. It's a pretty decent favorite.
You can get alternate line over on Bovada, Sean. If you want Bengals -8, you can get them for plus 140.
Okay.
Scary quote here from Jake Ferguson, who has missed the previous 2 games with a concussion. Doing much better now, but listen to this, y'all. The first 2 days were bad. I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't find my water bottle. I started crying. I hadn't cried like that since my dog died in middle school. I stopped and I was like, what the heck is wrong with me? I came in here and they were like, yeah, that'll happen. Talking to the doctors, they were like, your brain is not healthy right now. It's doing everything it can to get that right. It's emotions. It's all this stuff. That's when I was really like, I need to take this serious and really trust our guys, trust what the doctors are telling me. I'm so happy to be back and ready to go.
That's very scary.
See, I don't know how you go from a week ago crying in the middle of the night about finding a water bottle to be like, yeah, he can
I'm
play.
excited. I'm so happy.
And it's like, this is one of these ones where if you want to organically put him on the shelf, just say we're shutting him down for the year, just because this was it was a bad concussion, and
I hope this doesn't scar him.
No, I mean you hear about guys who get, we talked about that with Gallup, like Gallup after his knee injury. It wasn't a head injury, but after Gallup's knee injury, he lost trust in his ability to cut, and he lost trust in that knee, and it sounds like he's doing better. He sounds confident in it, but I mean, this was like the next day when we interviewed Jerry after he got the concussion, and Jerry had said something like, I've got some concern there, or said something, like the way he talked about it was like, you could tell that was not just he'll be through protocol and he'll be back next week. You knew that wasn't going to happen.
877-881-1053 for your Cowboys Bengals picks with the pregame today, play-by-play and postgame on your home of America's team. There was another Cowboys story that went viral over the weekend. I don't know whether this guy was secretly recording Arch Manning, but Archie went up to Archie at some restaurant or public setting and asked Archie where he would like young Arch to play in the league.
What do you want him to go NFL-wise?
I hope he'll play 3 years in Texas.
Okay.
I hope he'll play 3 more years.
Good. 3 years in Texas.
But, it's funny. Nobody's ever asked me that. Right off the bat, if somebody asked me, I'd say Cowboys.
All right, so then everyone went crazy. Oh my God, Archie wants him to play the Cowboys, blah, blah, blah. Just roll my eyes.
Well, it'll match up right with the contracts.
Oh, with Dak?
Not quite. Not quite. He would still be sitting on the bench for a couple years probably. Yeah. With the contract,
because he's going to do 2 more at Texas. Or Arch said.
No, he said did he say he wants him to stay there 3 years period or 3 more? I thought he said 3 years period. So he wants him to stay till
next year.
That's all you have to stay there for 3 years anyway. So that would be next year.
Bob, you'd like to dunk a little bit?
I'd like to dunk a lot.
Be Ja Morant here?
I'd like to dunk a lot. This is something where Mike McCarthy on Saturday, and this is something that while we were out at pre-gaming, I had not seen this comment come through until after we had left the party. But Mike McCarthy had mentioned on Saturday during his press conference, because of everything staggered, that had Chuma Edoga not gotten hurt, that he would have been the starting left tackle in week 1 over Tyler Guyton, which is something that we talked about on this show all the way back in May, I think. We talked right after he got picked.
Yeah.
When somebody said they said I had the hot mic when I said I wonder if he starts this year.
Yeah.
Which I said it the next morning into an open mic with no problem. That was the thing that the thought you were getting out of the Cowboys this offseason was Mike is not, with their jobs on the line, Mike is not starting a left tackle that's a rookie. He doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
And he wasn't going to do that. He was going to start Udoka until Udoka got hurt, and he has no other option than, okay, I guess we're starting a rookie. I guess that's what we're doing here. So this is one where we had a lot of people on Twitter and on the fan text and everywhere else that were trying to say, made up, Guyton starting the whole way. You guys were making up this fake Chume Udoka controversy and competition. And McCarthy went in and said, no, if he was healthy, he would have started this one. So that's what I'm doing. I'm bringing it back. I'm Gronk spiking it. I'm finding everybody's Twitter. I'm tagging them in it. I let the Amari Cooper thing go a couple years ago when everybody was trying to say I was hot taking it. Not this one. I already tagged one guy. He came back and was like, all right, I apologize. You were right.
Whoa!
So I was like, all right, cool. We're going to go back there. We're going to do this separate. I'm going to be petty as hell this week on Twitter.
I support it. Petty for life. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Did they get it right in Grapevine? RJ Choppy with a college football playoff kegger next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They throw a short one to Scattaboo to the far side. He's got a first down, and he's going to go for another touchdown. Cam Scattaboo takes it all the way in to complete a 33-yard scoring play. Scattaboo's third touchdown of the day.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Trident's up for Arizona State. Is that what they call it? The Trident? That's their hand
it's
sign.
Forks up, isn't it?
Forks up, whatever. That's Trident.
Yeah, not
forks.
Trident. That's isn't that Little Mermaid?
Isn't the Devil's thing? Whatever. Forks up for Arizona State and their head coach Kenny Dillingham, who we love. We absolutely love him, and it's gonna be fascinating now to see what happens at that program because he's an ASU alum, and the goal as a college program, when you're not like Alabama or whatever, is to find an alum who's a great coach who views your job as the end all be all. And now they may have found that guy. Like if he doesn't want to go, he's like, hey, look, I'm an Arizona State alum. This is my number one job. This is my dream job. If that's the case, they have found a guy for the next 20 years or however long. Because they have made the college football playoff in a year no one expected them to. Cam Scattaboo was a monster. I was going to feel bad for anybody who had to face them in the first round. Because at the time it was like, all right, SMU's probably going to get the bye, not them, but SMU losing gives them the bye now. So now it's like, okay, you're not probably going to fare as well against Texas as I thought you would have maybe against a Notre Dame or something.
The final rankings: Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Texas 3, Penn State 4. This is the final CFP top 25 rankings. Notre Dame 5, Ohio State 6, Tennessee 7, Indiana 8, Boise State 9, SMU 10, Bama 11, Arizona State 12, Miami 13, Ole Miss 14. Now, how does it match up in terms of who's going to face each other? Well, we already talked about it, right?
Clemson, Texas.
So
Clemson, Texas is one of the games. We'll do it in the order. So Friday. So the games start December 20th, so that's next Friday. That's going to be 7 o'clock, ABC. It'll be Indiana and Notre Dame. in South Bend. 3 games on Saturday. Now, 2 of them are being moved to TNT. And the reason for that is because the NFL plays on that Saturday.
And by the way, Notre Dame, I believe in that game right now, is minus 8.5.
I got it just now at 7.5.
Okay.
But yes, I've seen it elsewhere at 8.5.
The spreads I have: Texas, Clemson minus 14.5, Ohio State minus 6 against your Vols, Penn State minus 9 against SMU. That was as of yesterday.
Okay, so right now Texas is 11.
Wow.
And I took that.
Oh yeah.
So what happens on Saturday is the NFL plays a noon and a 3 o'clock game, and ABC didn't want to go up against that. And so ABC, they just gave these games to TNT. This was part of that.
Inside the NBA swap?
I think it may have been part of there, or there was something that happened along the way. So at 11 a.m., it's going to be SMU at Penn State. And
how do you feel about that as a matchup?
Good.
Penn State's. James Franklin's would be so upset because they don't have a whiteout shit. Like they don't have the night game. They wanted a night game at Penn State.
Yeah, because it's an 11 o'clock Central or whatever. Yeah, no, this is a good matchup for Penn State, or this is a good matchup for SMU, where I don't think SMU could have played as well against Ohio State. I don't think they would have fared as well against Texas. Penn State's a good matchup for them to potentially upset.
I would have liked Notre Dame better for SMU to go up against. Penn State's good. They're going to have the best player in the field. Their tight end is, but probably is tight end.
Yeah, he'll be a first round pick.
Yeah,
but to me, I don't trust Drew Aller in big games. I just don't.
Or their coach. They have a coaching advantage. SMU is going to have a distinct coaching advantage in this one.
So I like the matchup for SMU. I think Notre Dame would have given them problems defensively. It just would have been an issue for them.
11 a.m., SMU at Penn State. 3 o'clock, Clemson at Texas. And then at 7 o'clock, the night game, Tennessee at Ohio State.
Woo! You trying to go to that?
I would like to. I think, do I have the kids? No, I don't have the kids that weekend. So I would like to go. That'd be nice.
What's the Cowboys schedule?
I don't know.
They play Sunday night that night.
Oh, perfect.
Are you going to be here that Monday morning then, Peyton?
Did I take that day off? I did.
You said there was one left. That means there's 2, actually.
One after this one, Bobby. You know the schedule. Come on.
Nothing triggers Bobby more.
Yeah,
Peyton will be out tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he will. Of course he will. So that's the
sitting at home eating
slate.
Country sandwiches.
The winner of Texas Clemson gets Arizona State. The winner of Ohio State Tennessee gets Oregon.
Ooh.
The winner of SMU Penn State gets Boise State, and the winner of Indiana Notre Dame gets Georgia. The problem here is Oregon, the number 1 seed, and they're going to fix this. Okay, this is year 1. They're going to fix this next year. My suspicion is next year you don't get automatic buys for conference champs. It's just going to go ranking, because you're going to have the 11th seed as the 4 seed or whatever, so it's they're not going to do that. But also, I do think they're going to reseed this. The NCAA is obsessed with brackets. There's no way Oregon should get a really tough matchup. Penn State's road to the semifinals is easier than Oregon's, and Oregon just beat them.
So in the left bracket, on the left side of the bracket, the teams there are Oregon, Arizona State, Texas, Clemson, Ohio State, Tennessee. This is how tough Oregon's road is. Texas is the betting favorite to make it out of the left bracket as the 5 seed. They've got better odds to make it out of there right now than Oregon does as the 1, because it sets up really beneficial.
Oregon also has Texas is almost guaranteed to be in the Final Four. Oregon, they're going to be a favorite over Ohio State or Tennessee.
Yeah.
But it's a much tougher matchup than Texas would have to go
100%.
So it's just, is it fair? No, but you're going to, as Dan Lanning said yesterday, you had to beat somebody good anyway to win this thing.
It's really Michigan's fault.
It really is.
It's Michigan's fault that Ohio State fell down there, and now Oregon will have to deal with that if they beat you guys.
Because if Michigan had if Ohio State beat Michigan, first off, Ohio State would have played Oregon in the conference championship game. And as we saw yesterday, the number 1 takeaway from the committee is they made it clear, and we'll see what they do next year if they change their philosophies. They made it clear, if you played in the conference championship game, you did get a good bump. SMU, Texas, and Penn State all finished above the projections of everybody yesterday by 1 spot. They all finished above. So we'll see if the next year they do the same thing.
Do we think it's dumb that Arizona State and Boise State get the buys?
Well, yeah, because
as the 9 and 12 seed.
Arizona State is going to be an underdog to Texas when they play 'em. Probably by at least a touchdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because again, it's the way this sets up is because Texas doesn't get the bye. Texas gets an on-campus game. Like they get to play their game, and then meanwhile,
and by the way, the value for the on-campus game they figured out about $10 million.
Arizona State, on the other hand, is having to travel further to Georgia for the Peach Bowl for their game against Texas.
And Georgia, Kirby went viral afterwards. Greg Sankey's the SEC commissioner. He's standing to the side with the trophy presentation as Kirby Smart was talking after the win.
You get the first round bye. What does that mean for you?
Well, it means rest for a team that Greg Sankey and his staff sit on the road all year long. We get to take a little bit of break and get ready for college football playoff. This team needs some rest mentally, need a little time off.
And the camera pans over to Sankey, and David Hellman tweets. Dave is really good college football follow on Twitter. He's like, man, I didn't think anyone could be as desperate as Saban to make up crap to get butthurt about, but Kirby Smart is in the Petty Hall of Fame. I'm paraphrasing what Hellman said.
And look,
Kirby's bitching about something every week.
Yeah, and I mean, Greg Sankey's not making the schedule. He's not sitting here writing things down. It's pretty normal. Like odd number of years. So I'll just use Tennessee for example. We play mostly home games on even years, and on odd years we're almost always on the road. We play Florida on the road, Bama on the road, in odd years, but Georgia at home on even years. It's the way it's been since time immemorial.
I'm curious if either of you feel like, we always talk about in the NFL, you win a certain way in the regular season, then it changes in the playoffs, or like baseball, like this changes in the playoffs. Do you think any of that dynamic is going to exist with this, like with the college football playoff now? Like, do you think play styles change? Because previously when it's been 4 teams, it's not the same.
Right.
You got I wonder if does Texas's style play better knowing they got to play 4 games potentially the rest of the way or whatever?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, you're going to have to win maybe in different types of ways. I mean, like, for example, SMU going to Penn State, it might be snowing.
But I wonder, is coaching going to be a bigger advantage in the modern CFP than it previously was? Or is quarterback play, I wonder if we're just going to see something rise to the top of hey, that's going to be an identifier that in future years we're going to say, if you've got that, even if you're a lower seed, you've got an advantage when we get in here.
Perhaps. I mean, styles make fights, and SMU is going to have to. They're going to have to run the ball at Penn State
College
in that weather.
Football Kegger playoff edition here on 105.3 The Fan.
So that was the big question yesterday: was SMU or Alabama, and that was the big question for the committee. And it was 2 things. One, if you choose Bama, you essentially tell the world that conference championship games are meaningless and they need to go away. And also it tells that you can play down to your competition, sleepwalk through games, and that doesn't matter, that the results don't matter. Also, if you choose SMU, you may never see a tough non-conference schedule again. They're not rewarding you for difficult scheduling. Bama played a schedule whose opponents had a 640 winning percentage, where SMU's were 525. That's not small, but it was an impossible situation.
Bama's now coming out their AD saying we have to reassess how we schedule now.
Oh yeah, and
because you can get out of the SEC, just snap your fingers.
You can't get out. Your 8 games are your 8 games. Alabama is still they're playing Tennessee every year, and they're playing Auburn every year. Like that's their rivalry games, right? Yeah. They're playing them every year. You might skip a Georgia, you might miss a Texas, but they're going to have the same schedule they had last year in conference.
You mentioned David Hellman's a great follow on Twitter. He had
college follow, not
college
general.
Yeah, sure. He had the best take on this. I thought he said, "Why on earth are we talking about incentivizing scheduling in regard to a Bama team that scheduled 3 cupcakes in a Wisconsin program that hasn't won 10 games since before COVID? They lost to bad teams from their own league. Find a new take." That's what it is. They
lost to
they did this to themselves.
Yeah, they did. Look, this is my take in college football has always been the same. It's been the same for years. The moment you lose a game, you can't complain.
That was Saban's take yesterday, too.
Yeah, you just can't complain. Like, if you have 1 loss, 2 losses, SMU could not have complained if they missed. They lost. Alabama can't complain that they missed. I mean, they lost at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You can't complain. Like, you want to say that you deserve it more? Fine. That's all part of this whole thing. But the moment you lose a game, you
lose
can't
control.
complain. You lose control.
The betting favorite, by the way, for what the final will be is a 3-peat. We're going to get the third game of Georgia-Texas is allegedly what the Vegas favorite is right now.
It feels wide open.
I mean, it does. Oregon's really good, but Oregon hasn't really been tested since the Ohio State game, and that was really their only tough matchup.
If you guys had
Penn State played them well the other day.
Yeah, they did.
If you guys had legit stud quarterback play, you'd be the favorite.
Yeah,
but now
if I could trust Quinn, that's the problem. I would, like I said, I would go with roll with Arch. I would do that at this point.
Peyton?
Yeah, I can't trust Quinn at all. I mean, the only reason Texas is here at this point that they stayed competitive with Georgia is because of the defense. That's how they're going to win a national championship.
And look at the Georgia's quarterback. How are they going to three-peat with Carson back hurt and then the backup provided the boost?
John Stockton's kid or whatever.
Is it?
No, it's not John Stockton's kid.
I didn't see him.
But he played well. He played well in that game. I mean, he's a tough kid. That shot he took at the end where he got rolled.
That was
I know what shot it wasn't if it was Stockton's kid.
But he
877-881-1053.
He had that awful Neil O'Donnell interception though late. That one where that he just threw to there was nobody over there but Texas defenders. I have no idea what he was doing there.
Would you take Mike McCarthy over your dream head coach? The answer might surprise you. That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Cowboys Game Day 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Your dream coach might actually be your nightmare. Let's talk about it.
This part of the night I do remember. I was blown away by this exercise. I do not remember your straw trick, though.
Oh, the straw trick was so good.
Ow.
It's the, yeah, I know, that's exactly what it sounded like. I didn't have any flexible straws. I only had the straight one, so I had to borrow a lighter at first and actually melted off the plastic, which wasn't good. And then I had to do it again. But basically, it's just you turn it into a bendy straw, put it in the beer bottle, throw it back, it creates airflow. You can chug a beer from a bottle in like 2 seconds.
Huh. I've done
Peyton
the
was very
thing where you got to
impressed.
like swirl it, make a volcano or a tornado or whatever, and then
Yeah, it doesn't come out nearly as quick as it does with the little straw. Peyton was genuinely impressed, I think. Right, Peyton?
Yeah, I was like, no way you're doing this in less than 5 seconds. I think it was like 4. It was really impressive.
It was pretty quick. So, but we're going to talk about coaching scenarios here in Below the Belt, presented by #1 Air.
Micah Parsons, the latest one to endorse Mike McCarthy's return.
He won't like this one. But this will be something where we can go through this exercise and see. I'm going to basically just give you guys criteria. And basically, this is a branching questionnaire, which means depending on what your answer is, the next question changes. And so we're basically going to fill this out and find out, based on your attributes that you have, I have 47 potential names that you could end up with here, depending on how you answer. So once we get to this and say...
Bobby's family's loss is our game.
He
He comes up with stuff like this. And you were up at 1 a.m. doing something on Instagram with songs or something.
Well,
what were you doing?
Do you remember we were like...
Thank God you're good today. Otherwise, I was set to come in and
I
blame that.
knew you were. I was ready for you to be. I'll tell you what, when I woke up this morning, at first I thought it was the weekend. And I was like, should I go back to bed? And it was like, nope, wake up. You're supposed to be up. But no, that was because we were about to entertain people last night. So I was like... And that kept me up a little later than I intended. That's what that was.
That kept you up till 1?
Yeah. So I got about 3 hours.
You don't need to take an Adderall for a function like that.
No, but I was feeling sleepy. And so I was like, all right, I got to be alert. People paid to sit here and talk with us. I need to be alert now. All right, so this is...
douchey thing to say.
I'm going to run through now this list. And so we'll get these questions. And at the end of it, we'll say, based on all these descriptions, this is the exact type of coach you want. And is that somebody better than Mike McCarthy? Because I think a lot of these names on this list, you're not going to want that person over Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
And so we'll go through it. So we're going to start with you, Sean. Do you want an offensive or a defensive coach?
I would prefer an offensive coach.
Okay, so we're going to go offense now. So once you've got
But I don't care really. I don't care what their expertise is on the side of the ball. I need someone to hire the right person. Dan Campbell hired Ben Johnson. So I don't need to have the expertise unless it's Sean Payton who's going to call the plays and totally be in charge of it himself. I'd slightly prefer offense.
Then I think I already know your answer to this next one. Do you want the CEO head coach or do you want the X's and O's type of head coach?
If he's a brilliant X's and O's guy, I'll take that, but overall, CEO.
So CEO is the one that you'll lean towards. So you want an offensive CEO head coach. Okay, so do you want a guy who has previous NFL head coaching experience, somebody who is the, hot shot coordinator who's looking for his first break, current college head coach, or just shake up the system, give me something completely outside the box, give me the candidate who is not like being discussed at all in these job interviews?
I don't have a significant preference. I'm cool with someone who has skins on the wall. I'm cool if it's some new cool hot shot. I'm staying away from college. I'm ruling that out. I'll probably lean towards the veteran, but Sean McVay, that type of new, young, hot name would be fun as well. I'll probably lean towards vet.
Vet. Okay, so we've got previous coaching experience. So now this is where we get down to. Do you want somebody who has gone through coaching rehab and, with somebody who is a big name candidate, star shine had fallen off of them, they ended up going through their coaching rehab, Super Bowl winner, a former rising star who maybe didn't get a fair shake at their previous jobs, or a boomer bust candidate?
Probably the third one.
Okay, so you want the former rising star who didn't get a fair shake necessarily at previous jobs. You want Frank Reich. Would you take Frank Reich or Mike McCarthy?
Mike McCarthy.
And that's the thing, is that like based on all those, and you obviously had a couple different things where it's like, I could go this way or that was, so it's not, but just based off of like the inclination, when you go down the resume, it's like, okay, well, all those things, it does fit Frank Reich. Frank Reich, a guy who is offensive-minded head coach, has shown himself to be a good CEO who could hire good assistant coaches and have
I don't think
success
he
there.
got unfair shakes, though.
So the general thought, I think out of all these ones that are on this list that you would see, you would say, all right, you're talking about a guy who had success in Indy. It went bad for about a year and they fired him. Then he went to Carolina, which was a dumpster fire, and he got fired before his first year was up.
Okay.
And so I think a lot of people are just like, okay,
I forgot he was even in Carolina.
And that's the thing. Is it like, is he that bad of a coach, or is it like you were basically judged off 2 years that didn't feel completely fair? So Frank, but that's, you end up saying, I think I'd rather keep Mike McCarthy at that point.
All right, do choppy.
Offense or defense.
This is fun. You need to figure out a way to get this online.
I've got a calculator. We're going to try and get it on this week.
Yeah,
so
don't put it on your own website, not the fan website.
Offense.
Okay. CEO or X's and O's?
I don't care, but I have a guy in mind that I want. That I'm trying to.
You're trying to
manipulate this. I'm trying to manipulate this. So let's do X's and O's.
Okay. Previous NFL head coaching experience, hotshot coordinator, college head coach, or shake up the system?
I do not want a previous head coach. I want to drain the swamp. I want to drain the swamp. I want to drain the swamp. Give me the. I want the next.
The guy,
Kyle
the
Shanahan,
next guy,
Sean McVay. I want that hot shot.
Okay, perfect. Well, you know what? And you mentioned those names. That's perfect. So we're going coordinators. So do you want just the big fish hire? Do you want somebody from the Sean McVay tree? Somebody from the Gary Kubiak tree?
Why didn't I get any trees?
Because you want retread.
Oh.
Or do you want somebody from the Kyle Shanahan tree?
Dang, Bobby's got trees on there. Branches. You hate McVay.
I hate McVay. I hate Kyle Shanahan. And
you hate all the new young hot shots.
I know. I'll go the hot shot, his own. I want to carve my own
You want the
path.
big fish.
The big fish.
All right. He got who he wanted. Ben Johnson.
There you go.
Is that who you want?
That's who I want. I want Ben Johnson.
Which this is.
I almost don't want Ben because I want Ben to stay in Detroit so they can become my new team. So I don't have to worry about this team here. But no, I want Ben Johnson.
It's insane when you look at Ben Johnson's path, because I know a lot of people have. I was talking about this, I think, with Brian the other day. Brian was just, he's like, where was he from? He's McVay tree or something. I was like, no. Like, that's the thing that's wild about Ben Johnson's trajectory. And I think we kicked this around a little bit, actually, at the party. Do you recall who gave him his start? Whose tree he technically is under in the NFL? Who hired him to the NFL and oversaw him for the first 4 years as a coach in the NFL? It was Joe Philbin in Miami.
Oh, my.
Joe Philbin is the guy that was brought on board. Now, here's where some of the connection comes in. When Joe Philbin got fired, who was named the interim head coach?
Dan Campbell.
It was Dan Campbell. And Dan Campbell had experience being around Ben Johnson there. It was still kind of fate, because the next guy that hired Ben Johnson was actually, I believe it was Patricia in Detroit, because he had actually been the place he's gotten to now, where he is just the next big thing, is fascinating to look at when you consider he was hired as a quality control coach in Detroit 4 or 5 years ago. And now it's like, nope, this is the guy you have to hire. The guy who was basically an assistant, an analytics assistant, essentially, in Detroit 5 years ago under Matt Patricia, is now the guy that everybody wants to hire. And Patricia was viewed as so toxic in Detroit that you would never think that they would develop anybody like that. But he's somebody who, when you watch his concepts, it's very similar to a lot of the stuff that's running today, a lot of the Shanahan, McVay stuff. It's just, it's something where he's kind of carved his own path a little bit. It's got his own flavor on it, his own twist.
Do yours now.
Okay, so for me,
or
on
pay,
this
pay
one,
first. So whatever.
Yeah, Peyton, you want offense or defense?
Give me offense.
Okay, you want CEO or X's and O's?
Let's go CEO.
Okay, the previous coaching experience, coordinator, college head coach, or shake up the system?
Let's go shake up the system.
All right, you want Jason Whitten?
Yes.
As your head coach?
Oh, man.
He won another state championship, I believe.
He did. He won a state title.
I mean, they're all 20, so it's easy.
See, he's used to coaching. He's used to coaching adults already. No, this is one where I think it gets laughed off pretty heavily. I don't think it should be.
I have a big Jason Whitten topic and take I've been saving for 3 weeks.
Hit me with it.
It's not enough time.
I think this is what I'll say.
Here's all I care. Okay, I'll simplify and tie it to Ben Johnson. What type of personality does Ben Johnson have in connecting with players? Like, to me, Jason Witten, Choppy will probably roll his eyes at this, but the secret and the dirt stuff, that to me is what the Dallas Cowboys need. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons and all these guys coming out in favor of Mike McCarthy, because I think they're comfortable with Mike McCarthy, and I think that is an indictment on them knowing like what it truly takes. I think Jason Witten is like a champion of a person and a football individual, except for broadcasting with Tess and Boog. Is Jason Witten going to be a hard ass at practice? Jason Witten going to have it structured? I don't know, but I don't know that I'm dismissing it and laughing at it. The amount of Tolos who destroyed that when Jerry went on KMC and talked about Whitten as a coach, I was pretty shocked because if you threw out Dirk as head coach of the Mavericks, I think you'd get a ton of support. Like, oh my God, because the blind Dirk love. I was really surprised at the amount of Jason Witten rejection. Is Jason Witten going to hold and maintain a standard? I think he would. I don't know if Jason Witten would be successful, but the traits and qualities I'm looking for that this undisciplined, sloppy team needs, I would think Jason Witten has.
Yeah.
I would think that. I don't know if Ben Johnson gets along with people. I have no idea. That's what I care about. I care about the delegating. I care about the personality. Just go watch Kevin O'Connell. Go watch Netflix Kevin O'Connell and how he talks to people. And I'm like, I want that person leading the way. Jason Witten, to me, seems to have a lot of those intangibles. Jerry Jones thinks that he is like Clint Eastwood with cleats.
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's somebody, yeah, I think he absolutely would hold them to a standard. And I think Jason Witten is going to be head coach in the NFL at some point. Like, I don't know how soon and if he's going to have to do the normal coaching path, but I would assume that at some point he's going to be in there.
Like, people throw around Romo's name. I'll take Jason Witten 5,000 times over Tony Romo.
Whitten would absolutely. I don't think Romo yeah, because you were talking as soon as he retired, there were people going like, you should get Romo as the offensive coordinator.
And Sean Lee to run the D.
Yeah, that's what it always is. You know what I think it is? It's just he's a tight end. He was 8 yards at a time. He run block so. I think people naturally in their head go, I don't want old.
They assume he's gonna be conservative.
I don't want old offense. They just assume that's what it is. When Dan Campbell would have been thought of the same. Dan Campbell is the guy who was mentoring Jason Witten when he got in the NFL. They were here together in Dallas. And so that's one that I don't see.
So how does your name boil down? And what was Peyton's? Oh, Peyton was Witten. And yours?
I would go offense. I would want CEO type. I would probably lean towards college because I want somebody who's going to know how to deal with NIL era players coming up into the NFL. And then the options at that point when you go to college would be, do you want somebody who has experience with a program under intense spotlight and scrutiny? Do you want somebody who is a culture builder, or do you want somebody who was the former star who took the wrong job and now has a little bit of the shine on him? I would go with the culture builder, and at that point, the name that I get is probably not one that I would take over Mike McCarthy, and it's PJ Fleck.
Oh, baby. Throw the boat, baby. Let's throw the boat.
I think PJ Fleck's going to be. I think PJ Fleck could end up in the NFL at some point. That's a culture guy in Minnesota, but I don't think that's ready to coach the Cowboys right now.
No, I love the suit. He wears a suit at the sidelines.
He does.
Which you can't
Landry.
do in the NFL.
Very Landry-like. You just got to get him a fedora. That's it.
That is an awesome exercise. Figure out a way to get it online, Bobby, so everyone can participate. We'll head on out to DallasCowboys.com at 9:20, but let's recap more luck last night. The NFC East and Peyton Russell and what he did yesterday at the home of the World Series champs. Well, the World Series champs from a couple years ago. Final hour Monday edition is now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Winchester snaps it. Placement is down. Wright's kick is up. And the kick is good! Good! And the Kansas City Chiefs do it again. The third kicker this season to have a walk-off field goal.
And the Chiefs announcer somehow doesn't include that it hit off the upright. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as Bobby's Kansas City Chiefs get it done again on Sunday Night Football. Beating the Harbaugh Chargers 19-17. The Chiefs are 12-1. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys game day here on your home for America's team. In case you did not know, we'll head on out to DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 as we recap a monster weekend here at this radio station. We had the company Christmas party, number 1 on Saturday. Number 2 will be this Saturday in Fort Worth. So, Choppy, you had to drive into Dallas. I'll have to go to Fort Worth this weekend.
And that is worse for you because you are on the other side of Dallas. Yeah. I'm just north of Fort Worth, so it's like
it won't be worse for me because I'll be on a limo, I believe.
Wow!
Waiting to get confirmation on this. I probably should have got confirmation before saying it, but I'll be limo, I believe. I'll just come here to the radio station and then I'll be
there's like
driven to and fro.
Yeah, I told Sarah, I was like, are we gonna take an Uber to this thing? She goes, absolutely not. No,
we'll make her drive then.
I drive. I have
Well,
no
if she
personality.
wants
in the I have no personality in the passenger seat.
Yeah, I still don't know what that means. You say that all the time. I don't know what no personality in the passenger
Why is
seat
she
means.
against why is she against getting an Uber?
Well, she's like, why? Like you would just. She was like, leave your car there and Uber home if you get too drunk
Versus taking one there
and back.
So,
yeah.
Is she that tight?
No, she doesn't like to drive in other people's cars. She gets car sick.
Oh my god!
In the back, she gets car sick.
So
I don't like to be in an Uber either. I like to drive. I like to be driving.
You will be coming from Sunnyvale, and I know last week we did the Chat GPT roasting neighborhoods. I saw somebody got on that trend and roasted Sunnyvale on Facebook.
What'd they say?
They asked Chat GPT to roast Sunnyvale, and this is what they said. Oh, Sunnyvale, Texas, that tiny blip on the map that's trying so hard to be relevant. A town so small, if you blink while driving through, you might miss the welcome and come again signs in the same glance. Y'all act like you're the VIP suburb of Dallas, but let's be real. Sunnyvale is basically the cul-de-sac of the Metroplex.
Fine.
How do you even describe Sunnyvale? A few bougie houses, a couple of stoplights, and fields that scream nothing interesting has happened here since ever. Your idea of nightlife is probably a bonfire, and even the cows look bored. And don't get me started on the sunny in Sunnyvale. I think it's called that because there's nothing else to do but stare at the sun and hope for a cloud to spice things up.
Spice things up.
But hey, at least you're not Mesquite, so congrats on that. Just a side swipe from ChatGPT on Mesquite at the end of that.
It's true. And then yesterday we had the Jared Sandler Sandlot charity event at the Globe. What an awesome family that came out and bid on our table.
Val and Ryan were the couple, and then their son Daniel was there, and they had brought friends with them. And I immediately, as soon as I walked up, I stereotyped. When they walked up, I immediately turned to the husband, and I was like, so, you listen a lot.
So did Eric and brought us, I think. They all went to the guy.
And we went to the guy, and she then interrupts Val. She goes like, he doesn't listen. He's a trauma surgeon. He doesn't have time to do that. She's like, I'm the one who listens. She's like, I'm in the car all day. I listen from 6 a.m. all the way up through G-Bag. She's like, I'm just driving around the whole time. But she was a legit total. She had lots of feedback.
I asked her for her least favorite person on the station, and she said, well, it's not a person. It's just when Broadus keeps interrupting Chiafalo.
Yes.
So then what do? I call Broadus over. We got to make it as awkward as possible. Bobby gets on the phone with Eric to find him in the outfield and bring him over as well.
Which then she had feedback for Eric. She's like, restroom revelations, don't like the segment.
Oh,
really?
She's like, you're better than that. She's like, and you're funnier than that. I think you're better. She's like, it's just gross. It's a gross segment.
Yeah.
And so
The whole
she
point.
had, she had lots of feedback. Said Choppy is the one who most consistently has her having to turn down the radio and just go when he starts saying stuff
Kids
in front
in the
of
car.
the kids. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I got a lawyer texting me about Friday's pee or poo segment at 9:40.
Oh yeah,
you got snitched on.
Yeah.
a lawyer.
Yeah,
you got
lawyer
snitched on
texted
for
me.
crosstalk where you remember you're like, all right, Sean's not here, so we can go through the would you rather get all your pee out at once or all your poo out at once?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So they were fantastic.
They were great. And the event last night was great. Kristen was very mad. She was bidding with Amanda, actually. They were going to split a tote bag.
Oh, my God. Kristen was so blown away over the free candy, and she would not stop talking. Your wife loves socializing so much.
Yeah.
She's like, why are you guys leaving? It ends at 8. And we're like, I got a Sunday Night Football to watch. It's a good game. I kind of have to go ahead and, work the next day. And Kristen was like, these Skittles are really expensive. And all these bag candies. And she was embarrassed she didn't have a bag to steal all the candy and take home. So her and my wife were bidding on one of the $350 bags. At the auction.
It was a 4-pack.
To win one of them so they could put the candy in them.
Yeah.
To take and steal.
It's great candy, though.
I did wear a hoodie to this event. And so
Shocker.
what ended up happening was I was like I was like a kangaroo and the candy was like my little Joey. And she walks around and like I'm just standing there as we're about to leave and I just feel her hand going. I was like, what was that? And she put like 2 boxes of Skittles in my little hoodie pouch that I had to walk out
Props, though, to our show's listeners. Once again, representing tops in the building. So it's the Sean and RJ Morning Show Tolos representing with the $2,000 table from Val and her family and friends. And then we also have the return of our great dinner crew.
Yes, Justin and Emily Pate. They won our dinner that we're gonna do, and Emily apparently
knife.
Emily wants the wives to come. So we're gonna have to work that out with Sam.
I'm kind of taking these. Our two winners have kind of insulted us twice. Val yesterday goes, well, I like the station so much. It just really worked out better for me to call in the morning. So I'm like, you don't love like our show over the others that much more. I took that as an insult. And now here's Emily, who's pound cake or coffee cake has never gotten more love or praise.
Man, so great.
And she now is like, I want the wives to come.
I'm going to get that recipe.
I think so.
Now, if Jared will approve it, my wife would love to go. I don't know if we can spend that, especially with the way Bobby orders drinks there after last year's incident.
had like one drink.
Yeah, and it cost $100.
That has,
and it costs all of us $40 extra in tip.
There is no.
We're gonna we'll relitigate.
There's no greater amount of disinformation than that story, the way you guys explained it when I was out sick the next day.
I don't even remember what the story is, but I
we'll
know
relive
that,
it. But
yeah.
But either way, they won it. The Pates. But Emily is demanding that the girls go apparently, or she's going to donate the dinner. Another insult.
She met she met and talked to Kristen for like an hour at Revolver Brewing a couple months ago, and so then I think at that point she was just like
those two by themselves.
No, we were there, and then she just ended up like talking to Kristen while we were standing there, and so I think she was just like, yeah, let's get all the wives involved. I like this.
And then Pepe, best and worst of the weekend. As yesterday, you look to be a superstar in one of the Jared contests.
Well, congratulations, guys! You guys finally have an athlete on this show from yesterday, because I made it to the top 5, the finals round in the 3-point competition for the men's yesterday at Jared's event.
Yeah.
So how it worked is, it was around the world style. So like you had 3 shots from the left wing, right wing, all the way around. So 15 shots total. And then you had to go to the wheelchair for the final shots from the free throw line. That's where I dominated. I was shooting 85% from the free throw line, sitting down in the wheelchair.
It was impressive.
I made maybe 5 shots in my 2 rounds, and 30 shots, I think, all the way around 3-point line. I made 5 shots, but then I made probably 10 or 12 from the free throw line sitting down. In the
so
wheelchair.
when he wrote in his email last night, best and worst recap, that he is better playing basketball in a wheelchair than he is standing up, I lost it. I just completely lost it that he was so much better in a wheelchair. Maybe you should produce in a wheelchair too. He's be better at that.
He's Professor Xavier.
Let's see how
he gets in the chair and he gets his powers.
So I was watching on the big screen, like the later round competition, like around 6:30, 6:45. Did you end up competing in that again?
Yeah, because so what they did is they took the top 5 people, you got points. So if you made it from outside the arc, it was 1 point. And then if you made it on the free throw line, the wheelchair, you got 3 points.
Yeah.
So that's what got me to the finals, because I made so many shots from the free throw line, sitting down the wheelchair. So I made the top 5, and then I finished, I think, 3rd out of 5th.
You
from the
stuck
other
it
ones.
up?
Yeah, it wasn't good. Well, those guys played basketballs, those losers out there. They played basketball in high school. There was a guy shooting in Jordans. I was like, I can't compete with that, man.
just to throw Jordans on. Corey's got Jordans.
Yeah, well, and he's probably good at basketball, too.
Anything else we're missing from the event?
Oh, it was fantastic. I played a little pickleball. Me and Bassick and Holland, and then play a little pickleball. And then of course, the bar setup was perfect, right in the middle. And then Sam, they're coming through again with the hamburgers, man. I mean, that's fantastic.
I mean, I don't think it was. I don't think it.
You are a jackass. You are a jackass.
Maybe that's how the VIP band got lost. So I think that the thing that I think was definitely on purpose from Jared was, when we're checking in and we're getting everything, they're like, okay, here's your bands, this. And they go, all right, and you guys are going to be at table 69.
That's right, baby.
That had to be a wink and a
purpose.
nod from Jared.
And Val, for rolling her eyes at some of Choppy's comedy or the pee poop conversation, she's the one who picked up the sign and made a reference to it. So I was like, don't act all innocent.
So she's the one saying, yeah, okay.
But she's not doing it in front of like all the kids. That's the idea.
Fine. Okay, between the hours of 7.
We don't do this show for kids, all right? This ain't the Simpsons tonight.
Between 7:05 and 7:40, I'll just be quiet.
We did have to share the table with all the homeless Alec Medford and Corey Majors, who were without a table. They were unhoused. They were untabled people. Whatever you want to call them, Chop.
If it's true the Sailor took their table because they didn't get a bid, that is amazing.
That is fantastic.
That is classic.
They tied with Elfin Slater for table bids.
All right. Who put that on there? Did you add that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was amazing. I was like, why is Elf and Slater? I didn't see Jade at the event. I saw Elf.
I didn't see Elf. I didn't see Elf there.
Sean's been like,
up there.
yeah, Sean's chatting with him.
You smell him
usually
3 miles away. You smell his damn cologne 3 miles away. Top 3 smelling man in the Metroplex, along with the Spittle and Stahlbach. But there it is. Jared Sandler putting on the great event yet again. And we have another party with the Tolos this Saturday in Fort Worth. Where's that going to be? Martin House.
Yeah,
okay.
That's going to be cool.
Let me fly through all of the NFL scores, and you can comment wherever you see fit before we get back to boys and the Bengals. Jacksonville over Tennessee, 10-6. 2 3-10 teams.
Oh, it's awful.
Dolphins over the Jets. The Jets are 3-10. Dolphins are 6-7. What is Atlanta's defense doing? 5 touchdowns for Sam Darnold and 6 touchdowns for Josh Allen yesterday.
Phoniest stat line I've ever seen was Sam Darnold's yesterday. Everybody's talking about wow, how great he was. There's not a less impressive 350 yards and 5 touchdowns with no interceptions that I've ever seen in my life.
Penix time? Is this happening now?
That's 4 losses.
I think you've got to. Yeah, this is the karma for messing with the Cowboys, as Peyton keeps pointing out.
Saints beat the Giants. Giants getting lucky. They lose that one. They have the number 2 pick in the draft as it stands right now. They're flying. Fix this disaster. Banners over the Meadowlands to Giants ownership. Eagles over the Panthers, 22-16. Chance for Leggett to go ahead and win this thing. And A.J. Brown is complaining about the passing game afterwards. But the Eagles are the 2 seed at 11-2. Steelers over the Browns, 27-14. Jameis giveth and taketh. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Buccaneers over the Raiders. Seahawks over the Cardinals. Seattle quietly 8-5. Rams surprised Buffalo in a wild one, 44-42. Nakua went off. San Fran back to handling business against sorry Chicago. They sacked Caleb 7 more times. And then we played the bad play-by-play of no upright getting hit from Kansas City.
Yeah, by the way, I think that their last 5 games, look at Kansas City's last 5 games they've played, okay? They beat Denver with a missed 33-yard field goal on the block. They lose to Buffalo. They get a last-second game-winning field goal against Carolina, of all teams, after blowing a 17-point lead or whatever. Raiders have the botched snap as they're getting in position to kick a field goal to win the game. And then yesterday, you get the doink field goal as time expires for the victory for Kansas City. There's no more historic run of luck and fortune than what the Kansas City Chiefs are.
You're not wrong. You're not. They have been lucky. You can't argue that one.
Let's preview tonight with Tommy Yarish. DallasCowboys.com joins the morning show after this. But we're...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Three, the fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck and attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's get to the Cowboys Bengals preview here on your home of America's team. We do it today with Tommy Yarish taking the place of Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing good. How are y'all?
When did you wake up?
Probably about an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Good.
All right.
It's not bad.
Better than Dave Hellman. He can never go. So what's your story? What's your background? Well, where are you from? Where'd you go to school? Give us all the goods.
So I was born and raised in Chicago. I lived there for the first 13 years of my life, and then moved to the Houston area. Went to high school down there. Went to Texas for college, and now I'm up here covering the Cowboys. It's been a lot of fun, and great to be here again with you guys today.
0 for 3.
0 for 3.
Chicago, then Houston, then Texas. That's 0 for 3.
What's wrong with Texas?
Well,
nothing's wrong with Texas.
You talking about the Longhorns, right?
Yeah.
What? Why are you talking?
well,
you didn't go there. Why are you even talking?
I don't have to go there.
Go, Mr. 4.0.
He doesn't have to go there.
Exactly.
He doesn't have to go there.
I didn't have to go there. I'm the most unbiased here. He went to Tennessee. Choppy did. And so, I'm the only unbiased observer here to say there's nothing wrong with Texas.
You like Austin?
The city is
yeah.
That's a layered question. But yes.
Okay. Wink, wink. Yes.
Good answer.
Is your key to the game the Cowboys pass rush? DallasCowboys.com. Pass rush needs to get home. Is that your number one key?
Yeah, that's I think half of the game for the Cowboys in this one is, Joe Burrow's been throwing all over everybody. This season he's putting up incredible numbers, and so is Jamar Chase. So how do you stop that? Well, you get home and you get to the quarterback. It's not going to be enough to get pressure on Joe Burrow. You're going to have to get home and bring him to the ground. And, the good thing is the positive development for Dallas's defense in the last couple of weeks has been getting home and seeing Micah Parsons get back there. Carl Lawson, I think, has been kind of an unsung hero. I know I wrote that in there as well. And then obviously DeMarvion Overshown has been sent more on these blitzes, and his speed is just such a game changer. The counterpoint to that, though, is I think Joe Burrow is moving in the pocket better than he has in his entire career. So it's not going to be an easy task, but the Cowboys certainly have the pieces in their pass rush to be able to accomplish that.
So what is the Bengals' offensive line like?
Their left tackle, Orlando Brown, when he's healthy, is all world, but he's out of this game. So that's certainly big for Dallas's pass rush. And then it's kind of been like a roller coaster for them this season. They've given up a lot of pressure on Joe Burrow, but at the same time, like I mentioned, he's just moving around so well in the pocket that sometimes it's kind of nullified, and he's able to make plays because of it. He's dealt with that a lot during his time in Cincinnati, and that's why they went out and got Orlando Brown. But now that he's not playing, that's certainly a much more achievable task for this Dallas defense. And like I said, it's half the battle in terms of their path. What I think is their path to winning this game.
How many points do you think is the target? Like, the Cowboys have to get to this number for you to feel good about it?
I would say probably 28 would be the lowest point, 24, 28 range. Just because, even if Dallas's pass rush gets home, I think Joe Burrow is talented enough, and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and that receiving core is talented enough to where they're going to get you a couple of times, especially with how this Dallas defense has played at points in the season. They've given up explosive plays. But nonetheless, you got to find a way to, if that's what's going to happen, you got to find a way to score points. And if this gets them to a shootout, which I don't think favors Dallas at all, that 24-28 range would probably be the starting point of where you'd have to be at to try and survive that.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The number one question for me in this game is Cincinnati's defense that awful that the Cowboys can be involved in a shootout? Are they terrible? Are they that terrible?
They are very poor, I'll say that. But at the same time, you look at Dallas's offense and you can say, well, they're not the best either. So it's kind of like you almost don't – I'm trying to think of the right way to word this. You wonder who's going to get the best of what. I think the Bengals have the Trey Hendrickson factor off the edge, which is going to be huge in this game because you've got Chuma Edoga over there at left tackle, and he's going up against the league leader in sacks with 11.5 for him. That's over half of the Bengals' total snaps this season. And then you look around the rest of the defense, and they've got playmakers like Cam Taylor-Britt out at corner. The big part in this game is Logan Wilson, their second leading tackler. Honestly, their best tackler on that defense is out. So are there opportunities for Dallas to take advantage in this game? Yes. I think the run game is going to be something that Mike McCarthy is going to have to lean on. if they want to try and take this away from a shootout, just eat up that time of possession, move the ball downfield with Rico Dle. Them being without, their best tackler, I think makes that even more of an emphasis. But yeah, Cincinnati's defense is just, it's such a puzzling study because you've got Hendrickson, you've got playmakers on the outside, and you had, Wilson and a good linebacker core. And for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to put it together, and teams just get the tee off on them, and that's when you get into a shootout week in to week out. So, like I said, puzzling, but Dallas's offense, too, has been tricky to figure out, and they're going to have to run the ball because that's always the nullifying factor regardless of what you can and can't do on offense. If you can run the ball, you can win games.
Tommy, a couple of years ago when Cincinnati came to town, Trayvon Diggs did a really good job kind of keeping Jamar Chase in check as best he could. He's questionable heading into this one. He's obviously missed some time recently. Is that a legit 50-50 coin flip questionable, do you think? Or do we have it feeling like it's leaning either way as to his availability tonight?
Yeah, I would say it's in that 50-50 range of whether or not he can go. Obviously, you would hope that it's closer to him going just because of the challenges that this receiving core presents. But, yeah, I would say it's closer to that 50-50 mark. He was limited in practice this week. I think it's a great sign that he was out there, certainly better than, him having one day of not practicing, whether that be for rest or whatever it may be. But 3 limited practices is better than, 1 DNP and 2 limited. So they didn't have to ramp him up. And Mike McCarthy told us earlier in the week that it would be see how he progresses throughout the rest of the week, and we'll make the call from there. So, it's good. It's a good sign that he was limited 3 times, but I'd still say it's around that 50-50 mark.
When it comes to trying to keep pace with Cincinnati, if they do have to do that, if it does get into a shootout, obviously we had heard this has been essentially a second bye, a really long layoff for them. We heard how much CD was banged up heading into this stretch after the Giants game, and he doesn't carry an injury designation this one. But how healthy is he? Does there seem to be confidence that all right, CD's full go, and they're going to get the normal CD as opposed to the guy who looked really limited, 10, 11 days ago?
Yeah, I think there's confidence that he's closer to that mark than he was before. Obviously 2 games in 5 days is a brutal stretch, and so I think that played a part in some of the drops that you saw and some of kind of how he just didn't look like himself. But 11 days to kind of recuperate that and get healthy, I think was huge for him, and he told us that earlier in the week as well. So I would say that he's getting closer to obviously not fully healthy. Nobody is at this point in the season, but closer to where he was prior to that shoulder injury really getting to him against New York.
What's your pick?
I got the Bengals in this one, 31-21. I just think that, this offense is too good, and Dallas's offense is just not there yet in terms of being able to hang with that. Like I said, the route that they're going to have to take to win this game is run the ball, milk the clock, make sure that Joe Burrow sees the field as minimally as possible. And then when he does see the field, you've got a rested defense, fire up that pass rush, get Micah Parsons in the backfield, get DeMarvion Overshown in the backfield, get him down and force them into punting situations. I just don't see that happening given what we've seen from the Cowboys here in recent weeks.
2-part question, Tommy. Does Mickey know you picked the Bengals? And if so, is he still speaking to you?
I don't know if he knows that, and I haven't spoken to him in a couple of days, so maybe that's why, and he's just mad at me, but hopefully he forgives me.
Has the recent endorsement of Mike McCarthy, first Jerry with us, then Dak, and then Micah Parsons the other day with Todd Archer, have these recent endorsements changed your mind, and if so, how much on McCarthy coming back?
I don't know if it's really changed my mind. I think that, the thought of him coming back was always a possibility. And I think that these kinds of comments here in recent days have legitimized that. I mean, you got to give Mike McCarthy credit. His track record shows that he's a good football coach. You don't go 12-5 3 years in a row on accident. Could things have been better this year? Could he have done a better job in multiple facets this year? Absolutely. I'm not trying to say that he was perfect or that he's a runaway coach of the year candidate or anything like that. But at the same time, you also look at some of the cards that he was dealt in terms of the horrible injury luck that Dallas has had this season. And I'm not saying that's a full pass and that's, a full reason to bring him back and sign him to an extension. But the fact that he's kept this locker room together, the fact that he's still winning games after a 3-7 start, and you got a chance to really make a statement tonight in this game. I feel like because Bengals have 4-8 next to their name, but I think they're much better than that. 7 of those 8 losses are by one possession. So they're kind of the opposite of Kansas City and the tear that they've been on. But it always felt like a possibility because of what Mike McCarthy's been able to accomplish when he's had his full arsenal of weapons. And I just don't think he had that this year. And clearly the locker room is still backing him and wants him back. So I think it's a very real possibility. But still a lot of time left in the season, still a lot of things that can happen. So certainly not a foregone conclusion either.
Thank you for the time, Tommy. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. All of us have the Bengals winning tonight. Bobby and Choppy going with about a 4-point difference. I'm going with about 13. And I think Pepe was about 10.
What was your number? We were 28-24. What was your number?
33-20.
Yep.
Yeah.
33-21, something like that. I don't see the Cowboys offense keeping up unless the Bengals defense is that atrocious.
Well, I got a couple Turpin kick returns in there. 2 of them.
Baby.
Yeah, 2 of them.
2?
No,
That'd be
really.
nice.
No, not really.
All right. Just give me one slant route. Just one.
The
Just run one.
biggest deal in professional sports history was handed out last night. Let's see what the KMC Masterpiece thinks of it next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
How do you think it's going to go, Sean?
It's going to go smooth. I have a meeting today. We have a meeting with the boss, so this is going to go smooth. Good morning, Corey. What's coming up?
We do have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today. We also have U.S. Army veteran, multi-time WWE World Champion, and now AEW wrestler Bobby Lashley will be in studio with us. He does the spear.
Is he related to Rhett?
No, he's not.
We can ask. They spell their last names differently.
Yeah, spelled differently. I think that's the only difference.
Still ask.
Only difference between the two.
Two
and
pretend
then
titles.
at 10:20, the Mavs win streak's up to 7, but Jason Kidd's still annoyed of this. So we'll get into that at 10:20.
I'm surprised we're getting an AEW wrestler after I offended Tony Khan so much.
Man,
That was uncomfortable.
Did you hear his question?
We ended up all over wrestling Twitter, though, so we were everywhere.
Yes.
No. Was this the Trevor Lawrence thing?
Yeah. And he's like,
How did he
hey,
ask
why does
it?
Trevor Lawrence suck? That's not what he said it nicely. He did.
I said so many. I was like, he was so great at Clemson. He had a great second year, led you guys to the playoffs, won a playoff game, was having a great third year, and then at the end it just kind of fell apart. And this year it just hasn't been the same. Has he lost his confidence because he was such a great quarterback early? And he just was like, he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL today.
Yeah, he's still got it. He said he's played great this year. He's top 10
But he
in
was
QBR.
not
I was
answering
like,
it nicely.
There's no way that can be accurate.
So what got on the wrestling boards?
Eric Bischoff talking crap about how AEW will always suck.
Ooh.
Tony Khan being like, I really don't care what he has to say anymore.
Yeah, it was nice.
Mike, how shocked are you that Juan Soto picked the Mets? $5 million difference, apparently, in a year less than the Yankees offered.
It's a lot of years.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if shock's the right word because we felt like it was going to be Yankees, Mets, or Red Sox. It felt like that over the last week or so, that those were the three major contenders. And I'm not shocked because Steve Cohen has done this before. It blew up in his face, and then he had to get rid of Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander. And so I'm not shocked. I think that's too extreme of a word, but yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I felt like last week it was going to be the Red Sox. So if you had to make me guess on Friday, I would have said, it sounds like the Red Sox are going to somehow get into this thing. And the Red Sox had talked about, look, we've developed the team. In a way, the Red Sox have a better team than the New York Yankees. If you look at where they're at with their prospects who have made the major leagues and are making impacts. And I thought, gosh, and now they're going to go all in because they've been out for a little bit. They've traded Mookie Betts. They've kind of lowered their payroll quite a bit. And it's like they built up this wealth, and they're like, we just have to build the team. And last year they were in the race till the end, and they just died because of pitching and ended up at 81-81. And it just sounded like the Red Sox. I even asked my agent, I think Thursday or Friday, I said, hey, are the Red Sox going to finish this off and get Juan Soto? And then there was the rumor that they'd done an NBA thing, and I talked about this Friday, that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has also somewhat committed to the Red Sox for next offseason. And so I was like, is this true? Are the players now doing basketball deals, and they are coming up with packs of like, you sign here, I'll sign here, we'll do the Durant, Kyrie Irving, DeAndre Jordan thing. And it ended up not happening. So
this just feels like Kawhi and Paul George picking the Clippers over the Lakers. It's like you're not supposed to pick the Mets or the Yankees.
Yeah, because one of the biggest concerns the Yankees have always had when they're signing somebody is, can they play in New York?
Yeah.
And Soto proved without a shadow of a doubt, he can not only play, but he can thrive there. And for them to get beat out by $5 million, you tell me Scott Boras went back to Hal Steinbrenner and said, listen, if you just up this by $5 million, we'll go there. And Hal said no. George would have paid $5 million just to have the back page of the New York Post.
What did you
How
say?
much?
I said smart. This is a terrible deal.
I mean, it's a lot. The last 5 years of this deal are going to be really cumbersome because he doesn't play the field well.
Yeah,
he'll be a DH. He'll be good, But this contract is larger than the combined career earnings in the sport of Tom Brady and LeBron James.
I think this is for what the Rangers were originally purchased for. Someone tweeted us something like that.
Wow.
It's just something crazy in terms of the statistics.
To that point, didn't Ray Davis pay less? I guess?
think he might have.
I think it was
That
only
is crazy. I hadn't thought about it.
I think it was
$593 million in
gosh.
2010 is what they paid.
Wow.
Yeah,
why don't you like it?
I don't like this deal at all. I think it's an awful deal. This is $300 million more than any player in the history of baseball has ever gotten outside of Shohei Ohtani. But Shohei Ohtani pitches and hits.
Yeah.
Juan Soto, he doesn't even play defense. He's a great hitter. Great hitter who's never won an MVP. But to give him that much more money than every baseball player ever, including more than Shohei, nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been an interesting situation for the Yankees to be in. You would have paid him double what you're paying Aaron Judge, and it's his team. It's Judge's team.
Because Judge signed off on that, right? He's like, go get him.
Yeah, because they basically. I heard they were asking Aaron, do you care if we pay him more? Is that gonna hack you off?
Right.
And he was like, no, man, go ahead. Go get him.
To Kevin's point, I do think at $51 million a year, if you just want to break it, I know that's different numbers per year, but if you break it down to $51 per year, I do think the Yankees could do better if they do something like Max Fried and Teoscar Hernandez.
Or Christian Walker or
I'm just trying to give you I'm giving you a premium pitcher, and maybe I need to up that to $60 million, but I don't know. I'm kind of with Kevin here. I'm just not sure. Miguel Cabrera, one of the greatest hitters of all time. I'm looking now. WAR at first base is always going to be bad, and DH is always going to be. I shouldn't say always. Shohei kind of will ruin that. But besides Shohei, a WAR at first base and DH is going to be usually bad because of the defensive aspect. At 34 years old, Miguel Cabrera's WAR was -0.9, then 0.2, then 0, then 0.1, then -0.6, then -1.1, then -0.4. Now, before that, he was winning back-to-back MVPs. He was second in MVP, fifth in MVP, MVP, ninth in MVP, 11th in MVP, ninth in MVP. Just to give you an idea, he was unbelievable. But at 34, it dropped off. I think they're very similar. Miguel Cabrera, 3,000 hits, 500 home runs. I think Juan Soto will probably in his career, as long as he stays Miguel Cabrera healthy, end up with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits. That's a very rare player in the history of baseball. But if he does stick on this contract, which when he turns 30, he can opt out of it.
And if he doesn't opt out, they get the privilege of paying him $40 million more dollars. So
a year.
Yeah. Total. $4 million per for the next 10 years.
Bobby, I want you to use your head coaching formula on Corey Majors and the crew with what you cooked up for potential Mike McCarthy replacements.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out if your dream coaching candidate is actually better than Mike McCarthy or not. So Corey, we'll start with you. You want offensive or defensive coach?
I would like an offensive coach to pair with my quarterback.
Okay, so you want the offensive coach. Do you want a CEO or an X's and O's coach?
I want a CEO.
Okay. Previous NFL head coaching experience?
No.
Coordinator looking for his first break?
Coordinator.
More, and then college head coach, or shake up the system and give me something completely outside the box?
Shake up the system.
Okay, you want Jason Whitten.
Yeah!
Let's go. Yeah, I'll take and I don't know if he's better than McCarthy. I don't know that right now, other than state championship.
You're also at a point too where you're probably like, I don't totally care. If it's a question, I need to take some sort of risk to see if it's better. Hagee, you want offense or defense?
I also want offense.
CEO or X's and O's?
I want an X's and O's guy.
Okay. Previous experience, coordinator looking for his first job, college head coach, or shake up the system?
Coordinator looking for his first job.
Okay. Coordinator looking for his first job. So do you want the big fish hire, the McVay tree, the Gary Kubiak tree, or the Kyle Shanahan tree?
Whichever one is Ben Johnson. The big fish hire.
It's Ben Johnson.
Yes.
So you got that one. That's what Choppy ended up with.
Yeah, my guys, I heard this segment. Mine's not on the board, but it's close to on the board.
It might be.
My guy is close to the family. He is a back-to-back state champion. But even more important than the head coach is he's a former quarterback. I want John Stephen Jones.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
I want to go all in on this. Let's Jones
He's not on the board.
Mike, imagine
that would be amazing.
Imagine this is for the Chiefs then. Let's imagine this is for the Chiefs then, Mike. Would you want an offensive or defensive coach?
Hold on. Did you say for the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm just throwing out there.
Do you circumvent the law? Will your dad cover up all your DUIs and almost killing a little kid? Do you like people who beat up pregnant women?
I like Patrick Mahomes.
They traded. You want offensive or defensive coach, Mike?
Well, offense.
Would you want a CEO or an X's and O's guy?
I don't care.
You gotta have a preference.
Pick one, Mike.
Because X's and O's is somebody's involved in whatever you're doing offensively.
I would want somebody who's CEO.
Okay, CEO. So previous experience, coordinator, college head coach, or shake up the system.
High school quarterback. What was the question again?
Previous experience, coordinator looking for his first job, college.
Coordinator.
Okay, and then if you would want either the Big Fish hire, the
going back to
McVay tree.
Boise State, dude. I want Boise
Kellen
State.
Moore?
Kellen Moore.
No, Kellen Moore's not an option. Big Fish hire, Sean McVay tree, Gary Kubiak tree, or Kyle Shanahan.
I'm a big Sean McVay guy.
That would be Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator at the Falcons. That would be that.
The
That's
one
who
who's getting ready
checks
to
all
have
those
Kirk
boxes.
Cousins benched. Ooh.
Yes, exactly. So, but I mean, that honestly, it's not a Zach Robinson issue.
They
I
should
don't
have picked
feel
Arthur
like.
Smith.
What's in
that
it?
had really been.
Arthur Smith is one of the 47 in here. Whenever
Arthur Smith gets crapped on, but everyone in Pittsburgh making us look stupid.
He's made it work so far,
Yes.
and
Hey, he was good in Tennessee. They were really good in Tennessee.
Honest question, is John Stephen Jones going into coaching?
I don't know. I mean, they
doesn't he make sense? Like if you wanted it to be
We have
really
Stephen
family
Jones
run,
at noon. We could ask him.
There you go. Exactly.
are you gonna ask him specifically? Is he a candidate?
No, I was.
Oh, okay.
I think we're safer going with
What's your
would he
son
go
doing?
into coaching? What's his deal?
I mean, look, Shai got into scouting. Shai's been a scouting intern.
Did you guys follow up with Steven with the Jerry boxing story? I think that was even better than the rowdy story he told us when he told you all about Steven getting whipped by a boxer.
We gave it to G-Bag.
ass.
Oh! And how did he respond? I didn't hear it.
It was great.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it either.
All right.
All right, we're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones reacting to Boys Bengals at 8:30 and another Matt Rife ticket giveaway. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, perhaps the famouser Alexander Medford. We call him Alec because we know each other well. We're familial.
Sometimes people just call him Alexander. And that's the only name they call him by.
Yeah, sometimes that's what your name is listed at charity events and they won't let you in.
Hey, Alec.
Shut up. What?
That's a true story.
They what?
Yeah, there was two. There was two of me in the system. There was an Alexander and there was an Alec. The Alec had, admission. The Alexander did not buy a ticket. So they were like, yeah, you don't have anything. I'm like, well, I'm both, so.
Alec, did somebody get you something, though? Out of us three guys, who do you think likes you the most?
I think Mike does because, oh my gosh, he got me my favorite holiday snack ever. The Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes.
Oh, man, that's wonderful.
Gosh.
And I remember that when it's time to bring the spinner belt back up to the office.
Oh, wow. Look at him already threatening you.
Yeah.
Miss Dawn, by the way, did bring us some gingerbread cookies from World Market. She brought them up to Jared Sandler's event last night and handed them off to me. And I've brought them to you fellas, so y'all enjoy.
Dawn is awesome.
Nice. She is so nice.
She's just having a tough fall and winter, and I don't know if it's ever going to be good for her because she's a New York Giants fan.
Oh, okay.
That's tough.
See, I really thought you were going to do some pun with the seasons and dawn and stuff like that. So I did not see that that's where you were going. But thank you for that, Mike. Excellent breakdown.
You're welcome.
Guys, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because it is a Cowboys game day. 877-881-1053. Or if you want to throw in a random Simpsons fact, I'm here for that as well. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because who would like to start?
I can start this thing. Cowboys win because the Bengals cannot stop the Cowboys offensively because the Bengals cannot stop anybody defensively. All right?
That is true.
So, and it's been a struggle for them on so many different levels of their defense, too. You can pretty much do whatever you want and get whatever you want throughout the game. And then whenever it comes down to late game situations, you feel pretty confident that you can score on them at will, so you can take those risks. Ben Johnson, I'm moving a little bit here, but Ben Johnson feels like he can call aggressively because the head coach is like, call the damn game aggressively.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't worry about it. We got a good defense that's going to come back and back you up. That being said, their defense has a litany of injuries that they're dealing with at this point. But that's the approach. Whenever you know your head coach is going to be like, go for it, dude, you're calling games a little bit differently. And I think this is one of those games that Mike McCarthy should call differently tonight.
I'm going to go Cowboys win because Dallas keeps the game close throughout the evening. So Cincinnati has been just awful in close games this year. They're 0-6 in games decided by 6 points or less. So they're essentially the Chargers or the anti-Kansas City Chiefs. If you can keep this game close, which I know will be tough because the Bengals offense is so good. If you can keep this game close and Dallas can avoid having to make a big comeback, the Bengals have shown time and again they'll falter down the stretch in a close game. And I think that's how the Cowboys can win this game.
Yeah, that's Joe Burrow's biggest complaint about his team is somewhere in the last drive it'll fall apart for him.
Probably when the other team has the ball.
Lose because
we started with Cowboys win, and you're just starting with the negativity?
I don't have one.
What do you mean? You said they weren't going to win another game, maybe one more. They won 2 in a row.
Well, good for them. Because we've done this before. We've done the Simpsons night plenty of times. Oh, yeah. And I think that she would wear a pink jersey and jinx the Cowboys. And Jessica Simpson is back tonight for Simpsons night.
Yeah.
No. Jessica Simpson will not be on The Simpsons. That's not happening.
Was she ever on The Simpsons?
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah, actually, she probably was.
I don't know.
But I don't know. How did 2009 go for the Cowboys?
Poorly.
Jessica Simpson's back.
She's expressed
it's
interest.
The Simpsons tonight.
She's expressed interest but she's never been on the show.
Oh, okay.
And that show is a championship show in your estimation?
Yeah.
And they've never had Jessica Simpson on?
Like I said, they're like the Cowboys.
She was on the cover of the magazine Peephole. So that's Peephole magazine.
Yes. It's a quickie mark.
But she's expressed interest and said that she would want to be related to Homer in some way. So that's the approach. But no, she's never been on it.
All right. Oh, this might be a note unrelated to the game from the 254. Hey guys, glad to know you like the Little Debbie. I'm here in Waco in my warehouse packing up Little Debbie Christmas trees for Sam's. Make sure you go buy some. Alec, if push came to shove, how many of those could you eat in a 4-hour period?
In a 4-hour period?
40?
How many's in a box? There's
40?
5 in a box? 4 in a box? I think there's 5.
You make it sound so old.
I think I could do 4 boxes.
So 20?
Yeah.
How many could you fit in your mouth at one time?
2 at most.
They compress a good bit, you know, because the icing is like solid, but once you break through, they kind of squeeze down like a sponge.
Yeah, they do.
I'd say like 2.5.
2.5. That's a big number, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care at like how many in your mouth at a time. I care about how many he could eat because I can make that happen. Now, I don't know why Kroger doesn't sell them. Down the street here, Kroger doesn't sell those Christmas trees.
What's your deal?
But Tom Thumb does in the hood. So, obviously, HEB, I have no clue. You won't come to the hood.
I can tell you. Out in
Santa
Mansfield.
only gets his HEB up north, or at least in Waxahachie.
From the 469. Sometimes I think my thought process is interesting, but I'd really love to take a walk around Mike's head.
A lot of people have expressed
Did
that
anybody
interest.
think about, if anybody's listening, did anybody think about the Cowboys had Simpson nights before?
I had not thought about that, but as soon as you said they've had Simpsons nights before, I was like, I think I see where this might be going. All right, Corey, Cowboys lose because
when the Cowboys defense has gone up against good offenses, they've been blown out. And not even necessarily great offenses, just good offenses. And they've been blown out, and the problem has been the offense hasn't been able to keep up. So that's the Cowboys lose because the defense lets it go, and the offense just doesn't have the firepower to stay with what the Cincinnati Bengals are.
Yeah, mine is an offshoot of that, sticking with the offense. Cincinnati is awesome in the red zone, and that has not been the case for the Cowboys offense. The Bengals have scored a touchdown or field goal on 37 straight drives inside the red zone. So it's not always a touchdown, but 37 straight times
That's points
in the red zone, they have scored points going back to week 1 against New England. It is the longest streak in the NFL. And then if you want to take another look at it, Cincinnati has scored touchdowns on 71% of their red zone drives. That's the second best in the NFL. So not only do they always score, or as of late, they've always scored when they make it into the red zone, they usually score a touchdown. And then if you want to add just one more thing on, because it's not difficult to find reasons that maybe you think the Cowboys are going to lose, Cincinnati is 4-1 against teams that are sub 500. So for as much struggle as they've had this year against winning teams, they take care of business against losing teams, and obviously that is the Cowboys.
Are they going to be the Vegas Bengals tonight with Siegfried and Roy, or are they going to be the Orange Bengals?
Okay, and so that's in reference to what their uniforms and helmets will look like?
Yeah, sometimes they do the White Bengal, which tried to kill one of those guys.
I am not sure. Corey, do you? I have to admit, I do not know.
I can't remember which one got almost killed.
I'm pretty sure the Cowboys are going with their icy whites. I'm pretty sure that's the case. So it's probably going to be orange Bengals uniforms for that, because I don't think they would double up on the icy whites. Yeah, Cowboys are wearing their Arctic white.
Does that impact your thoughts about how this game is going to go at all?
Well,
I'll say
hold on,
this.
Mike.
I think the Bengals win because they're wearing their regular jerseys instead of the stupid white ones.
The Bengals are wearing their orange helmet with the black jerseys tonight.
They win because they look like the Bengals.
Okay.
Where did it go? I just lost it.
Yeah. From the 817, the Cowboys win because Bart comes out and skateboards all over Joe Burrow's
That's not
face
a real thing.
and injures him. Cowboys lose because Joe Burrow is an actual franchise quarterback. Will you watch any part of the Simpsonized version of this, or you're like, no, this is a game I really care about? Probably not, unless it goes into Detroit territory where you're like, oh, the game's definitely.
I'm absolutely watching the Simpsons. I'm going to probably have the real game on the TV, the listening to the game on the fan, because that's the only way to do it.
Sure.
And then I'll have the Simpsons version on my laptop.
That's on Nickelodeon, is that right?
It's
I think
Disney
it's
Plus,
an ESPN
NFL
Plus.
I don't even
and ESPN Plus.
I won't get to see Jessica.
You know what?
She's a Simpson.
You know what? Here's the thing. I could say she's not going to be on and freak out, and then tomorrow morning walk in here and be like, I have to tell Mike he's right, because I didn't know they were going to have Jessica Simpson as one of the
And
characters.
I know who I'm not going to see on the game telecast tonight.
Who's that?
OJ?
You could have said anybody else but OJ.
You looked at me hesitantly, and I was like, I'm sorry, Mike. I have no idea what you're going to say.
I thought you were going to say Romo.
I did not think it was you were going to say OJ Simpson.
He's a Simpson.
That's a fair point. From the 817, Cowboys lose because their owner, Mr. Burns, was all in last season. Look, do I think sometimes there are some parallels between Jerry Jones and Mr. Burns?
Do you think there's going to be a moment in tonight's show where both of them are sitting next to each other?
Yes, I do.
Will it be real Jerry Jones or fake Jerry Jones, like the cartoon version?
No, I think it'll be one of those weird things where it's a human and then an animated character, and you're like, what are we doing?
They're just palling around with each other in the box.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. All right, go ahead real quick if you can. Give me cut number 11. Let's talk about a team that can and does win, the Dallas Stars.
The Stars are in with numbers. Hintz to the right. Pelche broke it up. Score! Back for Hintz, who tipped it home. Stars in front in the third.
Now, the Dallas Stars against Calgary score not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. Third period goals to put the Flames away. It was 2-2 going into the third period. Then the offensive blitzkrieg gives the 2 points to the Stars. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to start talking about how awesome we are at home? Where do you want to start?
Let's start with the home stretch here, Kevin.
The Stars are 11-1 at the American Airlines Center. Maybe 11-2.
I think it's 11-2.
Okay, 11-2 at the American Airlines Center this season. And I do believe Jake Ottinger is 10-0 at home, maybe 10-1. But he has been dominant at the American Airlines Center. The Stars have been dominant at the American Airlines Center. Now they get a few days off, and they're just kicking off a lengthy homestand, I do believe. And so you've got 6 straight home games, and they've been kicking ass at home. So obviously, this feels like a great time to continue to pile up 2 points, 2 points, 2 points.
Yeah, absolutely. His home record, by the way, Kevin, yes, is 10-1 with a 93% save percentage.
Which is going to put you pretty much at the top of the NHL. If you're in that 93%, or it's really weird. Some people say 93. Other people are like, it's .930 or .929. So, either way, that's going to put you at the top of the table.
He has a 1.99 goals against at home, 3.02 on the road. So let's fix that up. Let's polish that up just a little bit. But if you can keep that rolling and establish that you're going to be a home team in the playoffs, and then you establish yourself as a home, like one of those during the playoff run, we are going to be a home team. That would be wonderful if he's playing at that level, because again, we've seen Ottinger play at the highest level regular season. You got to get to the playoffs. But I want to see that run from him that's just special, that we go, man, there was nobody that could touch him.
I know there's a huge amount of season to go. You're just a 1/3 of the way through. But wouldn't you be shocked if the Stars didn't make the playoffs?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and honestly,
there's too much talent on the team.
I'd be surprised if they weren't seated very nicely in the Central going into the playoffs. But Thomas Harley gets a pair of goals. You got goals from Wyatt Johnston and Jason Robertson in a dominating third period of what otherwise was a tight game against, and I'm not going to lie, a team that's not super good. I don't want to make it out like Calgary is this amazing team or anything like that. They're fine, I guess. So that's what I'm going to go with. They're fine. I guess. And that's probably about the best that I'm going to give for you there.
Yeah, probably so.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you have your options. We might switch it around. Do you want to go Mavs or do you want to go all things championship weekend and college football playoff?
Ooh, I like this.
Decide next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Not much pressure. Jennings, side of the end zone. Touchdown! Roderick Daniels Jr.
And SMU would tie the game right there. We'll play what happened after that, which was less fortuitous. However, they made the playoff. We're going to talk all things college football championship weekend. We, of course, bring in Carter Freeman. Why do you look confused already?
You're talking so much right now. Where's that? Who caught that touchdown?
You're going to have to play it again?
Well, I forget. What school did he go to?
It was SMU.
Yeah, but what school did he go to before that?
That I don't know.
DUNCANVILLE. Yeah, that was South Oak Cliff to Duncanville right there.
Do y'all spell out Duncanville all the time too?
We're Duncanville. We are the best. We're bound for victory.
No wonder he's always trying to spell out Jets and Eagles.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes. Now, this would follow up cut number 7, which has led to an interesting pre-show discussion.
It'll be a 56-yarder. The wind really not a factor. Snap and hold are good. That one is good! At the buzzer! Clemson wins the ACC.
So SMU does not win the ACC, but they do get into the college football playoff. Our question, and I want to kick it off with this, is if it would have stayed more like it was toward the end of the third quarter when SMU was getting its ass handed to it, do you think SMU still would have made it? Because I think they had to have that fourth quarter or else they wouldn't have made it. I realize the resumes and everything like that, but one of the knocks against Alabama was that they got destroyed by Oklahoma. And if SMU's last game was, hey, we lost by 17 points to Clemson, who's fine, then I think that would have bumped them out. What say you guys?
Yeah, the getting skunked by a team and showing no fight in the end, especially when you know all this is on the line, would have shown the committee, the board. By the way, who watched the whole series, the whole conference championship series without eating any wings or drinking any beer? Isn't that weird? They don't party like we do, the board. They're
that
like,
is
we
interesting.
Sit in these nice leather chairs and you drink waters
at the Gaylord over in Grapevine.
Charcuteries.
Yeah, come on, guys. Let's get it like the
bored.
regular man would, like a regular college fan would tailgate a little bit. That being said, yeah, absolutely, it would have. If you look like that, they're going to go, well, that's what you're going to look like against one of these big teams in our college football playoff.
I'm glad they scored, Carter, real quick, that touchdown at the end to tie it up at 31. I think if they don't score that touchdown, my opinion, they choose Alabama.
I think the fact that they ended up doing what they did, lose close, made it no decision.
Yeah.
I think that made it very easy, and I'm with you guys. If it had been a blowout in Clemson's favor, then I would not have been surprised if they went with Alabama, because the whole thing, especially after the rankings came out and what the Alabama people or in their corner were complaining about was scheduling, right? And it was oh, well, Alabama plays a harder schedule, and now why would you schedule anybody difficult to play in the future? Well, what it came down to was Alabama lost 3 conference games. It's not like they had a hard out of conference schedule.
And you got annihilated by Oklahoma. That's the killer.
And you know what? They got the benefit of the doubt. They play in the SEC. It is a tough schedule. And they lost 3 games, and they were still in the conversation.
Yeah.
No, if Miami lost 2 games in the ACC, they were not remotely part. I know they ended up at 14, the second team out or whatever, but there was never, I don't think, any conversation about having them be the final team. So no, if SMU hadn't made it a close game, I do think there actually would have been a debate. But since they did, I don't think there was any debate to be had.
And there's one thing that, I know everyone's got an opinion on this. It was Cam Newton, I think, particularly, that had one of the dumbest opinions of the weekend. When
he's close.
Yeah, I am not going to say that. I'm not in a position to critique anyone's fashion sense. But
I think even you could critique Cam Newton's fashion sense. That is all substance, or that is all style, no substance, just like his takes.
He said, Boise State, SMU, Indiana, nobody wants to see these teams in the tournament. And I was like, yes, they do. Or else, what was the point of expanding this thing? The whole reason of expansion was so you didn't pretty much know who was going to be in the Final Four before the season. Like, I am so excited to see SMU, Penn State, and Indiana, Notre Dame. I know that those road teams are heavy dogs, but if you could get that upset and all of a sudden it's Indiana that moves on to play Georgia, people are going to catch that fever so hard.
You think you're going to get 3 to 4 teams every year that aren't typically in it? That it's going to be like that? That it's going to cycle that way?
Yeah. I mean, if you just go back and look at maybe the last 10 years in the 4-team playoff, yes, you would have had the, 8 through 12 or whoever the group of 5 champion. Like, you're going to have a lot of different teams because college football's cyclical, like, pro sports are too, where like you have your guys that you'll have there for a little while, they'll develop, and then you'll be really good towards the end of that. So, yeah, it's going to be the same thing where like, whereas actually looking ahead to Indiana's schedule next year, they could very well go back to the playoff with how their Big Ten schedule sets up. But like, yeah, it could be, I do think it'll be multiple teams in and out any given year. But even to Kevin's point on the road dogs, like you're just looking at a bunch of teams where this season anything can happen. That's really what it's felt like, right? It's Oregon and then the field. And even Oregon is not like an Alabama team of the last 5 years where you're like, they're clearly the best team. Oregon's undefeated. They earned the Big Ten title in their first year in the conference, but they played a close game against Ohio State. Penn State in that Big Ten championship game scored a lot more than I think anyone else thought they would, which gave me...
they put up a fight.
They did. That gives me a lot more confidence about them potentially in the playoff. And then I remember James Franklin as their head coach, which when they play good teams, usually bad things happen. So that gives me confidence in SMU going to Happy Valley.
You think they're going to have a big head coaching advantage in that matchup?
I honestly do. It's not... James Franklin's awful against top 5 opponents. He's like 1 in 14 or something ridiculous like that. SMU's not a top 5 opponent, but they are still a good team. And when Penn State plays those teams, they usually fold. And I think that could absolutely play into Rhett Lashley and SMU's favor.
You know what's interesting, Corey, going back to your point, is when you look at the bracket, though, only Boise State and Notre Dame are the 2 teams that aren't from a Power 4 conference. And Notre Dame, we kind of don't count them because they're their own independent, huge deal. So, yeah, we look at Indiana, SMU as kind of like, well, who are they? But they are in the Big Ten and the ACC. So even though they're kind of no names for the last, 3 to 4 decades, Indiana maybe forever.
This is their first 10-win season in school history.
I don't know, next year, will we just have one Mountain West team in or one, whatever, 2 lanes in or whatever? It ended up being that even though Arizona State, so somebody had to be in from the Big 12.
Mm-hmm. With the group of 5 conferences, you'll be hard pressed to get more than one of those teams in any given year. Like it was looking back at the 2021 season when Cincinnati made the 4-team college football playoff from the American, like that's still just amazing to me that even happened in that era. So yeah, from the smaller conferences or the, group of 5 conferences, you'll only generally get one team. But again, you look at the 10-year history of the 4-team playoff, I think 7 different teams from the group of 5 conferences. Gosh, I'm really excited. It was a really fun week in college football. Can't talk. The group of 5 conferences, they cycled through a lot of those teams too.
Yeah. Kevin, can we talk about the Steve Walsh-led University of Texas Longhorns with soft toss and Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, so let's...
Against Neil O'Donnell in Georgia.
Let's hear the final call. This is cut number 8 for Georgia and Texas, and it's crazy because they send Carson Beck back out there. His arm is like dangling at his side, and I go...
Everybody should have known they were running the ball.
I am with you. I'm like, okay... So he's not going to throw it, guys. We need to know that. And then this is what happened.
Carson Beck out, can barely keep his right arm upright.
Beck under center. Hand it to ETN. Straight ahead. Touchdown. Touchdown. Dogs are SEC champions. Dogs have won it. Dogs have won it in dramatic fashion, beating the Longhorns 22-19 to capture their 15th SEC title.
Now, Georgia wins, but then one more thing I want to throw out about Georgia. I don't know how people feel about Kirby Smart, but he had some thoughts. And the best part about all of this is Greg Sankey, the commissioner for the SEC, is standing, maybe 8 feet away from Kirby Smart, when if we can hit cut number 9, he has this to say.
You get the first round bye. What does that mean for you?
Well, it means rest for a team that Greg Sankey and his staff sent on the road all year long. We get to take a little bit of break and get ready for college football playoff. This team needs some rest mentally, need a little time off.
Now, it was great because the cameraman slowly just panned the shot. He didn't lose Kirby Smart, but he slowly made sure to include Sankey in the shot. And he's just like, you son of a... It was... I thought that was amazing.
Does any coach like their commissioner? Does any coach...
I don't know. And I get it. They had the string of, I think it was Kentucky, Alabama, where they had several road games, and then you get a home game, and then on the road against Mississippi State, on the road against Texas, on the road against Florida. Like, I understand to a certain point his complaints.
When you're that good, you get to travel around and take the circus to other people's places.
Yeah, and if you're that good, it shouldn't matter where you play.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Complaining about when and where you play, just be good enough to win. And Georgia beat Texas on the road. Like,
Yes.
It's not like they lost all their road games and had to scrap and claw. They were in the SEC championship game.
Now, speaking of Texas, there are a lot of people who are very frustrated at Coach Sarkisian for the way he rotated or did not quite rotate as much the quarterbacks, because the more and more you see it, by no means am I saying Quinn Ewers is a bad quarterback, but he ain't it. Like, he has his moments where you're like, man, that was a hell of a throw. That was a hell of a drive, hell of a game. But the bigger picture, you're like, yeah, he's
a backup NFL quarterback for his career.
He'll
get drafted.
He'll get taken in probably day 2, I think, because of
Do you think he's fallen out of the first round?
Absolutely. Have you seen anything in this season that
I have not.
that has really made you think that? I mean, even in the Texas A&M game, he had a great first half and then totally wilted in the second half. I mean, we all talk about how A&M didn't score a point on offense in that entire game. Texas didn't score in the second half either.
I don't think he should be considered till the 4th round. He's slow. He's unathletic at 21, 22 years old. He gets hurt a whole bunch against college guys. How bad could he get hurt against NFL guys? And his arm sucks.
Between the 20s, he's great.
Interesting.
Between the 20s, when his receivers are getting wide open, he's awesome. But when it comes to those crunch time moments in the red zone, they really struggled. And that the first pick was a bad one. The second one, it was like 3rd and like 18 late in the game. They're backed up in their own end zone. He's just chucking it, trying to make something happen. But I do give him credit, because once Texas gets the ball back after Georgia's backup, there's an awful interception. They do take the ball down the field and tie that game.
Yes.
And they do take the lead in overtime.
Yes.
So I can't totally dismiss Quinn Ewers. He did not have the best game. They obviously don't win, but he does put that team in position to win a lot of games, and he has won a lot of games since he's been at Texas.
So will that quiet any of the discussion of, I'm not saying that you won't see Arch a little bit here and there, but there are people who either want it to be a split or they want it to be the Arch Manning show, and I'm like, I have some bad news for you. I don't see that happening in the playoffs.
I don't think so either.
This is easy bet because they aren't the best seed. They do have if they win, they play Arizona State.
And they'll be favored over Arizona.
So they'll be right. So they do have a very good chance to make it to the Final Four. I know they're probably not calling it the Final Four in football, but I just don't think they have a chance to win the national championship with Quinn Ewers. I don't think he's that good. Now, I'm not saying there's superstar quarterbacks in this pool, because besides Shedeur Sanders and Ward, they're not in this.
Yeah.
So
I mean, give credit to Dylan Gabriel with the #1 Oregon. He's had a very good season.
True.
But otherwise it's Sam Leavitt at Arizona State. It's Maddox Madsen with Boise State. It's Curtis Rourke at Indiana's had a good year, but it's not like he's looked at as like a potential 10-year start in the NFL.
Carson Beck has been a colossal disappointment.
Awful.
This season.
And who knows? Is he going to play?
Oh, yeah.
2 or 3
the way
weeks?
you saw his arm,
that did not. That looked very much like Brock Purdy.
You're
the way
right.
that Brock Purdy couldn't play in the NFC Championship game when he hurt his elbow. Real quick, have you guys ever seen a play where the quarterback's under center and the center snaps it between the quarterback's legs to the running back? Did you guys see that play from University of Texas? Arch Manning is in. He's under center.
It's a 4th and 1, right?
Yeah, he's only come in for these plays, and they're going to snap it to him, and he's going to kind of Jalen Hurts it or whatever. and the center snaps it in between Arch Manning's legs perfectly to the running back for like a run to the right side for, I don't know, a 3 to 5 yard gain. But I thought that is really cool, and I'm surprised I have never seen that before.
I was listening to the game here on the Fan, and I heard that play. I heard it, and I was like, I just cannot even picture what that would actually look like in game time. So then when I went back and saw the highlight, I was like, no, like that's really creative. And they even on the broadcast they mentioned like, yeah, there was like a small twitch with his leg that like signaled to the center like we're going straight through his legs, and then it's gonna go to the right to get the first down. But yeah,
they pulled it off very well.
And it's creativity like that I feel like Sark can lose late in games. Like he will get too in his own way with his play calling, and you don't need to snap the ball through your quarterback's legs all the time, sure, but I feel like he loses a lot of wrinkles late in games, and that's cost them, especially in this game, in the SEC championship game. But they will have the home playoff game, and they're playing the worst team in the college football playoff, in my opinion, in Clemson. I know they beat SMU.
Worse than Arizona State?
Won the way they're playing right now, yes.
Yeah, Arizona State's look good as of
I was
late.
able to go to the Big 12 championship game. No one's going to have fun tackling Cam Scatterbo. Like, he had 200 scrimmage yards.
I still don't know how he broke the run, because I know I had a couple like this.
I was going to say, which one?
It was the one where he broke the majority of the tackles right at midfield and ended up at like the 10 or 15. I still don't know how he made it through.
Strong. He's big and strong.
But it was amazing.
And as he said, I'm built for this.
Yeah,
I think,
made for this.
And I think that'll carry. Like if Texas ends up playing them again in the Peach Bowl, if they beat Clemson, move on. Texas has a great run defense. That's a huge strength of theirs. I still think they're going to have a hard time tackling him if they make it.
There's a lot to get to. We'll pick up some more stuff tomorrow. But coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The biggest contract in sports history yesterday. Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Castillo, Soto, a high fly ball to center. Thomas backing up. Thomas at the track. And Juan Soto! A 3-run home run!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Juan Soto stays in New York, but goes to the other one. Goes to the Mets. Let me ask you this, Corey, because I think you're the biggest Yankee hater. I don't know if at the station. I think at the station.
Kevin and I are hand in hand on that.
Oh, really, Kevin? You're asking.
I also hate the Yankees.
Are you guys celebrating the Yankee fan being very upset?
Partially, but the other part of me knows that the Yankees will just sign some other guy that will be like, damn, how'd they get that guy too?
Will be as good as Adrian Hauser?
Maybe so.
I doubt it.
But yeah, no, I am excited that he decided to move on because it shows that big-time players cannot play for the Yankees. You know, they don't always have to
I know,
sign
but
with
it's
them.
not like he went to the Brewers.
But it's the Mets, bro.
I know.
I mean, Mike played for him.
That's true. That's true.
They released me. So in this deal, it's 15 years. It's $765 million. It's the biggest contract in sports history.
Yes. And there's no... I'm sorry, and I hope this doesn't throw off where you're going with this. Were you glad to see it was no deferred money to see this is not necessarily the way every single contract's going to go?
I guess so. In a way, I wonder if people like Ray Davis, the majority owner of the Texas Rangers, is like, crap, this is where the market is going for premium players.
Yeah.
For instance, he doesn't have to think about this for 5 years, and I hope that Wyatt Langford's on the level of Juan Soto at some point. Let's be honest, probably not. But let's just say he's on a level below. But it's looking like, hey, if you do end up getting a superstar player in your system and they develop, you're going to now pay them $50 to $70 million a year. Like, that's where the market is going, which is amazing. It is really hard to believe that now it is what it is. Now, I will say this with Juan Soto. I was trying to compare him to a player that used to play. And I would say this, since the winter meetings are happening right now at the Anatole. So the way that I heard Sean and RJ and Bobby talking about Indianapolis and the combine, that's happening here right now. Now, there's not players working out, but the way they talk about it's every executive, every coach, everybody is in Indianapolis. They're all eating dinner at these restaurants. Now, Indianapolis is a much smaller town than Dallas, but right around the Anatole, that is happening today, tomorrow, and the next day, and last night too. But everybody who's anybody in the sport of baseball and all the media are here. They're at the Anatole in Dallas. And I will say this, it's good that they're cutting deals quickly. It feels like for the last 3 or 4 years, kind of since COVID or since maybe you could say the strike lockout situation where the Rangers worked very quickly to get Simeon and Seager and I believe John Gray done right before the deadline of the lockout. Things are moving.
Yeah.
Scott Boras isn't wasting his time this time. The biggest fish have signed. So
Do you think that's directly just in part for Boras because of last year too?
I think with pitchers, yes. I think with Blake Snell, yes.
Okay.
It feels like he's always gotten the most for his position player.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the pitching situation, I don't know if he'd say, just like politicians never say they've done anything wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know if agents would admit publicly,
Okay.
I screwed that one up.
Yeah.
And I've learned my lesson. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm one of the best at it. I don't know
How's that
Scott
help me?
Boras really at all. I've met him, but he screwed up last year. But you can see he saw that he screwed up, and he's making major adjustments by getting Blake Snell signed. Now, I think Juan Soto, he got an offer where he's like, I've worked the Yankees, I've worked the Mets, I've worked the Red Sox. I had the bidding war of the bidding wars. I had 3 of the major teams in on it. I'm sure that he went back to the Yankees and said, if you get it to $770 million, I think you got him. And how much do you believe him at that point?
Yeah.
Like, what did you get us to? You got us maybe, let's say, to $600 million to, by the way, the Nationals, I believe right before they traded him to the Padres, Juan Soto, I believe I saw they offered him a 15-year, $440 million deal. They said, here's what we can do.
I do remember that,
In 2022, they said, here's what we can do. We don't want to trade you. We want you to be a Washington National your whole career. We can do right now 15 years, $440 million. And a lot of people are like, dude, you're going to turn down $440 million at 23, 22 years old?
Good call, Juan Soto. Good call.
Now, there is an opt-out after 5 years for him, so he can play up to 30 years old and then sign a brand new contract. I don't know if he's going to get more money than that over age 30 to 40. That'll be interesting.
Because the contract triggers, let's say he doesn't opt out, it goes from $51 million per year to $55 million per year. If he's like, I will grace you with my presence for the next decade, and they'll give you $40 million.
I don't think they're that concerned about paying that extra $5 million at that
That's
point.
probably true.
Because if he's working out, they're like, it's totally worth it.
So we were talking about this during crosstalk. Juan Soto reminds me of, he's not this bad defensively, but he's similar, is Manny Ramirez. Because Manny Ramirez was arguably, I think besides Bonds was better. You could argue that Manny Ramirez from about the year 2000 through, 2007 was the
dominant.
Second best hitter.
Yeah.
They didn't really do a good job on the comeback deal on him because my son, who knows nothing about the Boston Red Sox of 2003, 2004, because Manny was an issue mentally and as a teammate, they didn't concentrate too much on his greatness. As I was like, he was better than David Ortiz. There's no question about it. You can ask any human who played then. Manny was more of a threat. Now, David Ortiz had the bigger moments, and that's what they concentrated on. But Manny Ramirez was by far, going over a scouting report facing the Boston Red Sox in the early mid-2000s, it was Manny Ramirez problem number 1, David Ortiz problem number 2.
Yeah.
And I do think Juan Soto falls into this category because of this. He's bad defensively. He tries, he concentrates more than Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez almost looked like he was intentionally not trying in the outfield. And I will say that Juan Soto, I think, tries, but he does turn outs into hits. He does turn singles into doubles, and he can turn doubles into triples, and he can turn just a regular base hit with the runner stopping at third. He can turn that into a run scored for the other team, but he's so great offensively, like Manny Ramirez, that you will live with him being bad on defense. That being said, every team has a DH now.
Yeah.
At the time, Manny Ramirez, unfortunately, couldn't be put into the DH role because David Ortiz was just as bad, or I'll say just as bad at first at times. So they used him at DH and kept Manny in the outfield. So I will say for the Mets, they could move him in a couple years if they needed to either first base, because I don't think Pete Alonso's coming back now, which is going to be interesting because the Yankees need a first baseman. This could be, in a way, a trade swap where Pete Alonso goes to the Yankees. That being said, Alonso and Judge don't make as much sense offensively at all as Soto and Judge did. And they get way worse offensively, but that's still a good offensive weapon. They just have two guys that are huge right-handed power threats.
Do you think we're going to see a Mets run on pitching? I know it's weird to say run since they just spent $750 million, but don't you still think they're going to make some pitching moves?
Sure. Steve Cohen wants this really bad, the owner of the Mets. He tried to do it before. He got Francisco Lindor, and the one thing is I know I'm running out of time here. Lindor was not good his first year in New York. That is pretty darn common in baseball. If you've never played in New York, to be below your standards, and really below your standards that first year, for the most part. And Francisco Lindor has now handled New York. He's doing great in New York. Juan Soto, you don't have to worry about that because he played for the Yankees. So I assume he's not going to go to the Mets and have a tough year because he hasn't handled the New York media yet. But Steve Cohen tried to buy, well, he did buy Verlander. He did buy Scherzer. He tried to do it before a few years ago.
Yeah.
It blew up in his face. So what did he learn from that? Well, he didn't learn to not spend. Obviously, we're finding that he's going to spend, but he probably, to your pitching standpoint, it's going to be interesting how careful he is after striking out tremendously with Verlander and Scherzer going, I'm going to go after maybe Corbin Burns or Max Fried.
Corbin Burns is who I was thinking of.
But how much does injury history play into this? And I think he will probably look at guys that are 35 or older as pitchers and go, maybe I don't chase those guys, even though they're some of the greatest pitchers. I'm not going to chase guys at that age because I'm probably spending money that I have, but not wisely spending that money.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Cowboys game day. So coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm good because it's finally freaking game day. It feels like we've been waiting forever for this game.
Well, I think you guys, for what you do for a living, had game day on Saturday, right?
That's true.
Man, it was fun.
Man, you got enough to talk about for a month.
That is very true.
Or at least a couple of weeks until they start playing again, right?
All right, well, we'll see you later, Mick.
All right,
no, I'm just kidding.
Good.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
And you got the Stars. Boy, it's just loaded.
Yeah, don't forget the Mavs, too.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a Mavs segment coming up next, so don't worry.
Rangers are in winter meetings right now.
That's right.
We got wrestlers coming in studio.
That's right.
So, yeah. Lord.
There's a lot going on here.
It's a very busy.
Guys are salivating.
It's a very busy day. How busy do you think the offensive line will be this evening as we still try to piece this thing together? But an offensive line that honestly has played, I think, surprisingly well, given some of the moving pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think Brock Hoffman has kind of held his own at right guard, and he'll be there again tonight after I would imagine later in the day here, they'll put Zach Martin on injured reserve out for the season. He's not Zach Martin, okay? But if you can get a backup in there to not be a total liability, then I think you're doing well. My worry is Chuma Edoga at left tackle. I don't think Guyton's going to make it. He hadn't practiced all week. I know they listed him as questionable, but I think Chuma's going to be the guy, and they better put a tight end over there most of the game to make sure, or they've got a fullback in to help out, because if he's one-on-one the whole game, I think Cincinnati, and I know their defense is not that good, but they've got defensive ends that can ruin an offense.
Yeah.
So, to me, that's going to be the key deal. If he can at least hold his own at times when he's got to go one-on-one, then, I think the Cowboys have a chance against that defense to move the ball and maybe score some points. But that's going to be key to me.
You said put a tight end over there. Do you have a specific tight end that you're going to put over there?
No, I don't care. Whoever's a warm body, just somebody to help, to chip, to, and it looks like Jake Ferguson will be back, so that helps. You've seen what Schoonmaker's done in the passing game. And then from a blocking standpoint, Spain forward would be the guy that if you're in two tight end and you want one of them to block, he may be the guy, and he's shown he's got a little bit in the passing game, but they got to make sure that they don't ruin the offense because of the left tackle. And as you can see, I have very little confidence in Chuma.
I can tell. Mm-hmm. It's hard to dig through that, but we've talked long enough. I was able to figure that out. Now, you mentioned a couple of names right there. I'm curious. Obviously, we all love Jake Ferguson, his competitiveness, his ability. But what have you thought about the play of Schoonmaker and Spanford over the last couple of weeks when we've gotten to see a little bit more of both of them?
Yeah, I think Schoonmaker shows that he's got something. He's healthy. He got some opportunities, and all of a sudden he starts showing up in the pass game, and I think he's starting to give you the reason why maybe the Cowboys took him in the second round. I know that he was off to a slow start last year. He had some injuries. He was a slow start again the beginning of this year, but I think when he's got opportunities, you can see he's got something, and so. That really helps when they go two tight ends, and you can't just assume that, they got two tight ends, Schoonmaker's blocking and Ferguson is going out in the pass pattern. I think both guys can show that they can hurt you in the pass pattern if you do not respect their ability to catch the ball. So I think that gives them a little bit more balance at the tight end position. And then and let's not, sell Hunter Lipke short as going in there at times in their nickel offense when they know they got to throw and they're going to use a running back and they need him to block to help with protection. So I think that those are going to be key things in this game. They got to be able to protect Cooper Rush, if they're going to do something in the passing game. It's kind of good news. I don't know how healthy he is. CeeDee Lamb's going to play. I know they listed him as questionable, but he sounded, there's no way I'm going to miss this game. So hopefully he can deal with the shoulder and be productive. The one injury that does concern me that's questionable is Trayvon Diggs, since he hasn't played in the last two games and has only practiced on a limited basis all week. They need him to be able to play like Trayvon Diggs in this game at cornerback. Because if he's out there, even for the first play, it'll be the first time that all three top corners are on the field at the same time in their careers.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's
to
still
think
so
about.
wild
Right?
to me, considering.
I mean, you were sitting there going, starting the season, oh man, you're going to have Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis, and then the injuries started to pile up. And, Bland's only, played 2 games now?
Mm-hmm.
But you see teams respect him because they do not throw over there.
True.
And I would imagine that since he's practiced all week, Oruwariye has a good chance to be taken off of IR and put on the 53 in the place of Zach Martin. When I'm assuming they put him on IR. They got to make the moves by 3 o'clock today.
Is Diggs on the field if he's anything less than 100%, or is that one of those?
Well, you're going to have to ask him that.
Yeah, okay.
Get him on the horn, Corey.
All right.
Do what now?
Get him on the horn.
Yeah, right. No, because you know what? He's missed the last 2 games, and he's been questionable both games, and hasn't played. And especially the road game at Washington when he was listed as questionable, didn't even make the trip. So that concerned me. Sometimes you got to play through stuff, right? And so hopefully. That they can do that. Otherwise, the way they finished the game, the previous one, Jordan Lewis, if they were in 2 corners, Jordan Lewis was going on the outside, and if they went 3, they started with Josh Butler. He gets hurt. And then McQuamu is in the game going in the slot, and he's just not a slot corner that's going to cover, wide receivers in the slot. If it's a tight end or something, okay, fine, but that's that's a little chancy there from a defensive standpoint. So to compensate for all that, they better get pressure on Joe Burrow, otherwise they're going to be in for a long night.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because we debate this all the time, and I understand that both are great things, but what do you think about, especially against the Bengals, the idea of pressure versus getting home and ending the play? Because you've seen, since Parsons came back, obviously he's getting to the quarterback tremendously quickly. We've talked about it all season, the improvement of Overshown. So how do you break up the importance of, I want pressure, like we all agree on that, but does it have to be pressure, or does it have to be, hey, we're finishing some of these plays off?
You mean like
in with a sack, or
like blitzing a lot?
Yeah.
I mean, if you, I mean, I think with him at quarterback, it's a passing down, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can just assume they're going to hand things off, although they will hand it off. But there's a reason why Joe Burrow leads the league in attempts, completions, passing yards, and touchdowns, right? So you got to figure that you got to live whatever happens in the running game, but boy, you better get after him. And if it takes 5 or 6, then go get him. I'd rather fail that way than sitting back and let him pick me apart if indeed I'm shorthanded in the coverage in the secondary.
Yeah, that's been one of my things about Micah that I've liked this year is that he's getting. I know he's missed some games, but he's been getting his without the detriment to the rest of the defense.
Yeah, and he's been a little bit more. I think taking care of what he's supposed to do in the running game and not just selling out every down going after the quarterback. He's got to set that edge, and I think he's done a better job of it. But if you think about it, he's been back. He missed 4 games. Now he's played 4 games, and he has 5.5 sacks in 4 games. And as a team in those 4 games, they've got 16 sacks, which going into yesterday was tied for the most sacks of any team in the league over the past 4 games. That's got to continue. And one of the problems Cincinnati has, and we've seen it, even though Joe Burrow puts up MVP numbers, they have trouble with pressure. They have trouble protecting him, and that's got to continue. I mean, there's a reason why they're 0-7 against teams with winning records, right?
Yep.
So I know the Cowboys don't have a winning record, but
they do not.
Think about this: if they can win this game, they get to 6-7, and there's only 2 teams ahead of them.
What are you doing right now, Mickey?
Listen to this:
Just
there's
one
only
game at a
2
time,
teams ahead of them for that 3rd wild card spot. Washington's 8-5, and the Rams are 7-6.
Just saying.
And they got to play Washington one more time, and they already beat them.
But if they lose tonight, we're going to stop this nonsense,
you
right?
probably can.
Okay.
Yeah,
But if
absolutely.
they win tonight,
okay,
ramp it up.
I got you.
I mean, just you got to play it out. I mean, you're seeing, the teams yesterday with those 6-6 records. A couple of them get beat. Arizona got beat. Atlanta got beat. So you just gotta play it out, because there's a lot of games, as I told you, going into this weekend. There's 14 losses out there between those teams that were either with the Cowboys or just above them 1 or 2 games. So again, just got to play it out and see what happens.
You got a prediction for how it's going to play out tonight?
Oh, God.
You can't be surprised by that.
All right, look.
Here's
the deal.
He was
Here's
ready
the deal.
for it.
If they can score 34 points, they're going to win this game.
There we go.
I like it.
That's a good laugh bet.
It sounds like Mike is also confident that would be the case.
Doesn't he agree? I mean, before when somebody asked me, I said they better score 50, right?
It's going to take
I have 31-20 Bengals tonight.
Okay, well, and
so to your
the
point,
Cowboys
like you need to score 32 points. to
That's
win
right,
the game.
and they did. They better, right? Because this is a team that's 2-4. Even though scoring 33 points, when they score 33 or more, they're 2-4. So you got to outscore them. Otherwise, you're not going to have a chance to win.
Long night.
And I understand you're playing with a backup quarterback, and they're playing with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, it is a daunting task. We'll see how it goes. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. See you guys. Glad I could.
Oh, he cut him
Oh.
He said glad he could make Mike laugh. I'm
Oh,
betting.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, on the Joe Burrow front, there's some amazing numbers that go along with him. And this is why people like Micah, and I'm sure there's lots of others, are like, hey, I still think he should be in the MVP conversation. Joe Burrow leads the league in passing yards, or he did heading into this weekend, and touchdown passes. And his offense is averaging 35 points per game in the last 4 games. However, they're 1-3 in that time.
It's bad.
Even though Joe Burrow has 3 straight games where he's thrown for at least 300 yards and at least 3 touchdowns in 3 straight games. By the way, you're like, maybe he threw a lot of interceptions. 1. So he has 10 touchdowns versus 1 interception and has thrown for more than 300 yards in all of those games. They're 0-3.
Yeah,
in those games.
He's tied for 3rd with most total touchdowns.
Wow.
Do you know who the other 3 people are? Because he's tied for 3rd with 31.
Is Lamar in that?
Lamar is number 2 at 32.
Okay.
Dak.
No, Mike Dak is way down on the list.
Rush.
I think he knew that.
One of them scored 6 touchdowns.
Oh,
yesterday.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is at number 1 with 33, and then Baker Mayfield is at
that
31,
right?
and Sam Darnold has 29, along with Jalen Hurts. So that's all your MVP candidates right there.
I like it. I mean, kind of. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs win streak is up to 7, but Jason Kidd is still annoyed by this one particular thing. Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
If you're annoyed by maybe one of your things, Men's Tea Clinic can help out. Guys, if you have lost your focus, your energy, your drive, your mood,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And provide annual maintenance to make sure it's always ready to go. Get a free Generac estimate today from Berkey's. License TAC LB 13316AE.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mavericks have time here at 2.8. It's quickly into Luka, and he got it away from about 40 feet.
Yes.
He made it!
Yes.
He made it! A little something for Slovenian Heritage Nights.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Luka puts up the 30-point triple-double. The Mavericks win again on Saturday. That is 7 straight. Do you want to talk about the team, or do you want to talk about what Jason Kidd's still mad
I
about?
want to talk about how you didn't believe they could win 7 straight.
It was
Last week,
Slovenian Day or something.
Was that an old highlight, perhaps?
Was that his half-court shot at halftime? I think it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
He made one from the left side, and I'm like, wait a second. I didn't know it was that. I knew that there are a lot of people cheering for him in Toronto.
That's why.
It's really weird for Slovenian Heritage Night. That's like a country of New Jersey. Like, that is, like, literally, that's how big the whole country is. And they're like, let's have Slovenian Heritage Night. Why don't you just call it Luka Doncic Night? He came into town. We're calling it Luka Night. I don't think there's a lot of Slovenians living around, like, amongst us.
But
It's-
are you
it's a
sure?
small country.
But are you sure about that?
Oh, and like in America or in Texas?
in America, anywhere. There's not many Slovenians.
Probably in Slovenia.
Like, how many Latvians are there from, like, where?
I don't know. I don't
Latvia
ask
is-
everyone, hey, where are you from? Where are you from?
In the
Where are you
United
from?"
States, there's approximately 175,000 to 600,000 Slovenians living among us.
That's lazy counting. That's lazy counting as well. Hey, I could have told you that. Hey, there could be a couple 100,000.
I didn't count 'em
Could be
all.
600,000. I don't know. All right, so the Mavericks have won 7 straight, and I'm going to ask you this. I don't know how much of a chance we'll get to talk about it tomorrow leading into the game. Are you excited for tomorrow night's game? NBA Cup quarterfinals. against Oklahoma City. Maybe you're excited because of the cup aspect. Maybe you're excited because it is still an Oklahoma City team that you imagine you'll see back around in the playoffs.
That's number one.
Okay.
Like that's the most important thing here. The tournament, the cup is of interest, but it's far more like how do you match up against a Thunder team? That's the first thing.
I forgot about it till you just said it now.
Okay.
So I plan on, I don't think I have anything tomorrow night. So I think I'm going to have time to sit down and really watch that game. I was watching some stuff last night on the Mavs and kind of their offense and the way Luka manipulates defenses. It is amazing when people break down what he's doing before he does it. And they kind of show like, he knows the double's coming from this guy, or this guy, but then the Mavericks want it to come from this guy, so they will do a quick switch and get Kyrie here and PJ Washington there because they really want Kyrie's guy doubling. They don't want PJ Washington's guys double. It's fun to kind of watch breakdowns like that, and then for Luka and the Mavs, Luka, because most people can't do what he does offensively. Sure. For him to know, I'm going to do this, and all I'm trying to do is draw a double team. I'm actually not trying to score here. I just want this guy specifically to come down and double me. And as soon as he does, I'm not going to immediately pass it because I know that RJ Barrett will rotate off of PJ Washington. I have to sell that I'm shooting the ball so much that then RJ Barrett ball watches and doesn't know that he needs to hurry up and go cover Kyrie Irving.
Corey, how have you felt about the reintegration of Luka these last 4 games? I mean, it's just 4 games, but I know we talked about like, hey, we'd love to take a little bit of what was working without him and then bring his awesomeness back and make it all happen.
He seemed more individually productive,
engaged,
even
caring.
Like individual numbers, it seems like he's been as productive, if not more. But at the same time, it has looked like when watching the game, he's getting everybody involved. The ball's moving, which we were watching before. We were like, hey, man, it just gets very stagnant with you. And it looks like it's still moving around. So I feel like he saw something in that time. I mean, even PJ talked about it a little bit. Jason Kidd's talked about it, but even Lucas talked about it. When I was watching, I was seeing how excited the guys were to have the ball. And so defensively, he's been more active. So it's been good. Now, how long will it stay that way before Luka decides it's all on me again?
I hope we don't get to that, or if we do, it's at least for short spurts. It's probably impossible when you're that good to not think it's all on me for like...
I have the best chance of making a shot.
But I hope it's a shorter spurt that you see that in.
I love his engagement on the team. Since he's come back...
What does that look like to you, outside of the numbers?
Okay, outside of the numbers, he actually gets back on defense the majority of time. He seems to know where his teammates are. He doesn't seem to mope. He seems to have a good attitude on the court. So I don't know. Is that enough, or do I need more to kind of talk about how he actually looks engaged in the game?
No, I mean, sure. I thought that was a good explanation because I'm just curious because I don't know how many of our listeners, like, I'm sure a lot of them, but how many watch as intently as you to the team in general, or maybe to Lucas specifically?
How about this? Like, specifically that Utah game where he didn't give 2 S's where his guy was. And so when they threw the ball underneath for a dunk to lose the game, win the game for Utah, you're like, hey, pull your head out of your ace and let's play basketball. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't. He was refusing to pull his head out of his rear end to play basketball with these Dallas Mavericks. And since then, he really has. And what you're seeing is you're not seeing these stupid breakdowns when the game is especially on the line, which he was consistently doing this year. And since he's come back, 31 points, 10.5 rebounds, 9.5 assists. Now, here's what I don't know, Kevin. This is what I'm worried about just a little bit. Is he engaged because he's shooting 50% from the field?
And you think if that slumps, he checks out a little?
That if he starts shooting bad, if he's not shooting the ball well, he will sometimes disengage in the whole game because he's so awesome. But it's like, are you just feeling sorry for yourself right now? You're so good at basketball. Please stop feeling sorry for yourself. You're too good at this to do this. And I remember Bobby Knight saying this to Michael Jordan, which Luka has not much Michael Jordan in him. He does have some, but that where Bobby Knight said, I didn't have to yell at Michael Jordan when I coached him. I just had to say, you're better than that. And immediately Michael would totally engage and be the best player in the Olympics and win the gold medal. But it was like, it's like you just need to sometimes tell Luka, and I wish it would just take this little, hey, you're better than that.
Now, Luka and Kyrie, 12 for 22 from 3 in that game. Kyrie, phenomenal, 6 of 9. And Grant Afseth threw this out there. The Mavericks are 10-1 in the Kyrie Irving era when he makes 6+ threes in a game.
There you go. Just shoot 'em.
Yeah, anytime. Well, if they're going down like that, and you're going 6 for 9, well, hell yeah. I want you just firing up 3-pointers. But both of them were efficient with their 3-point usage, and that's a game that I think you're going to win all day long. Now,
Still could have been more efficient, though.
Okay, that's true,
100%.
but they might be tired, Corey.
Okay.
Because Jason
Why?
Kidd has had enough of the way the NBA sets up the schedule. We didn't really get an opportunity to talk about this, but did you look at like the breakdown of the Mavericks schedule in the last 30 days?
Yeah, I think even the Toronto Raptors broadcasters were talking about this.
So in a span of 28 days, the Mavericks played 15 games, 12 of them on the road, and they had been to Portland, San Francisco, Miami, and Toronto. So just about the 4 corners of the NBA map. And so Jason Kidd, who, hey, they're winning, and he's happy about that, but he said, yeah, the schedule is messed up. It's something that needs to be looked at if they want the competition to be fair. He continued, we've gone about as far west, and now we've gone as far east as we can. We're not going to complain about it, although I could see how one might argue that was what was happening in that moment. It is what it is, but it's not fair if you want players to play. And so when guys sit out, the NBA can't complain about guys sitting out when they have a schedule like this. Now, there are times when you play every 3 days and you're like, it's a load management. Then I'm like, come on. But 12 road games, 15 overall games, more than 13,000 miles traveled in 28 days. That does feel like a lot.
And in that time, they've scored 124 points a game. So
really?
like in that span, like go look at their numbers. It's up high. And I'm looking at it and I feel like it's somewhere in the 110s, 113s for their opponents, because they've held some opponents below 100 points a couple different times here.
And by the way, if you hold somebody below 100 points in today's NBA, I know you might be thinking about, I remember when the Pistons, it's not like that anymore, especially with the proliferation of the 3-point shot. If you hold somebody to 100 points, good for you.
Yeah, and every standard Corey was just giving, after that Utah game, the Mavericks are the best team in the NBA, and honestly, it's not close by the record standings, by points for, points against. Everything that they're doing is amazing. I will say this, the schedule, because it's been so insane, this is the problem with being the Texas Rangers or being the Dallas Stars or the Dallas Mavericks. You're centrally located.
Yeah.
And so they never do this to, let's just use the New York Knicks. They're going to, when they send them to the West Coast, they're going to send them to the West Coast for a long time.
Yeah.
Because they're going to knock out as many as possible, because we know we just sent them on a 6.5 hour or 7 hour plane trip. Let's knock out like 4 or 5 games to try to clear as much west as we can and get them back east. But for obviously the Dallas Mavericks or Houston Rockets, for example, or San Antonio, they can get screwball schedules because the scheduler doesn't see them as taking long road trips. It's like, no, it can be a long road trip. It's not an easy flight to see. I guess Seattle doesn't work for basketball anymore, but San Francisco's not a short trip.
So they have still won 7 in a row going into the quarterfinal NBA Cup tomorrow night. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, U.S. Army veteran, multi-time WWE World Champion, and now AEW wrestler Bobby Lashley rolling up in studio next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a game day Cowboys Monday, the show 2 to 4, then the pregame here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings on
Friday.
Well, surely now. Okay, well that was going to be the big, that was going to be the big thing. We're just
Friday
like
football.
it's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where we might already be in trouble because we're about to ask Tony Khan for a raise, I get a feeling. We bring to you AEW wrestler Bobby Lashley, who has caught wind of the Juan Soto contract. Do we need to immediately get Tony Khan on the horn? We just had him on the show on Thursday. We could probably help you out.
I think we actually do need to talk to Tony Khan about this because $765 million.
He's got football in his family. He needs to get baseball in the family so they can really. That's where the money is.
And
I
he
guess
doesn't have to beat his body up as much as I do.
Not at all.
Man, that
Not
is
at
a
all.
really interesting. That is a really interesting point. Now, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of things that we want to talk about with you. But specifically, you were out at Globe Life Field this morning, the official kickoff event for AEW All in Texas. I know the pre-sale was going on, but the tickets went on sale today. What kind of vibe did you get from the people, especially because you live around here?
Yeah. I just moved out to Dallas, so it was incredible to be able to go out there and see some of the local fans and just let them know that I'm here because a lot of them didn't even know that I was here. And then just seeing that stadium, I haven't been to that stadium, so this is the first time, and I was like, man, we got some work to do. But I like it.
There's a lot of seats to fill in there.
It excites me, and we have plenty of time to do it. And then I just moved to AEW. So I feel pretty confident of what I'm going to bring. So I think that we can do it. I think it's going to be an amazing event.
Corey, he said he lives about 5 minutes away from the Star. Transactions for the game tonight don't have to be in until 3.
Okay.
Do you think we could maybe make something happen?
Get him out there, maybe some linebacker. Is that what you're trying to get?
Yeah, or defensive line, whatever we need offensive linemen now. It's been a tough run.
Yeah, as long as you can block or hit or whatever. And that being said, the spear is the greatest hit in the world, right?
Oh, absolutely.
How can you describe that feeling when you're just putting that shoulder through somebody?
Well, we were talking about it earlier and just a little while ago. It's like, because so many people ask me this. They say, are you guys all friends? No, we're not. There's no industry, no business, no company that everybody's friends. So, when I'm about to win a match and I have the spear coming up, I mean, it depends on how much I like you is how much pressure I put into it. And I'm one of those nice guys.
So everybody's really nice to you backstage is what I'm hearing. It's like hey, Bobby,
but
how's it
sometimes
going?
people piss me off and they got to feel it a little bit more.
Yeah. Do you get the sense, do you think your opponent knows that if you're out there and they're like, oh, they know?
They absolutely do.
Okay.
because what I do to them before that, they're like, oh, that hurt. And they're like, oh, man,
here it
I'm getting up and here he comes.
I picked the wrong profession.
Bobby, this might be a stupid question, but obviously going to do this event in a baseball stadium, is there a difference? I get the rings the same size, but is there a difference when you're performing in a football stadium, baseball stadium, and let's say more common, a basketball arena?
For me, it's not. I know that some people can say that it is, but I wrestled during the pandemic and there was no one there. So, when I go into a match, it's me. Like I'm locked in there, whatever's going on in the ring. So that's what I'm more concentrated on. I came from an amateur wrestling background, so it wasn't about the crowd. It was about what I'm doing in there. But then again, the crowd does help. And the crowd helps because it's just the energy. I'm an energy person. So like when I go out there, I look around and I see everybody and I feel the energy from the crowd. And it motivates me. I always tell people, if you come to a wrestling match, don't sit on your hands and try to find out, oh, look at this or look at that. Just go out there and have fun with it. Because the more fun that the crowd has, the more we put into it. Get loud, get rowdy, let yourself go, have a good time. And that's what it's about. And you'll see some of the greatest matchups when you do.
You're talking about your amateur background. You've done a lot of different things, and there's a lot to cover from MMA back to the WWE world titles. Now we're in AEW, but NAIA Hall of Famer, and you also wrestled in the Army. Can you tell us about, I guess, all of those transitions and how maybe it led you into the combat sports vein?
Yeah, I took off in wrestling when I was in high school. That was when I won my first high school state championship, and which brought me to college. And in college, I was a 4-time All-American and a 3-time national champion. And then I tried to step away from it because there's no pro sport for wrestling. So I was like, all right, I'm done. I tried to take a regular job, but then it just kind of pulled me back. And I was able to get into the Army World Class Athlete Program. It's called WCAP. So coming into that program is like you get to challenge this spot, and it's 4 guys that have the ability to make it to the Olympic team to train full time while being in the Army. So that's what I did, and it was great. It was great for me. I took a world silver medal when I was on the Army team, and I was training at the Olympic Training Center. And how it led me into professional wrestling is Kurt Angle came when I was training one day, and he was doing a vignette for WWE. I was a big fan of Kurt from like high school when he was in college, and when I was in college, he was at WWE. So I kind of followed his career. So Kurt came over to me and he was like, "Man, you got a good look. He seems and your wrestling pedigree and everything that you've done in wrestling." He said, "You know what? Pro wrestling is our pro sport." He said, "Have you ever thought about it?" And I was a big fan of his, so I was like, "Absolutely, I'd love to." And then we exchanged numbers, and one thing led to another. They offered me a contract, and then I just started training. I started training for professional wrestling like I would have for the Olympics.
When in the military, like you see movies and these guys are like bam, 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 hand-to-hand combat stuff and all. Are there real Jason Bournes that come out of that and then are living amongst us?
What a question.
That is a good question.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's what
I don't know about anybody else. We're from a secret society that we don't tell anybody
I like
about.
it. See, I'm always trying to find these.
Okay.
At the Super Bowl, the Hall of Fame secret lunch.
But don't
and
tell
everything.
anybody. It's always the nice guys. It's not those guys that are real loud. Those guys, they can't do anything.
Okay, I'm not saying you're not nice, but it's not a secret that you'll kick people's ass all around the place, because you also, in the middle of all of this, did a lot of mixed martial arts and had a lot of success at a high level of mixed martial arts. Somebody has already texted in and asked, would you ever consider going back into the MMA space again to fight? Or are you thinking, I'm in the midst of this right now, we're probably past that? So I'm not disputing you're not nice, because I don't want you to whoop my ass. I'm just saying, people saw you in the cage. They know.
Yeah. So the MMA question, and I was just talking about this a few minutes ago. We were in a press conference a little while back, and one of the reporters asked me that same question. And Tony Khan jumped right in, and he was like, "Yeah, Bobby will knock out anyone." And I was like, "Well,
nice.
There's a green light." So I was like, I said, I was offered a boxing match at one point a few months ago, and I was really interested in the boxing match. MMA, there's a lot more training, a lot more toll on the body. And if I were to do an MMA fight, I'd have to probably step away from wrestling for a few months, or at least a couple months, to really get into it. Now, a boxing match, on the other hand, I'm very interested in. There's a lot of promotions coming around. I was at that boxing match that was here a few weeks ago.
Jake Paul and Mike Tyson?
I was not too excited about that, but I went to it anyway. And
the outcome or having to go?
I guess both.
Okay, all right.
That was a big pause.
I mean, I'm a huge Mike Tyson fan, and I didn't want to see that
Makes sense.
But
You
anyway,
were there, you didn't see his ass on television.
Yeah.
We were watching pay-per-view, and they accidentally got the jockstrap.
Quickly, yeah.
Well, that was all over social media, so unfortunately,
we all saw it anyway.
Okay, so you did see it. I'm curious with the move, because you talked about it's only been, about a month and a half or so that you've been in AEW. What precipitated that move? And then another thing I've always been curious about, you carry yourself, and the Hurt Syndicate carries themselves like they are stars. How important is that outside of the ring presentation?
It's very important, and I'll address that first. It's very important how we present ourselves, because, I have kids, so if you come to a wrestling show and say you're wanting to see the stars before the show starts, and you pull up and you bring your kids out there, you're going to see different people walking into the building. You're going to see guys in sweats and everything like that. But you see me come out, a nice car, I got a nice suit on. We always have suits on. You're going to look and you're going to say, if anybody, that's the star.
Yeah.
So when we walk in, when my match comes up, they're going to not only see me come out, and they're going to say, well, that's a star, but they're going to remember from earlier when I did come in, they were like, that guy has to be somebody. So, I mean, it's just a presentation. If you go to an NBA game, if you go to an NFL game, you always see the guys walking in, and they're dressed to the T. They're dressed to the 9. And I said, that's what we want to bring to professional wrestling. We don't want you guys coming in thinking we're the grungy group that just goes and jumps and hits ourselves with chairs and different things like that. We want to show different. We're putting on shows for people, and we're selling out stadiums. So we're stars. We make good money. And we train hard to do what we do. So we are stars. So you have to present yourselves that. So that's how I always come to shows. You'll always see me dressed nice. You'll see me presenting myself in a certain way. And coming to AEW, we want to make sure that whole mindset is brought over to AEW.
I'm sorry, Dustin came in the other day and he had his plaid suit on, and it was sharp and everything. And as he was leaving, our boss is like, "Man, those Rhodes boys are always in suits. Who's their tailor? Do you have a specific tailor that you go to? Because
gotta be. That's not off the rack.
That's a bicep suit right there.
I actually
dude.
have a guy here in Dallas that I use. So I do. There's a couple different guys that I work with. There's a guy out in California, King Troy. He's more of a stylist, so he gives me some of the different looks that I have when I have a little funkier, funner look. And then I have a guy out here, Ty. He's out here in Texas.
Yes,
and he comes over. He brings different styles. He shows me different styles. He all my suits are custom, so he puts things through and.
He did it right. That one's sharp.
Yeah.
That one's sharp looking, man. That looks good.
I don't know if he can go to Macy's or Nordstrom with your body type and just have something fit you normally.
But more importantly, since I've been out here in Texas, I've
got the cowboy boots.
I got the cowboy boots.
That's nice.
And a local company out here, Ruho Boots. I mean, since I came out here, I started working with those guys, and I'm actually doing the whole suits and boots together. So
that's awesome.
It's a little Texas flavor. And I said, since we're doing all in Texas, we got Tony Khan a pair of boots, and we're doing it right.
Nice.
That's how we're doing it in Texas.
Bobby Lashley right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, you can check out AEW Tix or Ticketmaster. If you want to get your tickets, are on sale right now for All In, July 12th, 2025 at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Not to say you couldn't have done anything you wanted in AEW, but how fortuitous was the timing with MVP and Shelton Benjamin for, you don't have to say this, for those of us who felt perhaps your faction was not well taken care of in your previous stop.
Yeah. It all came together. Shelton came out. He retired or left WWE several months back, and then MVP was coming to the end of his contract. We kind of started talking. We were like, you know what? The fans had really wanted it. I could post anything on social media, and there'll at least be one comment saying something about the Hurt Business. That's what we had before. And we kept saying, you know what? We have something special with that. And talked to Tony, and Tony was like, I'd love to bring it onto our show. So we formed the band back up. And we try to tell all the guys, all the wrestling fans, is that you guys wanted it before, and we got it now. So support us. Come check us out. See what we're doing. It's a cool group. And I said our group is a little different because a lot of times in the wrestling business, they just throw people together. It's not the same with us. Like MVP and Sheldon are good friends of mine. We've been friends for 20 plus years, and we've been in the wrestling business for 20 plus years. So we have a lot of knowledge in how things work in the wrestling business. And going over to AEW, it's really fun because we have a lot of different guys to work with. And we say, you know what? Ultimately, we're going to beat everybody up. But at the end of the day, we're going to build everybody back. We're here to build AEW. I think it has a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential, and we want to see that potential come. Because when you have an owner like Tony that really truly believes in wrestling and loves wrestling, you want to do stuff for. And he gave us opportunity and platform to do what we do. So of course we want to build this thing as big as we can, and we want to sell out that stadium. I think we can. Yeah. That would be awesome to sell it out in Dallas, right down the street. I could wake up in my own bed and drive down the street and win a world title and then go back home.
Okay, we're getting a busy line because Dustin Rhodes also said, hey, I've never won a world title. Yeah. I would like to maybe be in the mix. But this is AEW's first stadium show ever in America. How I know obviously the previous incarnations of All In at Wembley. How cool is it that it is essentially in your backyard?
It was perfect because when we went to have the talks with Tony, it was like right after it was announced that it was in Dallas. And since I moved here, I was like, man, this is perfect. I mean, to have it in Dallas when I just moved to Dallas, I was like, man, it's written. And I think I just have to do my work now, because my work is to be able to either win the world title or to defend the world title at All In. I think that's my goal. I have a little bit of time, and I've got to ruffle some feathers, and I got to beat some people up. But, that's what I like to do.
It's part of the gig.
We hurt people.
Yeah.
So he could defend against Dustin. Like if we're just going to book all these months out. Okay. Yeah. So AEWTix.com or Ticketmaster, if you want to check it out. You can get tickets right now. AEW's been super kind to us over the years. They donated 4 tickets for Peace-a-thon a couple of weeks ago, but you can get your tickets right now. The first ever AEW stadium show in America. Bobby, thank you so much for the time, good sir.
Yeah. And one more thing I just want to kind of plug a little bit, something that we're doing since I've been down here in Texas. There's the world's largest toy drive that we had. And it's a lot of other states and a lot of other cities were doing it. And when we met with all the guys, they said, you know what? We weren't getting a lot of participation from Dallas. And I was there. Trent Shelton was there. Vina Jennings. And then a lot of influencers out in this area. We were like, we got to bring it to Dallas. You just didn't have the right people involved. So we're having that toy drive. And AEW donated 150 toys to this, 1,500 toys to our toy drive just to start out. So
that's awesome.
That's the kind of company that I'm working for. That's why I like to do everything that I can for Tony and everything in AEW. We want to really build it up. So this Wednesday we're having that toy drive over at Stella Jets up in Prosper, right? Addison. Yeah, Stella Jets. We're gonna have a big toy drive. We're gonna have 1,500 toys from AEW and all the other people. We're just going to make it huge and make sure that Dallas is represented in the world's largest toy drive.
We will continue to put that message out for you. Thank you very much. That's awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing very well. I'm sure you're doing well. Hyped up on a game day too. I'm curious.
Are you driving to the stadium right now?
Yeah,
Like,
good
do you
question.
get there this early and get started?
Actually, not headed straight to the stadium just yet, but it won't be long.
Okay, all right. Got to get there early, Kevin.
Do you have a private time, just like the players do, when you're like, just don't bother me? It's an hour before kickoff. Like, I need to focus.
I actually like a little distraction leading up to it. So it's good to have a few little things to do. Obviously, got a lot of people that come into town for these games that are partners of ours that we like to visit with a little bit. But all's good, and looking forward. This is going to be an interesting game. Obviously, Cincinnati's one of those teams that are probably a lot better than their record, and obviously a little bit having a disappointing season, kind of like what we've had up to date. But, they certainly have a lot of great players, and Burrow and Chase probably do it as good as anybody in this league in terms of production and what they get done. So we're going to have our hands full tonight, but look forward to the challenge and look forward to getting out there and competing and staying in the mix.
Are there any updates you can give us now in terms of Guyton and Diggs going into the game?
Yeah, right now, I would say we're optimistic. They'll get out there and work a little before the game. That'll make the final determination. But right now we're feeling optimistic that Guyton can at least, be one of the 8 offensive linemen, and then hopefully Diggs can get out there and play. He had a good couple of days to end the week and felt good this morning. So we'll see how the workout goes, but feeling optimistic about maybe both those guys suiting up.
How excited then are you to kind of see that trio of Diggs and Bland and J-Lou on the field together at the same time?
Well, obviously that's a lot about, what we bargained for in terms of, counting on our defense playing at a high level. And I know I was talking to Mike Zimmer yesterday. I know he's fired up about it to think about those 3 guys being out there and certainly getting healthy at the end spot. We got a chance to get Nealon back out there. Not a chance. He's going to be out there playing today. So we're definitely getting healthier as a defensive unit. We just have to go out there and execute. I know Mike's been against Burrow many times, and he has nothing but respect for him. But at the same time, we know, we've got to get out there and do some things to make some plays.
Are you hoping that you can avoid a track meet game tonight then? Because obviously the Bengals have been in quite a few of those this year.
Well, no question. And, it's what they do, and they've been right there close. They've got, a handful of games that could have been wins in their direction. So we know we have our hands full, but you do every week in the NFL. They pay their guys too. They've got great coaching staffs, and, we've just got to go out there and execute, make plays. I know we've talked about the defense here today, but, the offense, we need the offense to go out and make plays as well. Rico's been running the ball well as of late, and we're running the ball as an offense well, and certainly get CD rolling again and get our share of the points, and hopefully ultimately come out of here and get a win out of this.
What's the tight end spot look for you with Ferg back in the lineup, considering how Schoonmaker was playing?
Well, I think we'll use them all. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, we want to continue to be effective running the ball, and when you get those bigger guys in there, it gives you the opportunity to do both. And I agree. Hats off to Schoonmaker. He really played well in Ferguson's absence, but at the same time, we all know Ferguson's one of the top tight ends in this league, and I think he'll bring a lot to the dance here tonight to help Cooper and with some of his things that he's trying to get accomplished, and hopefully open up some things more with CD and, go out there, execute and make plays, and which is what we're going to have to do. Obviously, when you play against a team like Cincinnati, we're going to have to score some points.
Now, we saw a line that said Mike McCarthy said that Udoka would have started game one had it not been for his injury. Did you feel that was your best option at the position then?
Well, I just think at that point you've got a veteran guy who's ready to go, and a rookie at left tackle. You kind of like to bring him along if you can. But I thought Guyton stepped up and did a lot of good things. It's just as we move forward, I think he'll do nothing but get better. As a left tackle in this league, and certainly though when you got a guy like Chuma when he's healthy, and he has his share of battling through injuries as well. So, that's part of it and part of the league. But at the same time, it's good to have a guy like Chuma when you're bringing some young guys along.
Now, the focus, of course, is first and foremost on tonight's game, and then you move on from there. I was curious, though, as part of the decision-making team, Micah Parsons said in an interview that's going to air tonight that he would like a fair shot with everyone back, players, coaches, because of all the injuries. Dak said something kind of along those lines. Outside of just results, how much do you guys factor in like what the players want in terms of some coaching decisions going forward?
Well, you get a feel for how the players are reacting and playing as the season goes. I mean, what they verbally say in the media is one thing, but the bigger thing is how they're responding. And the biggest thing Jerry and I've said all along is between Coach McCarthy and Mike Zimmer and Bones and the whole coaching staff, they've had success in this league, and certainly we've had our share of challenges with the injuries, and we understand that. So all that gets factored in, but we don't have to necessarily listen to a podcast or what guys are saying verbally in the media to know how our guys are responding to these coaches, and obviously all that's factored in. But no one respects Coach Zim, Coach McCarthy, Bones more than Jerry and I do.
Talk is great, and I understand that as well. It's great for our business.
Yeah,
Steven.
definitely great for our business.
But what the team does on the field, you feel is also reflective of like how you feel about these coaches and everything.
Yeah, but I do. I mean, obviously you do factor in injuries. They affect teams. I mean, you just look around the league and, you hear the media talk about the 49ers, but they've had a lot of injuries. But, that's part of the game, and you got to overcome those. Obviously, when it's at the quarterback position, and he represents what he does in terms of the resources toward our salary cap, and you have to play without him, then you have to factor that in. And but all that goes toward every evaluation at the end of every season. And again, I'll do nothing but reiterate the respect that Jerry and I have for Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer and the whole coaching staff.
Now, tonight also off the field, the ESPN and Disney Plus Simpsonized broadcast. Do you see any similarities between Jerry Jones and Mr. Burns, perhaps?
No, not necessarily. I'm not. Although I must admit, I don't follow the Simpsons that much. But obviously, it's a fun marketing for the league and the younger people in our country, and certainly understand all that. But no, I think Jerry's one of a kind is the way I'd go about it.
Ain't that a fact?
Steven, do you still follow high school football? Because the Highland Park Scots, I know your son led them to 2 state championships. They look like they have a chance to win another state championship.
Well, they've got a hell of a football team, a great young quarterback, but the biggest thing of all is they got Coach Randy Allen, who's just one of the best to ever coach in Texas. And believe it or not, Karen and I and John Stephen are probably going to run out to the Star and watch that game. Denton Ryan's been always the team that you got to get by to win the state, and they've got a great program as well, great players, and that's going to be a great football game.
Is coaching ever something that you think John Stephen would want to get into?
Well, that's probably a question you should ask him, but he's certainly understands the game as well as anybody. When you play quarterback in the, at a high level in high school and then in the SEC, he's got a great knowledge for the game. And I know he loves the game, loves to play the game, loves to be involved in the game. So whether he would want to coach or not, that'd be a great question for him.
Seems now we know what we got to do.
Yes, we got to go talk to him. Thank you very much. Best of luck tonight. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Appreciate you guys. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Stephen. Have a good one.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Fascinating.
Sounds like we got a future coach in the family.
But it sounds like he's obviously still very plugged in to the high school football scene, which makes a lot of sense, too, because they run so many playoff games, like not only at the Star, but also obviously culminates at AT&T Stadium.
It was a very interesting answer to your question about the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't hey, man, when we hear the players, we're all in on it. It is definitely there's something on the field, but you definitely do want to know, hey, what kind of style do you like? If we bring in this kind of coach, is that going to be good for y'all? You want to get those things. I mean, our boss asks us, hey, do you want Mike to work with you? And we're like, no. And he's like, tough, deal with it. And we were like, crap.
And then that actually is a really accurate retelling of that. So Marshawn Nealon with the team ready to roll per Stephen Jones tonight. And then optimism on both Diggs and Guyton. It sounded like, and you can correct me if you think I've misread this, more optimism on Diggs versus Guyton, because they were like, hey, we hope Guyton can be part of the group of 8, and then we'll see how that goes. Versus Diggs, he seemed to feel pretty okay that he'll be out there.
With Guyton, I don't think you're necessarily begging for him to start tonight. Diggs, you definitely would want to start, right? That's the feeling
I would agree
you're getting there.
Sure.
And with Diggs, I mean, that sounds like a true game time decision based on everything we've heard so far.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Let's talk about the amazingness, unless you love defense, that was Bills and Rams. That and Mike likes it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Stafford from the shotgun, looking left, throws right, receiver screen, caught, blocked, touchdown, Puka Nacua! Touchdown LA! With 1:54 remaining, a receiver screen for a 2-possession lead over the Buffalo Bills.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I work with the dumbest people. You're fine, Alec. Right now,
I don't know. He was probably thinking the same thing back then.
That is fair. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Hauser.
Oh, we didn't get the... Here we go with it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on back here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quarterback's broken.
Brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why just paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. All right, Mike, we're going to start with all things Buffalo and the Rams because that game was freaking crazy. Now, I do want to ask you, does this... Not that you're not still in on Buffalo, but now knowing it's pretty unlikely, it feels like, that they will be able to take the top seed away from Kansas City. Does that change anything for you guys as we go into the AFC playoffs? Still time. Kansas City, who knows, but it looks unlikely at this point.
There's a lot there. Yeah, it looks like Kansas City last night kicking the field goal.
The doink.
Yes. That they wrapped up the division, but with the loss, Buffalo's loss, it looks like they have a great chance to get the 1 seed. After losing to Buffalo, you thought, oh, it's just a half game lead because of tiebreaker, but now it's a game and a half lead.
They got a tough schedule to finish this season out, though.
The Buffaloes?
No, the Chiefs.
The Chiefs,
the
okay.
Chiefs, they got the Browns, okay.
Yeah.
Texans, though, Steelers, and Broncos on the last two games.
I think they can win those games by a total of 12 points. It is amazing what they're doing.
We'll get to that and say it is unbelievable.
But Buffalo, I thought coming into the year this was like a retooling year because it's like they had Josh Allen, they went all in, they didn't win the championship. It's what happens when you go all in. You have to reset your cap for a year or two.
They just pivoted.
But they are so awesome, at least Josh Allen is so awesome, and some of their players are super awesome too, that they've been able to figure it out. Trading for Cooper has helped out too. And so I still think Buffalo has a great chance to go to the Super Bowl, but they won't get that crazy home field advantage they can get. Or is it better that they don't have home field advantage? When you have a dude like Josh Allen, do you want to play in -12 with a 47 mile an hour wind and snow on the field? I don't know if you want to. I think Kansas City would be a better football team at Buffalo in mid to late January than Buffalo would be. Because they're more of the defense, short passing. Like, I get Josh Allen can play in probably any weather, but I want Josh Allen playing on better surface. I don't know if Kansas City will be in mid to late January, but there's a better chance Kansas City has better weather than Buffalo.
Right now, though, if you are the defensive coordinator for the Bills, you have to be happy, actually. This actually has to be, this is a good thing because you can walk in there and go, you see this crap right here, guys? We're going to fix all of this before the playoffs. Luckily, this didn't show up on playoff day. So, like, this is one of those things where you can be, as a coach, you go in there hard and you let them all know that you're going to get this corrected quickly.
I know that this is the job, and he's a professional, and he knows what to say. I was still proud of Josh Allen for being like, we got to make more plays. You look at how close the score was.
He had 6 touchdowns.
Yeah. Okay, look.
3-3.
Him and Otto Graham. He became the second player in the history of the NFL to throw 3 touchdown passes and run for 3 touchdowns.
You got to make more plays.
6 touchdowns, but he came out there on the podium. I was watching it because I was hoping he would be like, I don't even know why I'm up here. You want to talk to somebody? Talk to some of the damn defensive people. But of course he didn't do that because he's a pro, and he goes, hey, we got to come out stronger. and we just had to make one more play. You look back at it, our offense needed to make one more play, and I was proud of him for that.
Recently engaged means he's thinking more about family, Kevin, than individual. So he's really thinking as a family man now.
So let's talk about some of the things that happened in that game. According to the Fox broadcast, it was the second all-time game with at least 5 passing touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns, and 0 turnovers. The other one happened in 1965.
Of course, I remember that.
No, you don't.
Nope.
Okay, tell me one of the teams that played in it. They're both
In the
still
1965?
They're both still current NFL teams.
Cardinals.
Ooh, that is incorrect.
All right.
The Chiefs and the Broncos.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said Cardinals.
Okay,
It was
all
Chiefs
right.
and Broncos.
There was over 900 yards of offense, 3 rushing touchdowns for each team, a total of 12 touchdowns and only 4 punts. There were 3 touchdowns for every single punt.
I was so last night while we were out at Jared Sandler's event.
Yeah,
I went over to that little bar area, and Jonah Heim and his family and John Gray were kind of sitting over there watching that game at the end. And I was trying to peep as much as I could of it.
Okay, yeah.
And trying to keep track of it, but I feel like that game specifically is going to require a rewatch. And
that 54-51 game.
Yeah, we were discussing that last week, and I don't think we expected this at all by any means, but it's really, that's a fun game to go back and just look at again.
Well, and for a while, I mean, Corey's right, we were doing stuff, but for a while, it looked like the Rams were just going to run Buffalo off the field.
Mm-hmm.
It was 38-21 with 18 seconds left in the third quarter. Obviously, Buffalo went crazy, but you can look back at it, and one of the reasons that the Rams win this game, Puka Nacua, 12 catches, 162 yards. He had that third down conversion when
that was an amazing play.
The Bills were like, hey, if we get the ball back, we're definitely going to score a touchdown because you've seen how this fourth quarter has gone. So Puka Nacua was unbelievable. This is a great game if you think defense is stupid. If you really like the defensive battle of an NFL football game, you might not have loved this game.
Yeah,
I found it to be very entertaining.
I can watch a pitcher's duel and be like, that was an amazing 1-0 victory today.
Right.
I can do that. And I can also watch two offenses do what they did and go, hey, I'm fine with that. I saw a lot of bad play this year. Seen a lot of bad defense too.
Let's go to cut number 1 because I was rooting against this team so hard yesterday.
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his right. Hurts takes the snap. He's back. He's looking. He's still looking. He fires. Complete. Touchdown. Grant Calcaterra.
So I'm rooting against Philadelphia just in general. But what really took it to the next level, I do not care for these wagers whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yes.
One bettor dropped $3.1 million
to win $450,000?
Exactly, because they dropped it on the money line. They were like, haha, well, it was probably smart because if you'd have done it with the spread, you definitely would have lost. And it was one of the biggest wagers ever on an NFL regular season game, and Circa Sports took the money against the money line, which was minus 700. So I take you to the game. It's 22-16. There are less than 3 minutes to go. Carolina is moving and grooving, and Bryce Young connects on a pass that looks like it's right about the goal line. They review it and say that it hit the turf, and it was not a catch, and the Eagles end up winning 22-16. But I was going to say, can you imagine the tension? But then again, if you have $3 million to drop on a regular season football game, do you think you're like, hey, I hope I win, but if I don't, I'll just grab more off the pile?
That's a great question. I
know.
don't know when people bet this much money. I think they have to bet this much money to get them
feel alive. Yeah.
I'm assuming Michael Jordan comes to mind with playing cards. Like if he's not playing for $100,000 on a blackjack,
who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Like I have $1 billion something playing for $20 or playing for $1,000 does nothing for him. Where obviously us playing for $20, having fun betting games, or if we bet $1,000, like we're like, this is a lot of money for us. This is too much for us to honestly enjoy at this point. So I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know with Floyd Mayweather or those guys that do this, Junior, I guess, like why are you even? You have money. Money's not the issue. You're now trying to get excitement out of a game that you don't seem to really have interest in.
Yeah, it feels like that, but he did win. He did pick up the $450,000. But again, Carolina has showed that they've continually gotten, you could say, better or less worse.
Progressively gotten better, yes.
The look-ahead line I saw for the Cowboys and Panthers game went from even to Panthers -1.5. Now, I know some of that could change depending on tonight, but that is an interesting note.
I think for the betting purpose, like that's the easiest one you look at early in the season, right? And go, yeah, I'm going to bet on that game because Carolina stunk.
Yes.
That being said, it looked like to start that game, Philadelphia thought Carolina stinks. That's how they did. Like, early on, that's what they were looking like while they were playing. And then afterwards, you hear Jalen Hurts,
Devontae Smith talked about
A.J. Brown. They're all kind of talking about they're not on the same page in the passing game right now. And I wonder, that was around this time last year is when that all started to happen in Philadelphia, where it started to get frayed a little bit.
That's true.
Does the Carolina game look very losable to you guys now?
I want to see how the Cowboys play tonight, and then I'll think that.
And I'm going to argue any game with this team is a losable game. Absolutely.
As long as they throw it to what was number 16's name that has no hands and shouldn't be in the
Xavier
NFL?
Legit.
Yeah, legit. I guess as long as you don't cover him, you're in good shape.
That's who dropped the ball right at the
His new name's No Hands Magoo.
He talks. If you've heard him talk, Mike, he's dang old thing.
That guy?
Yeah, it's him. He's the one.
Maybe because his hands are in his mouth. Maybe take him out of your mouth and catch a football.
Maybe so.
All right. So one more note about the Eagles. Saquon Barkley set the Eagles' single-season rushing record. He moved past the previous record held by LaShawn McCoy that he set back in 2013. And now, obviously, he's in a situation where he's 483 yards away from the Eric Dickerson single-season record.
With 4 games left?
With 4 games to go. But
you can do it in 2.
Well, I mean, he has actually done that. But you're in a position for the Eagles, which is a little tricky because you do still have something to play for if you want to try to pick up the number 1 seed over Detroit, but you're going to win the division. You've got that taken care of. You're in the playoffs. So
go for it.
I don't
care. Go for it.
Okay. Is Barkley saying that? Is the team saying that?
I think Barkley's saying, let me try to get it in 3.
Okay.
Let me do everything I can to possibly position myself so I don't have to play the final game.
Do you say, okay, great, go for it? Or are you like, hey, that's not what we're playing for. Let's have you kick ass in what looks like a potentially vulnerable NFC and see if we can go win a championship. I know you want to do both.
You know what? Regular season's for stats. Postseason's for championships. So
Okay.
I'll wait till the postseason to worry about the postseason.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. There you go, Mike.
I don't know if Mike is totally sold on your plan, but he did say sounds like a plan. So that's pretty good.
Nobody sees punctuation in words we say. All right. So I don't know if that was a question or a statement.
I really kind of want to dive back into what you just said.
Do you see a punctuation? Do you see a question mark whenever I talk?
Right there, I did. But not
Sounds
usually.
like a plan?
Yeah.
Now what?
But not usually. So I understand it. All right, let's go to cut number 2 because, man, did this game suck, but it had an exciting ending.
Gano, this is his first opportunity between 30 and 35 to tie the game with 11 seconds, and it's low. I don't think the Saints got it. I think the Saints got a piece of it. Missed it. Graham Gano. It came out like a wounded duck.
Well, that's because it got blocked. Just to help out right there. It was 14-3 going into the fourth quarter for those super offensively awesome Giants. Went on an 82-yard drive, got the 2-point conversion, made the stop on defense. Now it's 14-11. They had the opportunity and then blocked. They lose.
Giants are terrible.
That was good for the Cowboys. if you go to
Because you want the
Tankathon.
Saints to win?
Well, look,
Yeah.
if you're rooting for
for draft pick.
Yeah, if you're kind of rooting for, look, the Cowboys have to win out to have a chance to make the playoffs. To be on, they can't lose another game.
Agreed.
But if you're looking at the Saints, who had 4 wins going into that game, and you know that the Giants are going to have a worse record than you, it's pretty much impossible to catch the Giants for record-wise. Well, if you're looking at it going, not that you're rooting for the Cowboys to lose tonight or whatever, but at the end of the year, that Saints win, that blocked field goal / missed field goal, that helped out the Cowboys because you're competing with, if you're looking for the pick, you're competing with the Bears, the Bengals, the Saints, the Dolphins, the Colts. Like, those are kind of the teams you're competing with to possibly get up to, I'll say, as high as the 9th pick, it looks like. Maybe you could sneak a little higher than that, but you're going to pick somewhere between 9 and 15. So when teams like the Saints or the Dolphins, or I know you'd be rooting for the Bengals tonight, I'm not saying to do that, but these are the teams, when they win, it helps you move into the top 10.
Now, you might think, Corey, at 14-11, that's a scoregami, but I hate to tell you, that score has actually happened, I believe, 3 times previously.
I do believe there was a
NFL
scoregami,
history.
though.
Well, let's take you to the Miami, New York Jets game.
This is amazing to me.
Where the final score, 32-26. And that, my friend, is scoregami for the 1,089th time in NFL history. It is a unique final score, 32-26.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. Really appreciate that. Can I also throw something else out there, Kevin?
Sure.
I will allow this shout out today.
Oh, great.
From the 806. Shout out to y'all. Just walked the stage and received my college class ring with y'all on in the background.
Awesome.
I graduate Friday. Y'all been a cornerstone on my journey through college and put a laugh in my soul when I needed it most.
Sounds like an Aggie with the ring thing.
Oh, yeah. That's follow
He's
up.
got to drink his ring.
Let us know where you graduated from.
'cause
I
I-
was not good enough to graduate from A&M.
It just, I don't know how many other schools really talk about the ring.
Yeah, the ring is obvious. I mean, there's a lot built around the ring. So, yeah, I'm. What's that?
The School of Marriage.
Oh.
There's no such thing. You can take classes at like a church.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no such school of marriage.
You don't think there's a school of marriage out there?
There's like, I don't know.
I'm not saying it's like a real college.
Re-engage or
Yes,
counseling
yes.
or stuff like that. I guess that would be, classes in marriage.
There is a marriage ministry, the marriage school, the School of Marriage. Yeah, there is one.
All right,
Marriage
how many
Missions.
years do you have to go to it? And
It's not a real
do
college.
you have to find a spouse to go with it, or you just go on your own and be like, no, I took the
Look,
class.
I just found it, Mike. I have a lot more studying to do here. So.
Can I tell
Sounds
you?
like you do.
Can I tell you real quick? And if people have different viewpoints, I'm sorry. We went to a pre-marriage class, and there were these 2 people in there, and they weren't even engaged or anything. They're like, "We've been dating for 6 months, and we haven't even kissed yet."
What?
And I'm like, "You should not be in this class." Like,
Why didn't you say it out loud?
because that felt like maybe not the right forum for
Sounds
that.
like the perfect forum. They were. That's the only way you're going to meet them. They were at that forum. What other forum were you going to tell them that at? Were you going to go, hey, let's take you guys out to dinner and then tell them?
Divorce court.
That was the same class where this older lady, they were asked, hey, besides living beings, what would you save from your house if it was on fire? And everyone gave these answers, and they got to her, and she goes, I'm so surprised at everyone's answers. I would save my kids.
Of course.
And I'm like, oh, no kidding. That they specifically
You listen
said.
like Mike Bassett.
That's a good point. Speaking of, right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
I got nothing, Corey. What's coming up on the C
How
block?
can you have nothing?
I got plenty. You just watch.
Okay.
Take a load off, man.
Oh, here we go.
Remember where you were on Monday last week?
Yes, I was.
On the pot.
Rowing up.
Better than, I guess, on the coke, like sometimes happens.
No, that has not happened. I've not been on cocaine.
That's what somebody
I'm
who
too
had
heavy
a
for
problem
that.
with would say.
Well, that would be interesting. What's the heaviest guy addicted to cocaine? Like, huh?
Oh,
Is that a?
I didn't hear what you
He
said.
said Chris Farley.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, say it louder. I talked about how O.J. Simpson's not going to be at the Cowboy game tonight.
I just say it. I don't, but I didn't know.
Say it
if
with
that
your
was,
chest. Jessica Simpson has a much bigger chest.
Then who?
O.J., I guess. Than most women.
Okay.
She had a huge chest. In fact, when Bobby was talking to Bobby the wrestler, when he was talking
Bobby
about
Lashley, yes.
When he was talking about his custom-made suits. I think I've told you guys this before, but what happens at MLB clubhouses, I don't know if it still happens, but probably. Well, I bet it doesn't because you don't have to wear suits anymore. We used to have to wear suits when we traveled. They don't anymore. They would just bring in two very good-looking, big-boobed women that would make sure that their blouse was showing 2/3 of their boobs. And they would be like, hey, do you guys need a custom suit this year? Or we have a deal, like 3 custom suits for $5,000. Like, they were very expensive. They were selling more of their boobs than they were the suits. The suits might have been great, but they were making sure that the boobs got the guys into the room.
But you feel like it was an effective selling technique?
Heck, yes, it was.
Did you buy any suits?
I didn't. I didn't have that money, but there are plenty of guys that went in there and took their time looking at different patterns.
By patterns, you mean their boobs, right?
Well, yeah, their boobs had multiple patterns, but whatever, if you wanted herringbone or if you wanted plaid or whatever, when it came to like the suit material and stuff, like made in Italy, bras barely exist. All right. So, they cover up.
Corey, your thoughts?
Friday's going to be great. That's Friday in Bedford at Buffalo Wild Wings.
And I'm not going to be here. Dang it.
Oh, you better mark that one down.
So, anyways, that's a little bit of Mike Likes It that I wasn't even planning on discussing. But
thanks, Mike.
I just wonder.
That actually was super.
I don't know.
He said he had
text in current MLB players. They still bring in the big boob women to sell suits that you guys don't wear anymore.
I know there are former pro players listening right now.
I know, but I don't know what year it was that they had to stop wearing like sports jackets and slacks. Like now you just wear whatever, jeans and a t-shirt on the plane. It's very different. All right. So I was thinking of this for a Mike Likes It topic during the Stephen Jones interview we recently had. Is
as opposed to participating and answering questions, asking questions.
I asked a question.
Okay. Yes, you did. Good point.
I asked about Highland Park.
Give him a break, dude.
Yeah, what do you want me to ask
he worked
about?
so hard last week.
Shlomo Glickstein on the field tonight for the Cowboys that nobody cares about and won't be on the Cowboys next year?
You know you get 1 week a month.
Yeah. All right, so when it comes to scouting, they talked about during crosstalk, I'm sorry, which grandson is in scouting for the Cowboys? That dude? Shay, right? Shay?
Yeah.
Shy?
Oh, Charlotte's
He was.
ex-husband?
Yes, he was, yes.
So, Duncanville versus North Crowley. We were talking about this off the air, but this is a huge high school football game. It's two teams in the top 10 in the country playing each other.
North Crowley, I'm pretty sure, beat the living crap out of Allen last week.
Yeah. And Duncanville hasn't lost this year. And they have the best 1-2 combination in the country without a doubt. Their quarterback is going to Alabama, Duncanville, and their receiver's the number 1 receiver in the country going to Oregon.
Amazing.
So
they're both 14-0.
Do professional scouts, the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, let's be honest. There's not much happening this Saturday in college football. You get the Army Navy run the ball 750 time game. Is there any way that pro scouts go watch the Duncanville North Crowley game? Because scouts watched me play in high school.
Yeah.
Scouts watch Anthony Black play at Duncanville in high school because they have a limited amount of time to watch these guys play. Either you're going to draft them out of high school. Now you can't do that in the NBA, but 1 year later you're drafting Anthony Black as the 6th overall pick. So when Anthony Black is playing Cason Wallace from Richmond, Richardson, is you have two guys that ended up going into the lottery 1 year after playing college basketball. So scouts have to watch high school basketball players. Scouts have to watch high school baseball players. Are scouts watching Duncanville play because they're watching a premium quarterback and a premium receiver? And there's other guys out there that are Division I players, but like,
I would think so.
I don't know. Like I was wondering that from a pro football scout. At times, do they have to watch high school players the way that basketball and NHL and baseball, like they have to watch high school players play to put a report out there on them at 17, 18 years old?
I do wonder on that because, that is your college scouts are going to be the ones watching those the most. We've been at those games where we've seen all the college scouts. I don't know that I've ever seen a pro scout, but I also wouldn't know. But their bodies just change so much from high school to their freshman year in football, as much with the weight that they put on. So I just don't know exactly what they're gleaning from them playing in high school to college. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what they would. But Broadus would be a great person to ask that too.
And I mean, that's a great point, and I know they're busy. I just kind of want to see the game too, because Duncanville's 3 in the country, North Crowley's 9 in the country. They're both undefeated. It should be a blast.
You said that they beat the crap out of them. It was only 35-7.
I just want to say then, Allen scored the last touchdown because it was 35-0.
Has Allen, I mean, I'm being honest here, I think they've had 1 year. Have they been great after Kyler Murray left?
They've been very good, but this is kind of where they stall out frequently.
Yeah, like Duncanville usually destroys them if they have to play him in a playoff game. Like, I don't know, like, what happened to Allen. They still have 8 million kids that go to that school because they're like, we need to create another high school. Go to Lovejoy.
That's true.
So, crap, I forgot where I was going after I just got distracted. See what happens when you distract me? My brain stops.
How did I distract you just
You started talking about Allen.
It's pulled up on my computer here. Do you think that this is almost like Mike's asking football questions here? Do you think that Travis Hunter's agent, I have no clue who it is, do you think that he was disappointed with NFL scores yesterday? Because now Las Vegas has the first pick. Now that agent might also have Shedeur Sanders. The Giants lost. So now when you look at the top 2 picks, they 100% both need a new quarterback. So that pushes Travis Hunter with Jacksonville winning. They go to the 5th overall pick. So now when I look at when can my client get drafted, going from 1 to 3 is somewhat of a move. Do we need to go to break?
No,
you're good.
You're doing great.
I'm wondering if Travis Hunter's agent, there's still more games to play, see how the draft order plays out by the end of the year. But I wonder when you have a unique player that could go number 1 in where quarterbacks almost go 1 all the time, if the agent is like, crap, like Jacksonville lost.
Well,
won, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you have to because you're thinking about future contract negotiations with them too. And do they pay or do they not? You know, because if it's Jacksonville, they paid Jalen Ramsey, and then he was able to go win a Super Bowl with the Rams, so they even screwed that up. But I think that out of college, you're just like, look, I just want you to go whoever, because that's the highest slot money you're going to get. But I bet they do think, man, that's not our favorite place, but you get to be number 1.
Because of the way quarterbacks have faltered, is there any way, like if he was the first non-quarterback, he goes lower than 3?
Because I don't think so. New England has the 3rd pick right now, and then you look at Carolina, Jacksonville. At least the teams picking 3, 4, and 5 right now would all, I think, pick. Well, I shouldn't say should. Maybe they need an offensive lineman worse, so there could be a little bit of like need situation.
And because I'm thinking about it from and I understand your question, I'm thinking about it from I know quarterbacks will get overvalued, but Shedeur and Cam Ward, and then what? Like, Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck have
all fallen apart.
Struggled this year compared to where you thought. So I don't know. I'm interested by that.
Okay, my next Mike likes it. I watched most of the SMU game. How shocked were you, if you guys watched it, how shocked were you with how first of all, it wasn't even a sellout at the Panthers Stadium. You could see plenty of empty seats in the upper deck.
It was cold.
How shocked were you with how bad SMU played for pretty much the whole first half? Almost like they were in shock that they were in a championship game, which does worry me about SMU playing. They do get to play Penn State. I'm glad they made it. But it was like they crapped in their pants.
Yeah.
Almost literally crapped in their pants for an hour and a half because of the pressure of that game.
Yeah.
And I actually wasn't that shocked about it because I kind of expected that kind of whoa, but I expected them to wake up faster. I really didn't think it was going to take as late as it took for them to turn it around. And that's why they lose, because they weren't able to do it fast enough. But I was like, look, man, they're new to the stage. Dabo's been on that stage, not that team, but he knows how to prepare them for that a lot better. But I wasn't that shocked by it, but I'm hoping that was a good opportunity for them to learn for this next stage going up against Penn State?
I admit I was really shocked. I thought SMU was the better team. I definitely didn't think they were going to get punched in the face and fall down and have to get back up. I am proud of them for making the comeback, because if not for that comeback, they're not in the college football playoff. But I was very surprised.
Yeah, and it would have been weird because we would have had segments today on if they would have chose Alabama, but they are taking 12 teams. Sorry,
you
dude.
got a chance.
If you're South Carolina, Miami, or Alabama, sorry, dude.
You had your shot.
Like they're taking 12 teams now, and it might go to 16 here pretty soon. But like they're taking 12 teams. If you end up, I can't believe they didn't rank us 11 or 12. Well, too bad.
And
dude.
the conversation now is it Saban who's like, hey man, does scheduling good teams not matter? Like everybody's gonna pick a little piece of the conversation to argue here.
And I hate that argument so much. That's fine. Schedule all the good teams you like. If you get dusted by Oklahoma, I don't want to be hearing about the teams SMU played. It was like, oh, they didn't play anybody good. Okay, great. So you're getting credit for beating Georgia, and that was awesome, and that's why you're in the mix. You lost to Vanderbilt, and then you got your ass handed to you by Oklahoma. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053. No need to cry. Under the neon moon. If you are caller number 10 right now, you win a pair of tickets to go see Brooks and Dunn March 21st at Lucas Oil Live at WinStar World Casino and Resort. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Fun fact. When RJ put out one of his playoff songs in the last Rangers playoff run, I legitimately had never heard that song.
Oh, my gosh.
And I thought he wrote it. And I was like, this is amazing. You wrote
Brooks
this?
and Dunn, Kevin.
And then he goes, well, I mean, Brooks and Dunn wrote it. But so there you go. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, let's dive into some of those hits and misses from the weekend next on The Fan.
All right, before we...
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. And somebody said, how the hell did you go to A&M and not ever hear Neon Moon? That was a very good question.
I only went to one Pat Green concert, so I might have just been terrible college
only
station.
One Pat Green concert?
And he's playing like every 3 days, I feel like, out there.
But you found a girl there. Was it there?
No.
It was here?
No, that was later.
I thought you left A&M because you got somebody.
That was the second time. I went back to A&M and had to leave because I knocked somebody up. First time I left. We really don't have
A&M
to get into.
What'd you leave for the first time?
There's a medical situation in my family. That had nothing to do with me
that
directly.
That sounds very private. I don't know if you should have brought that up on the air.
That does seem like something
you should have
really,
kept that to yourself.
You should have said we could talk about this off air, guys. And we would have been very happy to say, you know what?
There is no way you guys would have been like, that's fine.
The years you've worked with us, we've always been very accommodating to your personal life.
When did that start?
We're like, hey, do you kiss with your eyes open or not? And you're like,
what about your lover?
Guys, don't forget.
Shut up, Mike. Just don't even say anything. Back to you, Corey.
I didn't even say it. You called her that.
This Saturday,
Uh-huh.
the Tolo Holiday Party. Everybody, I would love to see y'all this Saturday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. There have been a lot of people have been asking me the time specifically, so I wanted to get that out there. 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Martin House Brewing, 220 South Sylvania Avenue.
Just type in Martin House Brewing. You'll
and
find
Google it. Yeah, you'll be fine. We're going to be doing live broadcasts there, and one of a kind Tolo Holiday Party Martin House Brewing pint glasses.
Ooh.
So if you want to get your pint glass and then fill it up with some sweet Martin House brews, you can do it this Saturday. I love holiday parties for one, and then on top of that, I love the beer at Martin House. So let's all have a good time this Saturday, rocking around. We've been out there before.
Yeah, we did a broadcast.
Awesome location right there on the river. So if you want to bring a football, I think you should do that too.
Oh, do you think the Meatball Mobile will be open?
I think the Meatball Mobile is definitely going to be there. Actually, Chiafalo Saturday night, that's all he could talk about. He was like, I can't wait till next week so I can get some of those meatballs Mike was talking about. So, Mike, you've done an amazing job yet again.
Those were great meatballs.
I really thought there was going to be more to that.
Also, would like to thank Jared Sandler for hosting his party last night. The Sandlot Swinging for a Cause charity event out at the Globe. That was fun. It was a great time. We avoided Mike as long as we could throughout the night. Or did he avoid
pickleball?
Did he avoid us? What do you think? Do you think he was standing next to Dave Raymond and just hanging out?
Asian meatballs were probably my favorites.
He does not want to talk about that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to avoid anybody. Mm-hmm. I was just chasing Noah around.
Yeah, I was just hanging out with my daughter Lucy. She had an awesome time. She loves seeing Tolos too. Guys, hits and misses over the weekend. We'll get into those now. Kevin, been tracking this all season long. the top 10 rusher records and the top 10 passer records each week. This week, the top 10 rushers were 5-5. That is the first. That is the first 500 week all year.
Wow,
for
because
top
they've
10
been
rushers.
above
Yes.
every other time.
There has been no losing record for rushers this season. And for the first time since week 6, the top 10 passers were 6-4. So currently, the top 10 passer records over this season, 70-70. So that's 140. Let's see if this math works out. 94-45 is what I have for the.
You're one short,
okay.
but that's close enough.
I'm sorry, 95-45 is what I have.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did it!
How did I read it wrong off a piece of paper?
You got nervous.
So 95-45 for top 10 rushers. So what does that prove? I mean, we'd really have to dive into this statistic even more, but I've been tracking it.
That Saquon is the MVP?
At the moment, yeah, it's showing that if you're running the ball effectively, you have a better chance of winning football games. And that was something we were keeping track of all season for the purposes of the Cowboys weren't running the football well.
Sure.
And now that they have in the last 2 games, obviously opponents matter here, but in the last 2 games, they've run the ball as good as they've run all season, and the results are they're winning football games. Again, could be the opponent, but that's a big deal there. Let's go with the misses over the weekend. Number 3 on this list, Las Vegas quarterbacks, all of them. O'Connell gets hurt again. Desmond Ridder comes in again, and they combined for 200.
Randall Cunningham.
No, he was not. Randall Cunningham was not there, Mike. They combined for 205 total passing
Pretty
yards.
sure he went to UNLV.
He did.
Okay, good job.
He did.
Good job, Mike. And then number 2 on this list, Xavier Legette. 49 seconds left, Kevin, and he drops the game-tying touchdown.
And they probably would have won. They just kick an extra point.
They could have, yes, they definitely could have won that. It could have definitely been the one for them, and they just couldn't do it. Because why? They're the Panthers.
How many catches does that guy Legette have on the season?
Oh, that is a good question.
Because you want to know catches versus targets and drops,
I think every time he caught the ball, it's a miracle.
Based on the way that one went, this season he has 39 catches.
39 miracles have happened in Carolina.
Saint Xavier.
Golly.
He's been targeted.
What horrible hands. That's amazing you can make it like that far with those hands.
He's been targeted 67% of the time, so he's almost at 60% catch percentage, which is not bad. Obviously the best, the CeeDee Lambs, the Devontae Adams, those guys are in the 70s. That's where their rates are. Then you look at a guy like Mike Evans, and you're like, hold on, his career's 55% catch rate. But you're like, doesn't matter. All the long balls, all the deep stuff, that's what his
so
career's
bad
been
at
about.
catching the ball, he celebrated dropping the ball.
Are you like Xavier Legette?
He's like, I got it. See, touchdown. And they're like, no, you never caught it. He's like, no, according to me, that's as good as I can do. That should be a catch. I'm so bad at this.
According to
he
me.
leads their team in receiving yards. That's how pathetic they are.
The other
He's
pathetic
a first-round pick. With those hands. Did they ever test his hands?
You're going to have to plow through this, Corey.
Or I could just let it ride and just watch how this goes. I don't know that they did. I don't know that they tested his hands. I think they just watched film and were like, he's big. Let's go with him.
Oh, yeah.
Number 1, misses of the weekend, Will Levis was absolutely terrible in the red zone and pretty much doing anything else. I watched him overthrow more receivers in the red zone than Quinn Ewers. And I was like, he's a college quarterback. I get it. Quinn Ewers couldn't hit anything over the weekend. But whenever you're Will Levis, you're a pro. You need to be able to do this stuff. You have a mayonnaise commercial.
Will Levis
will not stop playing.
Might be the best terrible quarterback at convincing people he can be awesome for a minute. Because he has these games where you're like, I get it. Like let's put the franchise on his shoulders, and then it follows up, and you're like,
you know, at the State Fair of Texas, when they put up those bottles and they tell you if you knock down the bottles, like Quinn Ewers might be able to hit the bottles. He throws the ball so soft the bottles just stay there.
The ball would bounce off of him.
Like, you got to throw it harder. I get you hit it, but it took a long time for it to get there, and it's so soft it can't even knock the bottles down.
But Will Levis loses to the greatness. I mean, it's understandable. It was Jacksonville. Like you could understand losing to Jacksonville.
Mac Jones, man.
That game sucked.
It was terrible.
It was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter.
You didn't watch it.
I didn't. I'm just saying it was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter.
Even the human beings who were watching turned it off.
It was on Red Zone, Mike, and it felt like they wanted to get away from that game as quickly as they could.
The
they were
Khan
like,
family started watching AEW highlights during that game.
probably pretty good. Number 3 on the hits list of the weekend. The fans who got to watch the Buffalo and Rams game. I'm going back to watch that one because A, the points are enormous, and B, those are exciting games. We watch enough of these real close games at the end, but those are the exciting games. I don't want it too much. I don't want the league to turn into that every week, but I do like to get that occasionally. And I kind of like the idea that coaches are just like, hey, screw it. We're going to go out there and we're going to do this together, guys. Like, we're going to see who ends up scoring the most points at the end of this one. Number 2 on the list, if you had this guy in your fantasy team and you picked him up, you got a huge bump. Zach Charbonnet yesterday was fantastic filling in for Kenneth Walker.
Cut number 4. Let's hear it for Charbonnet.
Handoff, Charbonnet, left side, has a first down and then some. He's down to the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Seahawks.
That was his 51-yarder there, I believe. He was averaging 6.1 per carry, 134 yards, 2 touchdowns yesterday. And when Kenneth Walker goes out, you're like, oh my gosh, Zach Charbonnet's just as effective as a running back. And he did a phenomenal job yesterday. Number 1 on the hits list, though, and I'm sorry that we didn't give him enough credit for being amazing before, but the greatness of Sam Darnold and Jordan Addison yesterday. Sam Darnold, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns,
back.
A 157 rating. And every time I looked up on the TV, Sam Darnold was scoring. Like, every time I looked up, they were scoring in some way, whether it was a big pass to Jefferson. But, man, Jordan Addison yesterday, 8 catches, 133 yards, and 3 touchdowns. They went off.
I'm curious to see what happens with Minnesota, because this is the 4th straight really good game he's played against the 4th straight just awful opponent that they've played. And the first 3, they needed to eke out victories. Maybe Arizona's not that terrible, but they're not good. So they struggled against Tennessee. They needed to go to overtime against the Bears. And then they came back, won at the end against the Cardinals, and then beat the brakes off the Falcons, who are spiraling into oblivion. His numbers have been really good. The team has won 4 in a row. I'm curious where they go from here in terms of like stepping up their quality of opposition.
Do you know who they get to play again this week?
Do they get to play Jacksonville again?
The Bears.
Oh, yeah, the Bears again. And yeah, before that, they beat Indianapolis and Jacksonville. So they have absolutely been on a roll. Is that now 6 in a row for them?
Yeah, they do close the season at Seattle, home against the Packers, and at Detroit. So those are probably 3 playoff teams that they will play to finish the year off.
So beat down the Bears, and then you still got a shot at the number 1 seed, too.
I mean, maybe I'll ask this question tomorrow without asking it now, but Sammy D, the future of Minnesota.
Yeah, I know there are people wondering about the long-term deal, if that's going to happen. I don't know.
And he's 27.
Which is so weird. Doesn't it feel like
he's been in the league for 50 years already? But yes,
I'd give him probably $60 million a year.
I would secure him
for 240
with no trade clauses.
And then I would do everything I can to make sure that I'm secure with my head coach too, because I don't want O'Connell leaving. Because that dude is fantastic.
Would you rather have Sam Darnold than Dak?
To be honest,
yes.
I'm going to get a lot of heat for this. At this point, with the injury history of Dak and where he is at with his injuries, I know that Dak is better when he's healthy, but I don't know if he's ever going to be healthy again. And I don't know how much Dak has left in the tank. I'm not a big Sam Darnold fan. I think I've made that clear throughout this season.
Right.
But at this point, where they're at health-wise, where they're at in their career, Sam Darnold might have a better 4-year future.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the YouTube right now, and they're talking about Vienna sausages.
Oh, neat.
And somebody said, I can't remember the last time I had a Vienna sausage. Do you remember the last time you had a Vienna sausage? I feel like I was...
If you don't count it as part of a pig in a blanket, I do not.
Okay, so you never had them then without a
they're
pig
just
in...
the small ones?
I just don't remember.
Okay, yeah, it's the little can.
I feel like pepper. Oh, can, no. I get the Pepperidge Farm.
No, those are little
plastic.
Smokies. Those are little Smokies.
So I don't know if I've ever had a canned
Yeah, the
sausage.
Vienna sausage is basically like bologna in a can. It's a little sausage link kind of thing. You bite into it, it's just mushy. All right. My dad used to take them to work. He was a contractor, dude. He was one of those guys that was just hammering shelves into the ceiling or whatever. So he was, we grew up poor, dude. Vienna sausages are the way to go, though. Good luck with that.
Okay.
And that's the C block.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
like
next.
Pizza rolls for you.
It does. That's his pizza rolls. Let's go back into baseball. I want to talk about Roki Sasaki, but also 5 players the Rangers could be asked about at the winter meetings. Would you move on from any of these? Next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blade.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Rico?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
ANC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Cowboys, Bengals coming up. You're going to have the G-Bag Nation split up between here and the stadium, and it will lead us into the pregame show that will start at 4 o'clock. By the way, Brad Sham helped set it up about 6 o'clock, maybe a little bit after. Pregame show will have Troy Aikman on. So that
my guy
should be exciting.
I'm trying to get a Troy Aikman card.
Okay.
Numbered to 100 from back in the day. Those are the Cowboys.
Let's see if we can make that happen. Then CA's player profile is with Mozzie Smith. But
and Slater's going to be on.
That is awesome. I wanted to talk about some baseball here. We got a couple of different directions we could go. Do you want to start with rookie Sasaki, Nathan Eovaldi, or Rangers that could be on the move during the winter meetings?
On the move.
Okay, on the move.
Yeah, much like my bowels.
What's that?
On the move.
Okay. So Evan Grant threw out these 5 names, and I know at least one of them we have talked about like a lot if he's not going to be on the team anymore, but we brought it up. Everybody's at the Anatole right now. You already saw the Juan Soto deal get done. What about, let's start with the man who we saw last night at Jared Sandler's fundraiser that I hope is not going anywhere, but John Gray. It's the money with John Gray, I feel like, more than anything that would potentially move him down the road.
I believe he's owed $13 million. Is that in the article?
14.
$14 million. Okay. He's a valuable piece to a lot of teams at only $14 million. He's
very versatile.
Right. He's going to make, most likely he'll be a starter, but maybe for the Rangers he won't. But I think for most teams he would be a starter. And you're going to get 25 starts. There's going to be some inconsistency, but at the end of the year, you're going to be like, oh, number 3, number 4 starter. Like, he gave us like solid numbers. Usually is pretty healthy. He'll miss a little bit of time. So
he'll have a couple games where you're just like, that dude was so exciting to watch. Like, he has a couple games a year. You're just like, man, he's lights out.
For sure. Where he goes 7 to 9 innings and pretty much throws a shutout. He has value in the marketplace.
And you'll notice on this list, there are all different kinds of reasons. Some of these are like maybe their time is just over. Some of them are like John Gray, where you're like, he will be a very desirable commodity.
The Rangers desperately need bullpen help. I mean, desperately need it. So if you look at John Gray, and not that the Rangers, you want to have starting pitching depth, but a lot of teams will trade you relievers for a starting pitcher. And so this is where John Gray comes into the mix is, all right, starting pitching more valuable than relievers, but right now the Rangers desperately need relievers. Is there a deal made where a team needs a number 3, number 4 starting pitcher, and you get a 7th inning reliever where the other team's like, well, we have this to replace this and this. we're not going to trade you our closer for John Gray, but we will trade you a setup guy for John Gray. And right now, the Rangers desperately need those type of pitchers.
Okay.
Now, this player fits in a totally different category. Leody Taveras. Leody Taveras got a lot of interest during the trade deadline. He's 26, obviously has speed for days. The potential is there, especially if you want to see it. And he's still under control through 2027. Before we get to his desirability out there in the marketplace, are you okay with like, hey, it's time to move on from him?
If you think Evan Carter's going to be healthy, I know that there is a person like a week or so ago is like Evan Carter's, then trade Evan Carter. If you think Evan Carter's back is done, then trade Evan Carter. Because I guarantee you there is a lot of interest in Evan Carter in Major League Baseball. But I think the Rangers are looking at Evan Carter being somewhat the everyday center fielder. And if that's the case, if you're going to give Evan Carter days off, which you're going to need to, especially against lefties, Leody Taveras is not the backup to have.
He doesn't want to be a backup either. He feels like he's like, I'm a starter.
I'm sure he feels that way.
Yeah.
But teams trading for him might feel like he's a fourth outfielder too.
Maybe so.
I don't know. Like, you're going to have to get on base more than 30% of the time to have that attitude. And so I would say with Leody Taveras, I think he's a great dude. I think he's a great teammate. But I don't see the fit if you're going with an Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, Adolis Garcia outfield.
What is the fit for Josh Smith? Because his bat was to the point where you're like, hey, we need you in the lineup. Is he the fit that your infielders, to some extent or another, are going to be hurt? He's always going to have space in addition to being a DH.
Yeah, you do have a little bit of depth there with Ezekiel Duran. But Josh Smith had a much better year. Now, the year before, Ezekiel Duran had a much better year. So to say, I know Josh Smith is going to be 2024 Josh Smith. Well, if you know that, then you probably want to keep him. If you think that that could have been like a jump in a year and you're not sure if he can ever be that guy again, then maybe you look to move him for a valuable piece that you have. But you probably, I hate saying this number, but there's the risk that, once again, you're going to need 100 games started from somebody besides Josh Young and Corey Seager at shortstop. That's third base and shortstop. So I need somebody that I feel that can play shortstop and third base approximately 100 starts, unless those guys get way more healthy than they've been the last few years.
Corey, do you think that person can be Ezekiel Duran to the point where you would feel, I don't know if comfortable, but it just makes good business sense to move on from Josh Smith?
Josh Smith's value is the highest.
Exactly.
Duran still, I think, has the higher ceiling of the two, though. I think Josh Smith played as well as he possibly could last year, and that's exceptional. And I went to look up Josh Smith, the basketball player. He did have Defensive Player of the Year, second place votes 1 year. So he did have that 1 year that he really popped. But I think when it comes to Duran, I don't trust him at all. I really don't trust him to be. I don't know how to trust him at the plate, and I really don't know what position to trust him at either. So I like Josh Smith more than Duran, keeping him around because of what the team on a day-to-day basis can use him for.
Now, this one might be a player where the Rangers are picking up the phone and calling folks or seeking out these conversations. Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien is still under contract 4 years. $98 million. This depends on if you think Marcus Semien has passed beyond any semblance of a prime, and he's still a solid player, but maybe not at the money that you want to pay him, or do you want to keep him here?
He won me a World Series.
He did.
And he always seems to have a bounce back year after he has a bad year. And this should be bounce back year for us.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was responding to somebody who was saying I was talking trash about Bobby Lashley. I'm like, how was I talking trash about him?
You really enjoyed Bobby Lashley.
Yeah. Who are we talking
about?
Marcus Semien. Because go back to 19, 285. The next year, 223. 265, 248, 276, 237.
Oh.
We got a 280 season coming our way.
Okay, I like where you're going with this. He is getting to the age where you have to wonder. Like I know I mentioned way earlier in the show, Miguel Cabrera. Once you get to 34, 35, and he's getting very close to that, you do have to worry about the drop-off that happens unless it's 1996 and you can just pump yourself full of steroids and you're fine.
It is not 1996, so I don't anticipate that. Now, this one, I'm interested which direction y'all want to go. Jack Leiter What do you think about him moving on, especially at a lower value right now? And what do you think about his potential as a closer? Because I know some people have talked about that.
Closer of 2025, no.
Closer of the future. Maybe not 2025. That's fair.
He does have a fastball close to 100. His breaking ball's inconsistent. I don't feel like trading him, but you just mentioned it. It's because his market value is low. Not that I want to trade Kamar Rocker, but if you want to trade Kamar Rocker, I bet there's a lot of teams.
High.
They'd be like, yeah, we want him, and then you can get something of value. But then do you want to trade a dude who you think is going to be a top-tier starting pitcher if healthy for the next 5 or 6 years? So, yeah, with Jack Leiter, I think his value to the Rangers in 2025 will be a bullpen guy. Now, injuries could change that, but I do think that there is value there for him to be a 6th or 7th inning guy. But I don't want to push it to an 8th or 9th inning guy in 2025. I think you're risking a lot if you think that Jack Leiter is going to get you, those 6 big outs you need in the 8th, 9th inning. I don't think he's ready for that.
Boach, when you asked the question, I believe, about feeling that being a long reliever or younger players can get that opportunity in the bullpen. And it sounded like Boach was
in favor.
It sounded like he knew you were talking about Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
And he wanted to make sure that this is an important thing. It really can be. It's a good way to keep you up here and have those innings for you. And I still want to see Rocker and Leiter do their thing together. Like I'm still holding out hope that that's a thing, and that maybe Jack Leiter can calm himself just enough to go out there and have a really good performance.
Now, on the Roki Sasaki front, he is being posted, and that opens a 45-day window where pretty much every team in Major League Baseball will try to convince him to sign with them, because this is not like, Yamamoto and other pitchers you've seen. This is going to be a low amount because he doesn't become a full-on free agent because he's not 25. So teams are going to be limited to their international money that they have to offer. And so whoever gets him is going to get him for a huge discount. The word is it's still heavy in favor of the Dodgers, then the Padres, then the Cubs and the Rangers, kind of pick up the scraps. Are you invested in this knowing that it would be a coup for the Rangers, or are you like, I think everybody thinks he's going to the Dodgers?
I'm there.
Okay.
And even if it's not the Dodgers, I don't think the Rangers are a reality but I didn't believe DeGrom was either. Does that make sense? I was like, there's no way. We didn't believe Klay Thompson was for the most part. So I'm kind of in that boat of just like, if it happens, I will be shocked.
I'm exactly where Corey is on this.
Yeah.
I think he's going to the Dodgers. I would love for him to be a Ranger. I know the Rangers would really love that. But it just seems like reading national stuff, the Rangers have about 1% chance of getting Sasaki.
Between 1% and 3% is also what I've seen. Yeah.
I hope that's wrong, because I know how much the Rangers have worked with him and have gone over and scouted him and developed a relationship with him, but it doesn't seem to mean anything on MLB.com or ESPN.com or anything like that.
And you can give all of your bonus money to just Sasaki, and teams have between $5.1 million and $7.5 million because he'll be posted, but by the time the signing takes place, it'll be in the 2025 business year. But just think about it. Even if you traded for more bonus pool money, getting a high-end starter for $7.5 million a year, that's obviously like $30 million off. That is a massive, massive discount.
And I guess we'll know by January 15th.
I would assume
if Evaldi is a Ranger or not. Like, that matters a little bit.
We might know this week, Mike.
Right.
I'm hearing that rumor that he might, during the winter meetings, it might happen.
And so losing Sasaki, or not getting, I shouldn't say losing, you never had him, but if you get Evaldi back, let's say this week, then not getting Sasaki doesn't hurt as much in the short term.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. And to your point, Nathan Evaldi generating buzz at the winter meetings, which makes sense. But then again, just be prepared for that. A lot of players are going to generate buzz at the winter meetings because, first of all, everybody is there. And if you're an agent, what you're doing, if you're smart, is drumming up interest. And what better way to leak to somebody that like, oh yeah, my client Nathan Eovaldi, he's got a lot of interest. So.
And I know it's Cowboys game day, and so there's still a lot of NFL talk, and then we have the new college football stuff. But this is interesting that baseball, you have Juan Soto, biggest player, already signed. Blake Snell, arguably, I guess Corbin Burns would be the number one pitcher, but already a huge pitcher signed. Willie Adames, who is the kind of number one infielder on the market, he signs with San Francisco. So a lot of times all these people have said we have to wait for the biggest players to sign so the teams that didn't get them then use their money elsewhere. Well, it's already happened. The biggest guys are already signing. So I guess guys like Eovaldi and guys that are second-tier free agents now have the ability to sign because they already know that maybe they're not getting Corbin Burns. They didn't get Blake Snell. And so hopefully the Rangers, I think this is good news if we're hearing that Eovaldi's about ready to sign.
And Kevin, when it comes to generating buzz,
right,
they're at the Anatole. And when a GM wants to talk to another GM, he probably says, "You want to go have a drink?" And what happens when you drink? You get buzzed. So there you go. They're having a discussion about signing people.
And plus, if I've heard our commercials correctly, remember, buzz driving is drunk driving.
That's
so be
true.
careful
So
about
stay
that.
at the Anatole.
One more thing I wanted to throw out there is you'll see stuff about how the Rangers are the only team without their TV deal set and everything like that. Do you think that is factually accurate, or do you think the deal is in place? It just hasn't been announced yet, because it seems like the Rangers know what they want.
I think they know what they want. It's just the fine print is what. So like they got an idea, but it's just not completely done yet. Does that make?
Yeah.
Can I be in that board?
Sure.
Where it's I'm not thinking that they're like, we have no clue what we're gonna do this year, guys. You know what? Just listen to it on the fan. That's the way to do it anyway. Honestly, Eric Nadel.
I mean, I agree, but I would be alarmed if Chris Young was like, we don't know. Just listen to the fan. Like, I appreciate his faith in our station. But that would really rock me to my core if he's like, you know what, Corey? That's a great question. I'm not sure.
We haven't even thought about it yet.
Your thoughts? We're the KNC
Do you know anybody that
masterpiece.
can help us out with
help
this?
us out. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We got Gavin Dawson here. We got the fellas out at AT&T Stadium. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on...
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet, together let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Winchester snaps it. Placement is down. Wright's kick is up. And the kick is good! Good! And the Kansas City Chiefs do it again. The third kicker this season to have a walk-off field goal.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the first team in the history of the NFL, have 3 different kickers with a game-winning field goal, which, you know, kind of makes sense. Right now, courtesy of DNM Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing very well now. Gavin Dawson, we got you right here. Do we have the rest of the crew out at AT&T Stadium?
Accounted for. What's up, dudes?
Nice.
Hey, I got a question, and this is based off something that Mike was asking earlier. Broadus, did you ever watch high school players while you were scouting?
Yeah, just out of the love of it. I had texted Mike back because I was driving in and listening to your segment, and so it was funny, and then I had to check in to get in to the stadium. But, yeah, you do it really out of love. Right now those guys are working on cross-checks and stuff like that, so you're kind of just, if you're going to do high school football, you're going to just because you absolutely love watching it, and you know, maybe there's a player or two that your school is going to get. You just kind of want to check the guy out, but you're not doing it to kind of get a jump or anything like that.
It's fascinating. Now, I know we're going to get to the Cowboys.
Is it? It's fascinating.
No, it is fascinating.
Is it?
Ring that bell.
Is it, Heggy?
I think it is fascinating.
You said that.
Yeah, no, you're
fascinating.
You're really, that was with like a question mark.
No.
It was,
Thought you'd have a better
yeah.
answer.
It was fascinating to me. Now, another fascinating question. Do you guys think the Chiefs are great?
Yes, absolutely. I think Bobby Belt's entire argument about this is kind of similar to his Dax argument, where it's asinine. Patrick Mahomes has got this thing figured out to where he is the only quarterback in the history of the sport where he's trailing in the fourth quarter and it's a 50-50 coin flip. Is he going to win or lose the game?
He's 24-24. You're right. That's
it's
crazy.
unbelievable. They've perfected this where they get the ball at the end with a chance to win. You are screwed. They are going to win. I'm watching with my wife last night who went to Tech. So, she wants to raise our daughter a Chiefs fan, first of all, which is disgusting, but she loves Mahomes. And she looks at me, there's 2.5 to go. She goes, all right, let's make a bet right now. You think the Chiefs are going to win? I said, yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Was there ever a doubt in your mind? No, you've got to have them down multiple scores going into the fourth, and even then, you're probably still thinking they've got a way to do this. They've got the most clutch defender in football in Chris Jones. They've got the most clutch quarterback in the history of the game, and I will say that even over Tom Brady, and they've got the best coach in the game in Andy Reid. I don't know how you can deny greatness. We're watching it every single week. I don't care if it's one-score games. That's how they need to play, and they'll find a way to win it.
Yeah, they're even doink-proof.
Yeah.
We found that last
Yeah.
year. Like nothing, even a good old-fashioned doinkage can't slow them down. So I lean with Walchuk here. I know the one-score game stuff always gets people like, how long can you really sustain something like that? But they've proved with Mahomes throughout the entirety of his career they can sustain it. That's who they are.
They go down to Home Depot and get a kicker. Just guy wins the game every week, it seems like.
Yeah.
Just go down, go find a guy at Home Depot, and he's going to kick a game-winning field goal for you. So, didn't somebody have a chance to beat them with a 2-point play, and they didn't do it? They kicked
Tampa.
Was it Tampa?
Todd Bowles.
See, this is the reason why you never ever, if you get Kansas City in that situation, just go for 2. And if you lose, it's like, that's damn Kansas City over there. What
You're
going to
lose anyway.
Yeah, we're going to lose anyway. Why not just try and go for the win right here? So, yeah, I think Wolchuk hit the nail on the head. They're very well coached. They're very well prepared. They got a quarterback that's big in those situations, so it makes it, that make them that much better than everybody else.
But great. I'm going to stop short of calling them great. I think they're the best chance of winning the Super Bowl. I think they're clutch. I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes in any way, but it's well short of what that team could be. If healthy, if they hadn't moved on from Tyreek Hill, if they'd figured out a way to keep him. So I do think the margin of victory, it does expose some level of vulnerability.
Interesting. What do you guys?
Fascinating.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
We have a finite amount of time. We can't discuss in depth every single thing that comes up on here.
Where's Kevin going here?
Fascinating.
Interesting topic.
Really good.
Man. Hey.
Curious.
How are we?
I'm excited.
What are
for
other
what's
words?
next.
Yeah, what are other words and
You know
phrases
what?
we can
I
use?
will say interesting in my personal life is my catch-all word where I don't want to tip what my opinion is. And just because I remember one time.
It's a good one.
I know my mother and
interesting.
father-in-law, they own this house in Fort Worth that previously belonged to their mom or the mom's mom. And so she asked me, she goes, hey, you see they redid the fireplace here. What do you think about that? And I'm like, okay, hold on. So she had it one way. My in-law parents, they did it a different way. And I go, oh, it is interesting. And she goes, interesting. That's a good way to put it. And I thought, okay, good. I think I'm going to get out of this without having to give a real opinion. How are you guys feeling about the game tonight? Because obviously Cincinnati will lose a close game on you left and right, but also this is a very explosive offense.
Kind of feel like, though, that to me, I like what Dallas is now doing on defense.
Yes.
And I think they've got some things kind of figured out. Now, again, the challenge is trying to maintain. This is the first time in a long time that the Cowboys are not going to play a team that can really run the football. The Bengals kind of do it as, okay, we must, but we don't have to. Burrow has been outstanding. Chase is outstanding. T. Higgins is outstanding. But their offensive line's not outstanding. And so that's, I think, kind of plays into Dallas's hands that if they could get a stop or two in the first half and then, maybe get a stop or two in the second, that they could do some things to this Cincinnati defense, which a lot of people have taken advantage of. So I like Dallas tonight to get things done.
Yeah, listening to Broadus's breakdowns, it just seems like this is the perfect matchup for you to beat an elite quarterback. We know that they matched up with him well a couple of years ago. I'm going with this. I'm waiting to listen. When do you guys think you'll get the news on Diggs' availability? I know that, as Steven said earlier today, optimistic.
Yeah, a guy gave me an F-bomb in the text that I got. So, yeah, we'll see how it all plays out today.
Was that just a single F, or was that an F off?
That was why you keep effing asking me was what I got. And so I'm taking that as, listen, we'll see if number 7 lines up today. How about that?
Interesting.
That's the best I can do for you. Interesting. Yeah, without getting another F-bomb directing at me for asking. Yeah.
All right, Chiafalo and Wolchuk, do you have any other thought-provoking things to add to this conversation?
Curious question there, Hagee.
I don't know if this offense could really keep up with the Bengals. This is kind of a truth serum game for the defense.
How many of these we've had this year? These truth serum games you've come up with?
They failed them.
It's become Eric's interesting.
This game against the Ravens really a truth serum game.
No, it was the Saints game. The Saints game was a truth serum game for the Saints offense and for the Cowboys defense. Cowboys failed miserably, and then that's been it for the truth serum games. But the defense is on a nice run right now.
I think so.
Washington, respectable offense, no question.
That's right.
But they were also kind of in a bit of a they were hitting some roadblocks.
Offensive line here. That's what you got to keep an eye on today for Cincinnati. If that thing falters for them, though, this is where Dallas will have a chance.
Very insightful.
Agreed.
Good job.
Always.
That's
Great
right.
points,
We got
Brian.
All right. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, Heggie, thanks for asking. As you can tell, the guys have their fastballs working today, all 3 of them. So we're going to have everything that's been developing in the local world of sports here over the weekend, our thoughts on that right out of the gates. I would like to draw your attention to 6 o'clock where Troy Aikman's going to join the boys out there at the
That's
stadium.
right. Yeah. Jane Slater is going to be part of the pregame extravaganza as well. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation and the Cowboys pregame. We'll be back tomorrow to break it down, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, that's neat, Kevin.
I probably should stop relying on that so much. We'll see what I can do.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. The boys are out at AT&T Stadium getting ready for that pregame show that's coming up at 4 o'clock. Stephen Jones on The Fan earlier said they're optimistic Diggs and Guyton are going to go tonight. Troy Aikman coming up on the pregame show at 6 o'clock. I'm Gavin Dawson. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You have Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo on the pavilion there at
Miller
AT&T
Lite
Stadium.
West Plaza.
There it is, the plaza at AT&T Stadium. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How we doing today, boys? How we doing?
Excellent. Game day, right?
Yeah.
Game day.
Warm enough out there for you?
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. We got out early. Ruben had this thing set up well early, and we were out here sitting around, and it's just such a calm day and beautiful out here. Then all of a sudden we put the headsets on, and you thought we were on an America's Cup yacht. The wind started like, okay, we're about to go sailing today here in the Pacific Ocean.
Nothing like a couple of weeks ago.
And several weeks ago that was a little bit of a disaster. But no, hey, come out and see us. We're here.
Yeah.
Eric will hug you.
Yep.
I'll ignore you, and away we go.
That looks like a great coat you have on. I'm watching the webcam right now. Is that
It's
like
a vest. It's a vest. Yes, see, the great thing about it was when Jerry partnered up with Nike back in the day.
Yeah.
Nike made some really cool cowboy stuff, and I was working for the team, so I saved all my Nike stuff.
There you go.
And then, so when I could break it out, but yeah, trust me, I've got another jacket back here because this thing is going to get dark.
Yeah.
We've been out here before when it gets a little windy and there's no sun. This could be a little brutal, but we're going to do fine today, I think.
Well, guys, I'm gonna say if Diggs plays, they're gonna win 24-20. Cowboys get the W. I think there's some logic to it. Playing defense and running efficiently. As Brian has told you, the Bengals aren't good at stopping the run. They're not good at running. That's kryptonite, But I feel like this is the polar opposite of some of those games where you play against an opponent that you don't think is that good, but all of a sudden they're coming out with strengths that line up with your weaknesses. And I just think this Bengals team obviously has a way of losing games late. So I think this Cowboys defense I think is really, really rounding into form. And now Diggs, Bland, Lewis. I mean, that's enough for me to think they're going to beat a 4-8 team tonight out there at the stadium. How do you guys see it?
Yeah, this is a situation where you're right about Diggs, and hey, it's. Trust me, I'm trying to get the information for not only our show but for the pregame show and going forward. But there's been the last couple of weeks where they've thought Diggs is available and ready to go, and then they get up to the time where they have to go and turn in names and stuff, and then he's kind of said, "Nah, I don't feel good enough to do it." Maybe today's a great day not to play because of Chase on the other side. I don't think I'd want to line up and play against him either.
If I'm not 100%.
If I'm not 100%. But yeah, the thing that I really like about the Cowboys is I think defensively they have gotten better. Their pass rush has gotten better. Osa, Mozzie Smith, they've done some things that have been a little bit different up front than what we saw earlier in the season. Cincinnati struggles that way. But the thing I think Dallas will be able to do in this game, load that run up. And if it's, this team is, when opponents rush the ball against Cincinnati 30 or more times, Cincinnati's 1-5. Wow. This is not keeping me from saying, you know what? Rico Dle, Ezekiel Elliott, whoever can carry the football, jet sweeps, whatever, try and run the football against these guys. See if you could get to that 30 threshold number and keep that Cincinnati offense off the field.
Yeah.
Dallas is one of these teams anyway with the way that Cooper Rush plays. Mm-hmm. They have to drive the ball. They don't make any real explosive plays. So they have to kind of just drive, and then kick field goals. But you have a couple, you have 2 or 3 drives that turn into points, but they're 6-7 minute drives. I know it's asking a lot, but the Cincinnati defense has kind of proven that they can't handle that. They got one pass rusher, and their best linebacker's not playing because of an injury. So there goes some of their run defense. My plan is to see how many carries that these running backs for the Cowboys can get and how well your offensive line, who has done a better job run blocking the last couple of weeks. How they get that done.
Well, and it's going to help you be able to sustain drives, because I think I'm at the point now, and I'm going to say this, and the defense will come out and lay an egg. But I feel very confident week in and week out you're going to have a defense that keeps you in a football game. They've been doing that. Even in the first half against Philly, the first half against Houston, the problem was when you get into the second half of the game, Cooper Rush and the offense are going 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They get exhausted, and then they break and fold in the second half and allow some big chunk plays. So you've got to avoid a track meet. You can't be like with these Baltimore-Cincinnati games, we're going like Pittsburgh-Cincinnati, where all of a sudden it's 41-38. That's not the formula for victory. I think defensively, you're feeling good about what you have on that side of the ball. The ability to get after Joe Burrow, rush the passer, the turnovers are starting to come. If you can get Diggs back and you've got all three of your corners, Jordan Lewis, you can argue, is your 2024 defensive MVP. Now you've had your three best guys for the first time all season. I like that for the Cowboys, but it will be all about, can you stay ahead of the chains? Can you stack up first downs? Can you go ahead and shorten the football game, limit the amount of times Joe Burrow can touch the football? If you limit some big plays on defense, maybe you can get a special teams touchdown, win the turnover battle. It's kind of been the formula for them the last couple of games, but I do think it's really all about how does the offense perform. I know Cincinnati's got a bad defense, but still, to your point, there isn't any type of explosiveness from this offense whatsoever. So can they dirty this thing up, and then can they finish drives?
Amen.
Because field goals are not going to beat Joe Burrow in this Bengals offense.
Yeah, you got to finish those drives. The Bengals offense in the red zone's dynamite, and for as good as the Cowboys defense is, I mean, the Burrow overcomes good defenses that put pressure on him. Like, he gets pressured all the time, and he figures out a way to still put up a bunch of points. So I'm not confident at all that the Cowboys will be able to hang with them and score enough points, because for as good as the Cowboys defense has been playing, and I'm hopeful they'll play great tonight, I just don't think you're keeping them under 24 points for sure. And they hit 30 like it's really nothing oftentimes. So unless you're getting one of these Washington Commander, you got special teams, big plays, and defenses forcing big-time turnovers, I just don't see how the Cowboys offense can keep up with them.
That's good, sobering perspective there from Eric Chiafalo, who is with Zach and former NFL scout Brian Broaddus at AT&T Stadium. SMU and Texas go down, but Mustangs now set to take on Penn State, getting the nod over Bama due to being undefeated in conference play, only losses being to ranked teams. My question for you guys, do you believe because it was close that they have what it takes right now to play against the bigger schools? Could they actually make a run at this?
I mean, I'm not a believer in Penn State. Penn State did play a good game against Oregon. They played better than I expected. But James Franklin, now, hey, you could say Penn State has
he's kind of a hateable guy.
More talent. Yeah, he is. Like, he's just not likable. There's always some kind of complaining. I'm arguing with fans. I'm upset that Oregon's band's playing while I'm doing a press conference. I'm going to complain that it's a JV-like setup. He's just a bit of a bum to me. I think SMU absolutely, because of Kevin Jennings, and you saw it. Kevin Jennings was brilliant. I do think the committee might have leaned Alabama if it weren't for they lose on a game-winning field goal as time expires. They made that thing close, but they made the right decision, leaving Alabama out. Thank goodness SMU stayed. I think the weather is probably what really could screw the ponies in this one. That could be snowy. It's going to be freezing. That might be why you lean Penn State, but I think absolutely they're good enough to go in and beat a Penn State team.
Good thing for SMU, this is going to be 11 a.m. kick. This is not going to be a whiteout nighttime
that would have been crazy
debauchery. So that is certainly going to work in their favor. But yeah, going on the road and doing something like that is that'll be super, super tough. But I am glad that they kept it close enough. And Jennings was, oh my gosh, that dude is awesome. Is outstanding.
South Oak Cliff,
incredible talent there, but I'll tell you what, and I think that Heggie and Mike and them were right earlier driving in and listening to them. I think SMU, that stage was a little big for them, that ACC championship game. And now you're going to a place that's legendary for their crowd noise, the atmosphere and all that. Maybe that ACC game got that out of them, that little bit of stage fright that they might have had.
It was a nice kind of welcome to the big boys a little bit.
I could not imagine a worse start for SMU in that ACC championship game. And what happens if you get in that, and I've seen enough Penn State film that, to me, that's not the most explosive offense. And the one thing is, I hope the weather doesn't turn into a factor that limits SMU's offense.
So the Longhorns fall to 5. Thank you for that, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
They'll take on that Clemson team and try to have a reckoning here for the great state. But they would advance to play Arizona State. How do you guys like the Longhorns' path here? Can they avoid Georgia?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
They're
happy.
set up nicely.
It is set up nicely. I mean, really, Penn State and Texas, I think, might have the best setup to at least get to the semifinal. It laid out very nicely for Penn State because now you are playing SMU, who I think some people are writing off. I know we're not. And then you get Boise State if they win to get to the semifinal. Texas and Clemson. Look, Clemson's kind of gotten right here. Cade Klubnik's playing better football. This is going to be fun. It's a rematch of 2020 Austin Westlake versus Southlake Carroll when Klubnik was winning a state championship for Westlake and Quinn Ewers was with the Carroll Dragons. So it's cool that you have the two Texas quarterback connection here, and Cade's going back home to Austin to play against Texas, where he played high school football. But I like it. I think Texas will be favored big. They're already favored by 11 against Clemson. They'll be favored big against Arizona State. And if they can stop the run against Arizona State defensively, I mean, Arizona State's a fun team, and they execute very, very well. But I do think Texas is better than both of them. They should be able to get to the semifinal.
I tell you what, I want nothing to do with Arizona State. I mean, to me, when you watch Arizona State play, that rushing attack is legitimate, and the physicality that they play with is legitimate there. So, as you started the season, it was kind of like, Arizona State was not even picked to be. They were near the bottom of the Big 12, and then all of a sudden, though, this Kenny Dillingham, the coach there, but man, they do a great job of running the football with their backs and the physicality that they play with. So, yeah, when you play Arizona State, you got to bring your big boy pants. Texas has proven that they could play they could play some good run defense if they have to, but Arizona State, I think, is a different animal. I think that game will be a lot closer than people think if they get there.
You guys think McCarthy's going to take a page out of Kenny Dillingham's book in the pregame speech, No Pity for the Kitty, tonight as you go and take on the Bengals?
No pity for the kitty. I agree. Yeah. Why
That's
not?
a great point, Chief.
Yeah.
Okay, so much going on. Do we need to get a college football bracket together? Doesn't that sound fun?
Ooh, that would be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Get some dough in there.
Yeah.
I love it when we have something going around the office like that. Okay, incredible flurry from the Stars last night, guys. How about that? Rupe Hintz getting it going in the third period there with the goal, and then 2 from Harley, and the Stars win against Calgary 6-2.
Quality victory last night for the Stars. That game was kind of in the balance a little bit, and then, as you mentioned, though, they were able to kind of do some things in the third. So they just got to kind of keep finding a way to get in those points, and stacking them up, and they're so competitive though against these really good teams.
Yeah,
and sometimes it's against the teams you feel like that they should just go ahead and mop the floor with, that they're not getting that done in that way.
And
so
shout out to Otter, man. He's still undefeated at home this year.
There you go. Yeah,
wow,
absolutely.
What a beast. All right. They'll host Nashville on Thursday. Mavs winning ways continue Saturday in Toronto. Huge NBA Cup game tomorrow. They're going to be at OKC. And obviously, the standings matter, trying to get home court, scouting how the Mavs match up, all of that is important. I mean, this is where the NBA Cup can get kind of fun too, right?
Well, we're actually taking a notice in it, I think, because the Mavs. But we would take notice of a matchup against Oklahoma City anyway. Yeah. But the fact that they're playing for something right now is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Put a little something extra on it. But I think I'm still more interested in how they match up with OKC, Eric.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's really the big thing. Like, you have kind of lurking in the shadows the idea that, yes, you could win this cup, but it's less about that and more about projecting out to what's to come in the postseason. And this is probably an sort of a inevitable matchup. The rematch with OKC, and they spent their offseason trying to build a team that could compete with you a little bit more, and they're playing outstanding basketball.
Yeah, they beat OKC early in the season without Luka.
Right. Sure
did.
So that just shows with the full lineup, I'll be interested to see how that match.
Got to take care of the basketball. I mean, last year they were outstanding at forcing the steals.
Yeah.
That was like one of the big things in the matchup, was just how frisky they are defensively. But this year, even more so with adding Caruso and stuff like that. Like they are, as I think they're on pace to be the best steals team in basketball.
Yeah. Salute to Jared Sandler swinging for a cause. That was an incredible event yesterday at the Globe. I don't know, we'll check if we're getting much momentum going here at winter meetings, but Roki Sasaki officially posted, and the bidding will go through January 23rd. Rangers are currently in the middle of the road when it comes to that international signing slot or the international pool of money that they have, but they could trade for more.
They could, absolutely, and I think that it's interesting. I mean, we talked last week about Ken Rosenthal dropping. Maybe Nathaniel Lowe is a guy that they're looking to trade. What happens with Nathan Eovaldi? Does that end up gaining some steam? Does he get signed this week? I wonder if Eovaldi's like, hey, guys, I kind of want to put the pressure on you. I'm not going to wait around on this Roki Sasaki thing.
Yeah.
If you want me back, you need to go ahead and get this thing done, and then, hey, maybe Sasaki comes along as well, and now you've got two good arms. But I think Evo is probably doing the right thing where I'm not trying to wait around like some of these other pitchers did last year. I'm trying to get signed so I can get into camp on time.
Juan Soto wasn't messing around. 15 years, $765 million from the Mets. Apparently, the Yankees were rude to their mom and dad, to his mom and dad, last year at some point. His chef and his driver apparently got thrown out of the stadium at some point. Had to stand out in the rain in the Bronx.
Oh.
So I guess that was never meant to be. But just over $50 million per season. What a monster deal.
Unbelievable.
It really is. I wonder if he's going to regret that. 4 or 5 years down the road, what could salaries be? What could the dollar be worth? If you look at inflation and everything, I don't know if I'd want to be locking into any sort of compensation package for 15 years.
I think he's got a player opt out once he turns like 30.
Okay.
I think he has an opportunity to opt out, so I guess he can kind of get a lay of the land and where the market's at. So super great deal for him ultimately.
Wow. Yeah.
But just the idea that the Mets outbid the Yankees is just phenomenal.
Something. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What are we doing next, Zachary?
All right, let's do a little NFL True or Fart featuring, of course, a division rival. And is this the MVP? That's next. But let's talk Trajan Wells, shall we? Trajan. Yes, it is, of course, the holiday season, and you should go ahead and get that financial stuff.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 2:30. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. I am Gavin Dawson. Troy Aikman joins the pregame tonight at 6 o'clock. The pre will start at 4. And you have Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo out there at AT&T Stadium getting ready for that pre. It's time now for Wolchuk to deliver another edition of NFL True or Fart.
All right, let's do it. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Okay, and let's carry over from Marshawn to a Cowboys running back, Rico Dle. As we are getting closer to the pregame show here, as we are hanging out the Miller Lite West Plaza. Come by, say hello to us. Eric Chiafalo, Rico Dle, for the second week in a row, is going to have over 100 yards rushing. True or fart?
Ooh, I will go ultimately fart on that. I do think that Mike will get a little bit nervous about running the ball if the scoreboard gets out of hand, and I do expect the Bengals to be putting up some points, and so Mike will be chasing those points via Cooper Rush for 4 air yards an attempt.
Yeah, he realizes, though, he can't keep up, so the only way he has a chance to win this game is to run this football and be as patient as he can. I'm going to say true. 100 yards tonight for Rico Dle.
Yeah, I think you have to be coming into this game thinking we're going to run it and run it and run it some more, and our defense will keep us relatively close, and we'll try to make a flurry in the fourth quarter. So, I think he's going to get close to 5 an attempt or so, so I'm going true on that. We'll check.
I love it. I hope it's true. I think if it's true, they win the game. But I'm going to lean fart. I think you nailed it there, Eric. I think Mike can't help himself. This thing's going to start to get, even if they're down like a touchdown, he's thinking, oh, my God, I've got to keep pace. We're throwing the football. We saw 1 week where he really stayed with Rico. I don't know that I can count on it for sure.
Well, that's just another reason then why you need to make a coaching decision at the end of the year.
And any chance to just take a shot at Mike McCarthy. Here we go. Here's Brian. Here's Brian.
It's about knowing your team.
But I agree with you on that.
It's about trying to find a way to win the game.
Is that how your gun sounds?
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. It's like a blaster from Star Wars. Yeah. All right, General.
Yeah.
True or fart? It's the Minnesota Vikings, not the Eagles, not the Packers, that are the biggest threat to the Lions in the AFC.
Oh, no, I would have to still say the Eagles. They just have a track record of having a winning formula. I think they got the perfect mix, and I'm just not going to, bet on Sam Darnold to win playoff games. I'll say fart.
Yeah, I think that's an astute fart by you there, Dawson. I'll double down on it. I actually, if it's the Eagles, I'd throw the Packers in there as a team that I think even more so than the Vikings that pose that threat.
Yeah, that is a big fart right there. I think to me that, when the Eagles now, I think, are built to play how they need to. They're protecting their quarterback. Their defense is much better in the secondary. That was a liability last year. And this ability to run the football with this guy, I think, makes them really a problem for a lot of teams.
And 5 touchdowns yesterday for Sam Darnold. Guys, just not giving him any credit. Any credit.
I'd give anything to play the Falcons next week, along with the Saints after that, Or those early season games
Eagles
where they made
and Xavier Legette dropped touchdown away from losing that game. But no, it's a big smelly fart. I agree. I still think it's the Packers, even over the Eagles. But I would go Packers and Eagles, and then I would go Vikings, because I still, for whatever reason, for Sam Darnold, and he's having a hell of a year, I still just don't overly trust him. I think this is kind of like a Case Keenum run. It's like a magical season, and then he's going to go play somewhere else, and he'll come back down to earth. All right, true or fart? Game of the day yesterday was Bills and Rams. Josh Allen, if you hadn't already, he sealed the deal for your NFL MVP.
Yeah, I'll go true on that. He's definitely the MVP.
Even in a loss.
Yeah, even in a loss.
He did everything he could.
6 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? The dude's been a total super monster all season long. And it's just like, if it's not him, who is it?
How about the runner at Philly?
Yeah, you could go Offensive Player of the Year there. I can't go MVP there. I think Dick Fangio's their MVP.
This is the one time that I want to say that that's fart, because I kind of feel like that we might be in an era now where writers are more in tune of maybe giving it to the guy who's meant the most to his team. I know Buffalo is doing a great job with this quarterback, but you look at what the difference that is made for Philly now. And I will say, no, that's a fart.
By the way, I want a fart on your game of the day. I was kind of partial to that Saints-Giants contest. That was thrilling.
Fair. Absolutely. Did you enjoy the Graham Gano block field goal? Is that what you're saying?
It was just
stellar special teams play once again. Gotta love that.
Yeah. That was riveting. Interesting.
I think they clicked over from red zone 2 or 3 times. But no, I'm gonna say Saquon has a shot here because he might break the record.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Breaking the record, I think, would be the only way that
might
it can
do it
happen.
against the Cowboys.
That would be fascinating if he broke the record. I think they're going to sit him though the final week of the season. I think they're going to have this thing all locked up.
So he just needs $125 in the next 4.
Maybe if they're playing for the 1 seed.
They're playing for the 1 seed, man. There's a lot of teams in this NFC that have to keep playing here.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Speaking of that, when we talk about home field advantage, with the Bills' loss yesterday, Kansas City has locked up home field in the AFC. True or fart, Gavin Dawson?
I'm going to say true. I'm going to have to look at their schedule here real quick. They are very vulnerable, though. I think they are the best team, but they're also the luckiest team in the NFL right now. But that is true.
I think they got some pretty wicked games coming up. I know the Lions and the Bills play, I think, here coming up really, really soon. So
Chiefs have Browns, Texans, Steelers, and Broncos to close it down. And
Broncos might be playing for something there at the end.
Broncos are a tough team. It's tough out.
Good defense. Divisional game. I could see them losing that easily if they
beat them last year.
Bills actually have the Lions this Sunday.
That's what I'm
saying. That's
saying.
going to be an incredible game.
Yep.
And then they get the Patriots, the Jets, and the Patriots again.
How about that possible Super Bowl preview? Bills Lions this weekend.
For sure, it is.
That's fun.
Yeah,
that is
MVP
fun.
is Josh Allen versus Jared Goff.
Love it. Okay, and then finally, true or fart. Last one here. No one wants to see the LA Rams in the NFC come playoff time. They are the team that possibly could be the dark horse.
Ooh, wow, this is shaping up like last season a little bit.
It is, right?
And even then, what did Detroit do? They didn't play with their food. They sent them home, right? It was a tight game.
It was very close.
24-23,
it came down to the final possession.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, that's not a team because we know how unhealthy they've been throughout the year, so like their record doesn't really speak to who they actually are. Yesterday was a great example of that. Oh my gosh, Puka Nacua. I mean,
they got some skill guys too with the runner, and then the 2 wide receivers, and the quarterback's been out.
They're no one to fool with for sure.
No.
Yeah, I would say, especially because when you go comparing it down, like who else are you even talking about in the NFC? I guess you'd be talking about the Vikings. Like the Vikings would be a wild card.
Seattle scare you a little bit, maybe.
Seattle can be scary.
Seattle,
when they're on their game, but they also will just lose and lay an egg to some teams that you're like, what are you struggling against?
I think a team like Seattle, who's going to win that division, is absolutely pooping themselves at the idea of playing the Rams in a wild card
I would take
round,
Rams over Seahawks in a wild card game. I would.
Even think about the Eagles. You're the Eagles, and you're like, wow, I didn't get the 1 seed, so I'm playing in the first round of the playoffs, and oh my gosh, Matthew Stafford and Sean McSex and Puka Nacua are coming to town.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel good, so I'm truing on this.
Thank you.
Great stuff, Chuck. Appreciate that. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-bag of the day. I would bet against Matt Stafford, by the way.
I love it, Gavin.
Yep.
I do like that segment right there, the NFL True or Fart.
Yeah.
It's one of the funniest segments that we do, in my opinion, just because there's real hard-hitting, football facts and opinions coming. But first you have to say, yeah, man, I'm going to fart on that because Dick Fangio on the defense.
I love it, Lucius. You get it.
Fart on it because he has so much experience at the line,
Yep.
Yeah, that's a fart. Yeah, I think so, too. Yeah.
That's a big stinky one.
Football flatulence.
Yeah. I think it's hilarious, bro. All right, let's see here. Where we last left off, I wasn't here, but I believe it was the kids that were caught by the door camera talking about their mom's colonoscopy.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Daughter was talking about her mom's colonoscopy, which everybody should go get.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 45's the new age.
Yeah, I'm gonna get mine, bro. I'm gonna get mine, and I want all my blood work. I want everything done.
Yep.
So I can get a clean bill of health.
Lucius, you'll feel so clean after the procedure to get, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, won't he make you clean?
Yeah, make you clean.
Inside, won't he make you clean? All right, that's the church song. And it is a church day. Well, yesterday was. Here's our winner right here. Doorbell camera catches some concerned kids talking about their moms prepping for a colonoscopy.
One of them is home, but she's gonna poop like crazy, okay? No, I'm not. Stop. It's not funny. She has to get surgery when it's over. It's not funny at all. So you can't play Well, you can ask.
Cut to the chase here.
Well, I can't stop Latin. She started already. Oh, it's bad.
The dude's like, I don't care about any of that. Can you play or not?
Yes,
bro?
that is the highlight to me right there. I don't care about your mom pooping her guts out. Can you come outside and play? Not funny. I got to be back home by 4.
That's a pretty strong laxative you have to take, Brian.
Oh my gosh, it's these pills and then this powdered mix you drink, and then every 30 minutes you have to drink it until you're completely done with the bottle. And so, but when you're done with it, you're like, my gosh, I feel refreshed. And then the next day but you don't feel anything. It's amazing. They put you on that table and they say, okay, count to 10 backwards, and boom, you're asleep. Next thing you know, you're waking up talking to the doctor.
I would argue those are the greatest 10 seconds a human being can experience. Those 10 seconds from then pumping whatever that is in your system, and then you just slowly drifting off into oblivion.
Hey, the best words is when the doctor's standing there and, hey, nothing's wrong with you. Everything's good. And you're like, oh.
That's the good stuff.
But then you're all like loopy and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, thanks for the skill, doc. You're the best. You're like talking about
Hey, pooping every 30 minutes. That sounds like there could be some chafing situations going on back there.
It's drinking, Lucian, it's drinking it every 30 minutes. The pooping comes, at every 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah, see?
It's crazy. Like, you're like, oh my gosh, gotta go.
At some point, you're like folding up some tissue and putting it back there just to get some relief. Like, oh my God, my cheeks.
Oh my God. Leaving it in there as a buffer for a few minutes. It stings.
Okay, I get it.
Might just go squat in the shower, to be honest. Sorry.
Yeah, that way you can just be washing it out.
It's our Kansas coach all over again.
Let's go to, speaking of Kansas coach, let's go to college game day.
Oh.
And we're talking to Coach Kirby Smart and the UT coach Sark.
Yes.
And Nick Saban calls cap on the coaches.
In a rematch, how do you balance maybe some adjustments you want to make as opposed to anticipating what adjustments they might make?
I think that's a great question. I don't think you overthink it. I think you try to do simple better. Block tackle is what it comes down to. Everybody wants to make it about the scheme, but a lot of times it comes down to the players, not the scheme.
No, I think hit the nail on the head. We always use the analogy. We never want to get paralysis by analysis. You overanalyze, then your players aren't performing the way they can play. So take in the information, then you try to prepare them to go play.
Yeah, well, I think they're both bullshitting us, but.
Gosh, that was amazing.
He is so good on that show now. Yeah.
Just 0 Fs.
I can't wait till radio allows this, man.
Yeah, please, man.
Yeah.
Please. Boy, you want to see me shine.
Yeah.
I can cuss like a sailor, and I know where to put it at, boy. I'll tell you. I know where to put it.
I think Blake can go too.
Oh, Blake.
I don't think he would have any idea that he's cussing. He's just talking. Yeah. I didn't know you could say that. Let's go to Sacramento Kings head coach, Mr. Mike Brown. He wants his team to be more methodical.
We just need to be methodical by stacking or playing the right way, possession after 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 possession. You guys got what I'm saying?
At what point do you
Got
cut
you,
him
Coach.
off? You're like, Coach, are you glitching right now? Is everything okay?
How about transcribing that, having to type that out?
How many possessions was that? That was 30 possessions, wasn't it?
Gosh, first half of a game.
You get in trouble, you got to write the same sentence over and over.
That is a coach at the height of frustration. He's been talking about this with his team.
Yeah.
He's been trying to get it through their heads, and the only way he can do it is if he just puts himself on a loop, and there you go, fellas. Freaking get it through your skulls.
That is hilarious, bro. Poor guy. Let's see. Yesterday was a church day. I pray that you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. I watched you. I streamed you early in the morning. Yes, I did. Get well, TD Jakes. And where's Robert Tilton?
Oops.
Where are you, Robert Tilton? Where's Cat Stacks? Where's Robert Tilton and Cat Stacks? Where are you guys? This preacher right here has some smoke for sassy men in his congregation. Sassy men?
There's something wrong in our church.
Because the altos ain't talking to the sopranos because they all messing with the same musician. And they don't understand the altos and sopranos are mad at each other, but he's in love with the tenor. I told the men in my church, I want you to stop shopping at Baby Gap. Those pants are too small. You look like a little boy. I need you to get something that tells me you want a woman. Now, y'all are mad. I'm gonna preach. You ain't got to invite me back. I got my own church.
Yeah, you what?
Well, this is a male purse. No, that is a woman's pocketbook. And I want to know why you have a pocketbook. Because my mother had one, but my daddy never carried a pocketbook. Men of God, talk back to me. What man wants to carry a pocketbook?
And he's a guest pastor. Like, yeah, you tripping, bro.
Yeah. Carrying all this money for the plate in his pocketbook here, sir.
Do that in your place. Don't do that over here.
Yes, sir.
They tripping. And one more right here, just to cap it off. I've never heard of this phrase.
Some folk come to church dry. I come lubricated in Jesus. I come.
Jeez, bro.
Lubricate. Yes.
Painted that picture.
Get you ready for anything, I suppose.
I guess it was the abs.
I come lubricated in Jesus. I come.
The devil just be slipping off me.
The sassy men perked up, though. Okay, we got daughter on the ring cam. She's going to poop like crazy. We got college game day with Kirby Smart. Nick Saban says they're both bull-essing us. Possession after possession with Mike Brown. Preacher has some smoke for the sassy men. Some folk come to church dry. A champ and 4 challengers.
Just you reading it, bro.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Nick Saban here for my vote. How about
Give me the
you,
champ.
Yep. Okay, we're tied at 1. Lucius?
Did you see Wee Wee James's joke on the fan text? Said he woke up in the middle of this colonoscopy and it literally scared the S out of him. I'm going to go with Nick Saban as well. No, Mike Brown, I guess. I don't know. Hell, I don't know.
We're still tied at 1, Chief.
I'm an undecided voter.
Wolchuk.
Oh, man, this one's tough. I think I'm just going to stick with the champ.
All right, Brian.
I'm going to go with Nick Saban.
All right, we're tied at 2. That means you want to jump onto @GBagNation on X. That's the Twitter account. We'll create an Insta poll that will allow you to vote. All of our handles are in the bio there @GBagNation on X. If you could follow us all when you get there, that would be outstanding. Where are we going next, Eric?
Best of the weekend, a Sandlot event for the ages. Atolo wants a G-Bag segment to be put on the chopping block. I got to get y'all's thoughts on this. And Derek Holland's Home Aquarium next in the Nate.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Gavin Dawson. Out at AT&T Stadium, you have former NFL scout Brian Broaddus. You have Zach Wolchuk, who hosts the post-game show, and pregame show host Eric Chiafalo. And here's the chief of the best of the weekend.
Man, what an awesome weekend it was. I mean, between the college football, the festivities, the holiday stuff going down, nice little team Christmas party there Saturday night. That was outstanding. A truly, truly awesome time. And then yesterday, getting to close down the weekend at Globe Life Field for Jared Sandler's Sandlot charity event, which is always just a total dong ball right there out of the park.
Big time dong ball.
And it was great. Really, really enjoyed every single second of it. And I had a couple of takeaways. At the end of the proceedings, and shout out to Brian Sykes, by the way.
Yes, great dude. And can't wait to
Awesome.
party with him Saturday out at Martin House. We got our party going on as well next weekend. This is amazing.
It's a great time of year, dude. I mean, between high stakes football and fantastic partying and fellowshipping with the Tolos and with you guys, man, this is a great time. Brian Sykes bidding on the table, winning it, bringing his buddy and his little kids to the.
They had a blast with Drew Pearson.
Oh, dude, Drew Pearson
was awesome. Drew Pearson made it. We had it last year. Remember, Drew was looking for a place to sit.
Sat down.
I'm like, I yelled, "Hey, Drew!"
Started, everyone's wearing the Super Bowl ring. We're taking pictures.
Hall of Fame
eating
ring.
dogs.
Yeah, awesome time.
Yeah, I mean the kids were putting on the Drew Pearson Hall of Fame ring and the Super Bowl ring and having themselves a great time. So that was awesome. And then at the end, they're big baseball fans, and I had told them like, hey, if there's somebody you want to meet, like we'll go make sure we do that. Well, they didn't realize Jonah Heim was there until right there at the end. I'm like, oh crap, yeah, Jonah Heim is here.
Yeah.
So I ran over to where he was, and he was clearly packing up. Like, he's got his kids with us. He's in parenting mode. He's like, I'm trying to get these kids home to sleep. I know that face. I saw that face.
Yeah.
But I was stuck between, okay, I'm trying to hook these kids up to make sure that like it is as epic of an experience for them as possible. So I'm trying to tee up this opportunity for the kids to get a little baseball sign, take a picture with them. And I ended up walking up to Jonah Heim, and he was clearly trying to leave with his kids. He's got bags in hands, wife's pushing the stroller. And I'm like, yo, Mr. Heim, do you mind for these kids right here? You had to put his stuff down. And he handled it like a champ. He was super, super nice. And the kids loved it.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure they got the experience. But I was also like, I might be a bit of a bleep hole. You know?
Jonah's a good dude. I think if it wasn't for the kids, then maybe it would have been a bleep.
If I just pull out my baseball, was
anything
Heim.
for the kids, I feel like it's okay. Like, it's not for me. It's for the kids. It's for the youth.
Speaking of not for me, I got pulled aside. Broaddus was in the mix to this.
I was.
Because there was the lovely couple that bid on Sean and RJ's table. It's actually the wife in the
She's a
relationship
Tolo.
that's the big Tolo. The husband's like a
trauma
surgeon.
Yeah, trauma surgeon. Yeah,
he's just dialed all the time, and so but it's the wifey that was a big Tolo. So they call me over, and she had a suggestion for me.
Yeah.
And I knew this was like, this is probably not going to be a good one. This is going to be more critique than anything, more con than pro.
It's constructive criticism.
So I walk over, and can you guess the segment that this mom wishes was not a part of our? It wasn't TD Tuesday.
Restroom Revelations.
Restroom Revelations was the one that she wanted me to punt on in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And what was my response, Broaddus?
No, man, but thank you very much for listening. We love you. Continuing Toloing, you're the best. Maybe next year you could sponsor our table.
Right.
We'll do better. That kind of thing.
I said agree to disagree, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah, you did. You were nice about it.
I was nice about it.
She was nice about it too.
But I was like, she wants Restroom Revelations to be gone. So I don't know how many other moms want that. But I think the daddies like that one, dude.
I think it's a great time for us to get open, vulnerable.
It was funny, though. The doctor husband, he doesn't even listen. He has no idea what we've been talking about.
Clue.
He's like, this is interesting.
Would have been great if he started defending you. Like, it's actually my favorite segment, honey. I have no idea what it is, but you're wrong.
It's funny because then she started talking about all the pee bottles that we were discussing last week. I'm like,
she does listen. She does listen.
It wasn't a channel changer for you.
No.
So hopefully we don't have to completely punt on Restroom Revelations. But it was a truly awesome time last night. And then Dutch is there. At one point, I hear a drunken RJ Choppy in the background talking to Derek Holland, and the question he says is, "Wait, you have a Stingray?" To which Dutch responded, I had 3, but 1 got killed. And then that's all I heard from the eavesdropping. And so I'm left with more questions. We know Dutch has an incredible aquarium at his house. I guess he's added a stingray to that thing, perhaps a few. And then, I don't know, was there infighting? Do stingrays attack each other?
Good question.
Because I'm trying to figure out how 1 got killed.
Fascinating.
It's not like 1 died, 1 got killed. That was the exact.
Is that the thing that got Steve Irvin?
Yeah.
Is that the stingray
Irwin.
got him?
Yeah.
Irvin? Did I say it wrong?
Yeah, the crocodile hunter.
You made him
Irvin.
Crominy, mate. Start fire, raw fast, gonna hurt.
You made him Michael Irvin's.
I just knew the dude
family.
like tangled with a stingray.
Yeah, he did.
He survived like 20-foot crocodiles and
What were you gonna say?
And got a stingray got him.
Yeah, I know. It is a little crazy that happened, but I guess Dutch has a handful of.
I thought it was a
perhaps
Corvette
stingrays.
you were talking about.
A Corvette.
I was thinking
Stingray.
the boat, like
Yeah.
Stingray,
It's
the
a
boat.
boat, yeah.
I guess it is Dutch, so all probably apply.
I was
When you said
thinking
one
car.
one got killed, it wasn't the boat.
And you said I had 3 and then 1 died. I went, okay.
Right.
What else? And then now we're talking about a fish, right?
Yeah, we're talking about a real.
Is this a fish? Is a stingray considered a fish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it looks like they don't fight in public, but in an aquarium or in an enclosure, they can get territorial and fight each other.
Okay.
I would like to just shout out 2 sportsmen that just had some of the lowest lights I've seen in a while when it comes to professional sports. You had the moment with Kadarius Toney, who is actually on the Browns. Breaking news. I don't know how many people actually knew that, but he, on special teams, he had a fair catch. He goes to fair catch the punt, and, of course, he muffs it, and then the Steelers recover. And then there was another point where he gets flagged for taunting. The team's down multiple scores. He gets flagged for taunting, so the return he just had was negated in a huge way. And that was the Kadarius Toney Sunday. And then who was the defender? Who was the defender for the Falcons who got absolutely lost in translation and coverage when Justin Jefferson had a huge touchdown? This defender he falls down and then he gets put in the spin cycle. He thinks the ball's going right when it's really going left into the hands of a wide open Justin Jefferson, and Jefferson just backpedals into the end zone. It's like a 50-plus yard touchdown play. Look at this guy, Broadus. He's as lost as you've ever seen.
Oh, it was D. Alford.
D. Alford, watch him. He's like, oh, I don't know where I'm going, and the play went viral because it has to be the worst coverage of all time for somebody who's being paid professionally to do it. But that's just what the Falcons.
You didn't see any of those early 2000 Cowboy teams I was involved with.
That's probably
there was kind of
I saw him,
some
Brian.
quality covering going on there.
From incompetence to greatness, I would like to just shout out once again Puka Nacua, the toe tapper there,
he is.
On versus the
215 players, and he wasn't one of them.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. And then Brock Bowers, I mean, he's constantly unbelievable this season as a rookie tight end, but he had a grab over the middle that was just a one-handed snag while he had the defender all over his back. I mean, watch this play right here. He's coming over the middle. The defender's great coverage, and he just reaches his arm out like he's a superhuman.
He's everything we thought Kyle Pitts was going to be.
Yes.
He was. We were wrong. We were like, this. Kyle Pitts was everybody thought was going to be this guy, but this Brock Bowers is who Kyle Pitts should be.
He's an unreal freak, and right now I believe the Raiders have the number 1 pick.
They do. And
so Shadur Sanders, Brock Bowers.
I saw Prime did a whole deal with Antonio Pierce. They were together for some event, and he said, just go ahead and make sure you draft those Sanders boys. And both of them were there. So I think that's lining up pretty nicely for Shadur and Shiloh, even both of them to be Vegas Raiders next year.
Shadur Sanders to Brock Bowers, touchdown. That's on the horizon.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. We'll have NFL News Today coming up next. Saban won, by the way, with 69% of the vote there on your G-Bag of the Day competition. Okay, where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, you said it. Let's do NFL News of the Day. Brady on Bill Belichick, coach in college. We got some frustrated wide receivers. That's next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Gavin Dawson. Hope you're having a great day. It is the game day tailgate with the pregame coming up in 1 hour. That is brought to you by the Low T Center, reinventing men's health. And now, Wolchuk, this is officially your Buffalo Wild Wings football hour. You know that, right?
Hell yes, it is. And B-Dubs is football, baby. We love you, Buffalo Wild Wings, and thank you so much for sponsoring this football hour where B-Dubs is football. They're actually opening the gates right now. So far, I'm seeing one Joe Burrow jersey. Looks like we've got one other Cincinnati jersey, but it's pretty damn all Cowboys so far. I was wondering how many Cincinnati fans we get here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The Who Day, right?
Right, yeah.
Who Day.
They're 4-8. I can't imagine passion and budget for traveling is high, but I mean, it is a bucket list, so I'm sure a lot of trips were booked early in the season or over the summer. I am Gavin Dawson. That voice was Zach Wolchuk. He's joined by Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, and Eric Chiafalo. And here is more with Wolchuk in your NFL news of the day.
All right, I saw this from our buddy Seth Walder, and he said, chance to make the playoffs with a win tonight. Cincinnati, they got a 3% chance.
3?
3%.
That's 3 more percentages than I thought they had.
How many percentages do you think the Cowboys have
7
to win tonight? 7%?
Yep.
4%. General, you want to get in on this?
1.5.
1.5. Ding, ding, ding. The General's the closest. 2%.
Oh,
2%. So it's a long shot for both of these teams. I think you pretty much have to win out if you want to have any chance. But maybe an eliminator game, because if they only have 2% with a win, if you lose, then essentially then you know it's done for. We're not going to be able to make the postseason. But this will be fun here tonight. We're two teams that, the last time they played, it was Cooper Rush, it was Joe Burrow, and Cooper Rush found a way to eke it out. Cowboys played some stellar defense, and it's probably a similar strip to what they're going to have to do to get a victory here at AT&T Stadium today. I did also see that Netflix, we talked last week, like they weren't finalized with what their Christmas Day lineup was going to be. Who was going to be hosting this, what was going on. So they've added Kay Adams, RG3, Mina Kimes, Manti Te'o, and Drew Brees to their Christmas Day NFL doubleheader. So
who's calling the game?
That's a great question. I'm not sure.
Actual play-by-play?
I know that they do have that figured out. But I can't say that it off the top of my head. I know who
it might be Ian Eagle's son.
I think it is Noah Eagle. Noah Eagle. That's who it is. But yeah, do a quick Google search on that so we can find out exactly who's with Noah Eagle there in the booth. Really had some bad news with a couple season-ending injuries that happened yesterday, but maybe the most notable for us is Jonathan Brooks, who we know the Cowboys were very, very high on in the draft, went to Texas, tore his ACL last year with the Horns, and probably was the best running back in the draft. If that wouldn't happen, he might have even been a borderline first-round pick. Ends up going high in the second round, but he retore the ACL yesterday, according to Coach Dave Canales. So he appeared in just 3 games. Now he's going to have another long rehab process, and watching the play, it was another non-contact injury. Just brutal for Jonathan Brooks. I mean, I don't know the likelihood you have that happen back-to-back years in a row. Like, how likely is it you come back and you're the same player?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's extremely difficult for sure, but you have seen, I mean, there's been guys like Willis McGahee or Frank Gore, dudes that just like
J.K. Dobbins. He's been dealing with a bunch of knee injuries.
There you go. That's another good example. Like it's definitely been done, but it takes a supreme DNA and an athlete, and then also a dialed surgeon not to be botching weird stuff. So that is a huge bummer, though. I hated to see that yesterday. Those non-contact ones, you almost know immediately. You're like, oh crap,
something bad has happened.
I mean, this
here.
dude just completely gave up on the play. He's clearly injured.
Aiden O'Connell got carted off yesterday for the 80s. He's got a bone bruise in the knee. So that's not something that's going to be season-ending. Like, I mean, anytime you see a quarterback getting carted off, you're thinking, oh, no, that's probably the last time we're going to hear or see him. But it was Desmond Ridder who came in. Both of them were absolutely atrocious. I mean, that might be the worst quarterbacking. And I know that we watched the Giants play, but those two teams, like, that is like the 5-11 Cowboys for 3 straight years, Brian.
Sure.
Those are bad situations.
Bad situations there for sure.
Really, really gross. We did have some division clinch yesterday and playoff clinched yesterday. So the Chiefs, 9th year in a row, they have won. the AFC West, and they're right now in the driver's seat with the Bills' loss to be able to get home field advantage in the National Football League. Another squeaker, but the Chiefs did indeed finish that one off. And the Eagles, in what was a really tight game, and that dude who bet $3.1 million on the Eagles to cover, he lost that bet. The Panthers were an Xavier Legette drop touchdown away from winning that game, biggest upset of the season. Eagles did hold on to win, and they clinched a playoff spot.
Oh, so that dude didn't just have Eagles money line; he had Eagles covering.
He had them covering. I think it was 11.5.
Yeah, it was pretty fat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a schmo!
Really bad.
Legette has to just feel terrible. I'll tell you what, though, Bryce Young. There were some moments in that game.
Good.
Third down, backed
Early
up, on
line.
end zone, fourth downs. You're like, wow, dude, he was coming up big.
Can we stop Bama?
Early line is Carolina -1.5 next week against Dallas.
Home favorite?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Early
they're
line.
playing good football right now. They took the Chiefs down to the wire. You could argue should have won that game yesterday against the Eagles. And now, shout out to Jalen Hurts. He's become the first player, the seventh player in NFL history, but the first since LaDainian Tomlinson to rush for 13 or more touchdowns in 3 consecutive seasons.
Wow.
You know what he's been doing as a passer, though. But his receivers are starting to get frustrated.
I know. I love it.
A.J. Brown's getting annoyed. He had some comments post-game yesterday that weren't flattering about their frustration. So did Devontae Smith. Brown said, in describing the problem, it's passing. What we did today is not good enough, and it's not going to help us in the long run. They just threw for 209 yards in their win, and they had a net total of 83 passing yards against a defense in Carolina that opened the day as the 24th best in the NFL. They'd allowed over 225 yards, and net, they were bottom 3 in the NFL. So just 108 yards for Jalen Hurts, and he averaged 5 yards per pass attempt. Overall, we were thinking, okay, this is an offense that with Kellen Moore might be turning around. What a difference a couple of weeks makes. Now all of a sudden, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, they're starting to get frustrated again.
I love it, dude. The infighting. It was only a matter of time. Took a little bit longer this season than last, but we've arrived there.
You think they're frustrated with the quarterback or Kellen Moore?
I think it's the quarterback. I think because the same thing happened last year.
Yeah.
And I think it is frustration with the quarterback. It's a big turn from A.J. Brown, who before the Baltimore game was asked about, the lack of pass attempts. Does that frustrate you? And he said, what they have in the backfield is special.
Yeah.
And he said, look, you got to remember, I played with Derrick Henry as well. So anytime that's kind of the focal point of the offense, I'm expecting I'm not going to get as much of a volume as maybe I would otherwise. But when you're almost losing to Carolina, then it becomes like, okay, get me the damn football, please.
Yeah, and I saw a couple of plays, and it's unfair, like out of context or whatever, but you see like an open A.J. Brown down the field, clearly open,
and hands up.
It's a check down, 2 yards from Hurts. I'll have some sound tomorrow for the show, but there's like a 90-second compilation from after yesterday's filthy game where Eagles fans, men, women, and children are storming out of Lincoln Financial Field, and then a microphone gets put in their face, and they're just all, Hurts is not the answer. We got to get a new quarterback, and it's hilarious.
Well, it's also a dumpster fire with the Jets. They've now been eliminated from the playoffs again. They kept it close, though. My God, I think we all got dubs in Survivor, but the Dolphins, picking them was a nail biter. Went into overtime. Thank God. Aaron Rodgers was actually moving around pretty good. It was probably the best we've seen him move around in the pocket. Made some throws that was like vintage Aaron Rodgers. But, again, I think this is the 5th time Jets have led in the 4th quarter and then lost. So after the game, Garrett Wilson's asked about this. He says, when you're up in the 4th quarter and all of a sudden it starts to feel like we have a losing problem, it's like a gene or some bleed. It's not like we're going out there and getting our butt beat from start to finish. We have a chance to win the game, and we're supposed to win the game. Odds are in our favor, and we find a way to lose. So that's a culture of just losing and just disgust right now. And I think Garrett Wilson, a lot of those players are frustrated, but I don't know. They're gonna have to find the right type of coach, right type of GM, like what the Lions got, to really just change that losing culture and organization with the Jets. Right now, it just seems like they can't have nice things. We talked about it with the Aaron Rodgers signing. There was a lot of hype there. That hasn't worked out. I don't really know where the Jets go from here, boys.
No, I don't either, and I wouldn't bet on anybody being able to fix that disaster. They'll obviously have to move on from Rodgers. There's no way they're going to run it back with him. But yeah, I just don't know what qualified coach really wants that gig other than Rex Ryan.
Yeah, that's true.
Bring it back. He's just slamming the table. He wants it so bad.
Hide your feet, hide your wives. All right, Bill Belichick, and we got some audio here of the Fox crew. And by the way, Brady called the game. It was Rams and Bills, so he got to just walk across the street from the Fox studios and was at SoFi, so he got to be part of the pregame show in studio. That should have been his home. He's much better at that, in my opinion, than he is calling the
more
football
comfortable,
game in the
huh?
booth. Yeah, I think he's really good at the desk, doing this stuff with Howie and Jimmy, and then they had Edelman and Gronk with them. I thought Brady was very good. Then later on, as I'm kind of trying to follow along with the game, it sounded like he was losing his voice trying to call Bills and Rams. It just was not good. It hasn't worked out a ton for Tom.
Not used to the work?
Maybe like at this time of the year, like it's the that third quarter of the season,
Sure.
and it's December, and I'm not used to talking this much. But you think with like quarterback cadence,
Right, exactly.
like those guys are straining constantly. They're basically yelling at the line of scrimmage. Maybe you'd have built up the vocal cords. But
Couldn't do 3 days of the draft with us then, could he?
No, he couldn't. He wouldn't make the third day.
Yeah.
He would not. But Bill Belichick and the UNC stuff is really gaining steam. So they've got Jules, they've got Gronk, and they got Brady on the set, and they ask him, hey, what do you think about Gronk, or what do you guys think? Bill, could he actually coach in college?
Belichick is actually interviewing for college jobs? Can you imagine him coaching college?
No. Absolutely not. Recruiting an 18-year-old?
Listen, you really want to come here? We don't really want you anyway, but I guess you could come. We'll figure out if you play.
You bring your parents and use us as a third party, you're gone. You're off the team. We're direct.
Some scar tissue built up here among these guys. Thanks for joining. Belichick is...
It's amazing. You can come. Do you really want to come here? We'll see if you play. Blah, blah. Like the gimmick there, mimicking Bill B from Brady, I thought was brilliant. But Belichick was on with McAfee today. He said we'll see on regards to the North Carolina job. He says absolutely. He has done a lot of research and homework on coaching in college. He says if I was a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, and techniques that would then translate to the National Football League. Do you think maybe this could work out? Bill Belichick has the ability to build a giant there with North Carolina.
Yeah, I think it'll provide a lot of value. Like if I'm a player, a parent of 4- and 5-star kid, I want to get to the NFL. I think Belichick gets, very significant consideration there. I kind of look at it from the other side of like why he would want to go there though, and I think it's because he's probably getting the signs that maybe the NFL team isn't going to open up for him. So I think this is Belichick sort of acknowledging that maybe his time in the pros is over and he's getting an early start on getting one of these college jobs.
I think it's, to be honest with you, I think it's more about he can't run his program the way he wants to in the NFL because he wants to. For all those years, he was essentially the team's general manager. And I don't think anybody with his track record the last 3-4 years on evaluating players and drafting players, I don't think anybody wants to put him in charge of their player personnel.
Yeah, GM Bill kind of ended up getting head coach.
Yeah, he's getting pushed back. If Bill were just to go and interview I'm going to be your head coach and let your personnel department do what they need to do, I think he could get some interviews. But his insistence of wanting to implement and have a say in the roster the way he does, I think that turns a lot of people off, and the colleges are okay with that.
I think there's truth in what both of you guys are saying here, because I saw an article today from The Athletic that Bill's surprised that some of these teams that already are have fired their coaches haven't at least reached out to gauge some interest. And I think the other layer of it with the report we got last week is the possibility of his son being named the head coach in waiting, right? So I don't know if his son's getting a gig like that if it's not for Bill kind of laying down the foundation. So maybe it is, Gavin. Maybe it is a lack of NFL interest, a lack of NFL teams saying, Bill, we want you, but we don't want you as a GM. And Bill says, well, I don't want that. And then there's the son element to it as well. All of that probably playing a factor into why maybe now all of a sudden the college game's more appealing for one of the GOATs.
Yeah, and his son's working in college right now, so, maybe he's found some things he really likes. He's talking with Dad about it, and it opens up as an attractive opportunity. We were mentioning it last week. He's still like 28 wins from the record in the NFL, so maybe at his age and not being able to catch on with a really good team, it's just making sense. I think he loves to coach, and he doesn't know what to do if he's not.
No question. And the last thing here, the Giants yesterday, did you guys see the plane with the sign that flew overhead before the game?
Yeah, I loved it.
Fix this dumpster fire. And they were sending it to the owners there. Mr. Mara, enough. Please fix this dumpster fire. The last time this team's apparently reached this level of dysfunction, you got to go back to 1978 for the Giants, as they're looking at possibly getting the worst record in the league. They fall to 2-11. Malik Neighbors was asked about it, and he said, I didn't pay for the plane, okay? Don't put this on me. But I think overall he agrees.
I love the messaging. I just want you to know I wasn't behind it. I do stand by it, but I wasn't behind it.
But I didn't pay for the plane.
How about Giants fans, man? I mean, that's something that Jets fans should be doing and have been doing for the better part of the last decade. And here's the Giants going first. They need to do the same thing for, hey, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Woody.
Yeah.
Fix this, bleep, Rich.
And if a Cowboy fan wanted to get in on that, I mean, most of the time you don't have the roof open. Looks like the roof's open tonight.
Yeah, we're playing.
So maybe if you got a wealthy fan and you want to write a message that's a little bit, hey, let's send one to the ownership group here. You can fly that over the stadium.
It's open now, but the roof being open, it's always a game time decision.
So far, I don't think anything's fallen yet. I think we're
in good shape.
But you're right. You never know. Maybe we get a rainstorm. There's your NFL news.
Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news today, almost every single afternoon at 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Troy Aikman's coming up at 6 o'clock. The Cowboys pregame show starting at 4. There's something you need to know if you're heading out to the stadium tonight, and we'll talk about that with the C-Note coming up next to the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here we go, nation. It's Cowboys game day. 4 o'clock pregame coming up here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. I'm Gavin Dawson. You have the former NFL scout and executive, Brian Broaddus. He's out there at the stadium on the Miller Lite Plaza. He's picking the Cowboys. So am I. Wolchuk and Chiafala, for some reason, see it the other way. Okay, they're out there with Brian. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. All righty. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, everything that's developing with kickoff approaching. We're now under 4 hours away. Segment of the Fans brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. And this is the Game Day Tailgate. Brought to you by the Low T Center, reinventing men's health care. Everything good? The crowd showing up, and we're ready to rock out there at the stadium.
Getting better.
We're optimistic on Diggs and Guyton playing tonight. That was the word from Stephen Jones. We know, what Diggs can do to turn a game around. How much better is Guyton than Udoka right now, Broaddus?
Well, the thing where I think Guyton gets in trouble is because of the penalties.
Yes.
When you watch him 65 plays, and there's a couple of them where he looks off balance, one-legged football player, getting beat inside, finds a way to recover. It's the penalties, I think, that makes everybody mad at Guyton right now.
And it's because of everything that you just pointed out.
Yeah.
He's so large as a human being, and it's some of the issues that we saw watching him at Oklahoma.
Right.
You always talked about it marrying the hands with the feet. When he gets kind of top-heavy, now he's having to lunge, and that's when you'll see the hand placement. Even if some of the times we've gone back in slow-mo replay and said that's not a hold, to the official who might have an awkward vantage point, it's like hands are on the outside. They're on the outside of the shoulder pad. That's a holding call. So he's not getting the benefit of the doubt on those, and he's putting himself in awkward positioning based on where his hand control is.
So the roof's open right now, from my understanding. Do you think they'll leave it open for the game?
Yeah, if they open it up, I think that's the plan. If they start with it, let the teams warm up, and it's going to be a really nice night for football. So it does look like the doors on the side. Now, if the doors are open, that kind of can affect like the breezes that go when you start talking about the kicking game. But with the roof, it's just give everybody an opportunity to go fresh air in that place.
So, yes, along with that fresh air, I think maybe a stocking cap like the one Lucius has on right now, maybe a good coat if you're heading out there. I don't know what we're getting down to tonight, but I know anything around 50 is a little bit too cold for me.
Yeah, especially here in the Miller Lite West Plaza, like it kind of traps the wind a little bit. So it's just that breeze. Like the sun is shining enough now to where it's still warm, but you can feel in the shade with a little breeze. It's going to get a little bit nippy there. We're going to have to go jacket on here, Broaddus.
So
the both of us.
I got my jacket on.
Yeah.
Among your storylines Troy Aikman, who's going to join you guys coming up at 6 o'clock. His play-by-play man, Joe Buck, saying this week Jerry Jones is the biggest star in the NFL. What do you guys make of that? Is he right?
Man, I would say he's right up there. I still think ultimately you think of a player first. Like, is it Pat Mahomes just because the greatness and the way he transcends things? Of course, Lamar Jackson, electricity, MVP, always on a winning team. So I think those guys are still, if you just were polling the average fan, but there's no question that who the most powerful is.
Yeah, and maybe a top 10. I think that's a great point, Chief. I agree with you. What do you say, Wolchuk?
Man, I kind of was leaning a player too, but like when I'm thinking about it, I don't think there's any player that can make a statement that is now going to set the NFL on fire like when Jerry speaks, right? I mean, it's like no matter what he says when he's on with Sean and RJ or KMC, it's going to be clipped. It is going to be headlines, and NFL Network, ESPN, Fox Sports, whatever network it is that talks about sports, the headline's not Patrick Mahomes,
right,
or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Barkley or Parsons or whatever. It's what did Jerry Jones and the Cowboys say? And I think that even eclipses his own quarterback in Dak Prescott. So, I mean, I initially felt the same way as you did, Eric, but like thinking about it, I don't know that any player has the same type of polarizing words and can tilt just eyeballs and ears like Jerry Jones.
Yeah, he is the ultimate P.T. Barnum when it comes to sports and opinions and things like that. You get national programs leading their broadcasts with stuff that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys are doing, and this team is 5-7 right now. So that just shows you the reach that this man has. He's always had that reach. He's made this league, he's made these owners from mom and pop shops to all billionaires by TV deals, revenue deals with sponsorships, merchandising and all that. He's helped and had hand in stadiums being built around the league, creating them, helping create funds so the league can lend money to these owners in order to help build stadiums and stuff. So yeah, his reach and power in this league it's very reminiscent of the man who sat in the chair before him. And when you talk about Tex Schramm and what the influence he had over Pete Rozelle.
Shout out to Broadus for living up to the crusty name and referencing a P.T. Barnum who died in the 1800s.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a hell of a callback.
No, but he's
one of my favorite former
ultimate
Connecticut state representatives of all time.
He's the ultimate showman.
Yeah. Hey, The Greatest Showman. That's a hell of a movie.
So we're a little bit warmer right now, maybe coming down into the 50s there towards the end of the game. But I agree with that. Everything you guys said. I think for sure he's around top 10, maybe top 5, but I don't think there's anything bigger than Mahomes. Like, I would measure it by, what is your endorsement fee if Ford wants you to, be their official spokesperson, right? You're the guy that's going to have the biggest influence on the fans. But no doubt Jerry Jones is massive. How about Jason Witten's Liberty Christian winning TAPS Division I state title, ending Parrish's 5-year run, and last year they won the Division II state title. They got moved up, and they still kicked butt and took names. What's that do as far as how you look at him as a coach candidate?
It's going to get him an interview. Nobody loves high school football more than Jerry and Steven.
Hey, that's true.
So, I'm saying that with tongue in cheek. I will say, I do believe that if the Cowboys do go into a coaching search, Jason Witten is going to get an interview.
Yeah,
they're going to ask, but maybe they'll ask Jason Witten, would you be interested? Okay, we're talking about a coaching position. Okay. But Jason Witten asked them as, hey, I want to talk about the head coaching position, or could the Cowboys entice him to come on to the staff and be a coach? No, maybe not an OC, but could he be
even a tight ends coach?
Something, yeah. What is your interest in? And Jason will probably tell you, listen, I don't want to do anything other than be a head coach. But I do have a feeling that he is going to get an opportunity to talk about this job if it does come open.
It doesn't change anything for me, Gavin, in terms of, you win a state championship in high school in the state of Texas, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
You don't want to diminish that. But it's a crazy jump to go from private school.
How many years did he play in the NFL?
Yeah, but it's like even Dan Campbell, and that's what the comp is, right? Dan
Campbell
went through a tight ends coach, interim coach in Miami.
Leader of men.
Then went over to New Orleans. Not saying he would. It's just, man.
NFL Man of the Year, captain for like 15 years.
Man, Jeff Saturday had a great resume like that too, and they were laughed
Not
at.
that extent.
They were Jeff Saturday as a center was one of the best when he played.
But not to the extent of the number of the Pro Bowls and stuff that Jason Witten.
Went to a lot.
I mean,
he went to a lot.
I'm just saying, you're talking about like 18 years of playing of
it's kind of
level,
man. I mean, for a high school guy, I get what you're saying, but I mean that's why
What's the difference between
as an owner?
What's the difference between him and quarterback quality control coach you want to hire from the Rams?
He's actually coached in the NFL. It's a pretty big difference.
Guys played in the NFL for 18 years.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to a communication style,
really
though.
Has much weight.
I just think it's about these players and can you hire a staff? Look what Dan Campbell's done.
The staff is big.
You find a staff that can work that you can work with. Jason Witten can stand in front of a team and be credible.
Right.
You know,
like
can Dave Canellis stand up there in front of a team and be credible?
We were just talking about Tom Brady and how, on the play-by-play call, it's one thing. You put him on set in a studio, and he's got a completely different swagger and confidence about him. I can't bet that because he can command the attention of 17-year-olds, it's going to work with 27-year-olds as well. I think it's a significant risk.
Yeah, I mean, we're questioning if one of the greatest coaches, if not the best, in Bill Belichick, could go from the NFL and succeed in college.
Oh, he'll be fine wherever Bill Belichick is fine because Bill Belichick's a program builder. That's the recruiting.
I think that's more likely than
that's the recruiting. But
to the NFL, we're going to give him a head coaching job in the NFL. That's wild.
Okay, but you're talking about an organization that doesn't have a traditional general manager.
Oh, I mean, if any team's going to do it, it's this one. And I think
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think that's why this could work.
But
this is why it could work because what's happened is this general manager is not going anywhere.
I think
anybody else could get fired.
How unserious the organization is about actually trying to win a damn championship.
You think that they're unserious if they interview a guy that has the skins on the wall?
If you hire the guy, yeah. You're not serious if you're hiring a high school football coach to be your head coach of an NFL team without having experience in the NFL or even in the college ranks. That is crazy.
I just remember Andy Reid not having any coordinator experience at all and getting a head coach.
It's not even comparable, Brian.
I'm just saying. I mean, you're talking about experience.
Yeah, and he got the experience and became a good head coach.
Yeah, that's a pathway from like quarterback coach or assistant of some sort to the next step as an OC. Has it ever happened, high school to the NFL?
No.
Yeah, for good reason, Brian. I know it could happen. I just don't think it's a good idea.
You guys should not, and you're saying unserious, but get ready. You might be you're going to continue to cover an unserious team, and this unserious team is going to interview that guy.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I think
that's what I'm saying.
The Cowboys could do this.
So when they interview him, just make sure you talk about it being unserious.
Well, I don't think it's unserious. I think it's a bad idea. But I think
that's fine. That's what I'm saying.
Enough to
make sure. No, we got to make sure that we do that. That we hold them to task. That they're unserious. That's what I'm. That's all I'm saying.
I'll hold them to task.
I'm just saying. You know what? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that there is a possibility this guy has more skins on the wall as a player, and and what they know about him as a person to be able to do this. That's what they know. That's all I'm saying. That's why I think he's going to get an opportunity because they know the player, they know the person. That's why I think he gets an opportunity.
Of course, that is the voice of Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboys scout, and he knows better than anybody how that.
I'm not saying that. Don't throw that in there, Dawson. I'm just saying.
I was just trying to give you some love, brother.
It's not with you. It doesn't come that way sometimes. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying. All but right. To me, my experience is I understand what you guys are saying, and you're absolutely right. But my point of view is. This team, they will give him an opportunity because of what they know about the person. That's all I'm saying.
I believe it.
That's all I'm saying.
Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Where are you taking us, Brian?
Yeah, let's talk about. I got some questions for you guys as we lead up to this. We'll do that next.
I love it, men's.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock. Jason Whitten at 5. I'm sorry, at 6. Jason Whitten at 6 there in the pregame show.
Troy Aikman?
My bad. I don't know. Krusty's Corner brought to you by...
We were talking to Whitten. It's okay.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is. My broadcast blood brother, Ryan Broaddus.
Thank you, Dawson. I appreciate that. I'll try and get this thing out of here, Dawson, so you can have time to send us off into the distance,
yes,
okay?
Sir. Okay.
I will do that for you.
Sounds great.
I'll start with you on this one, though, Dawson. Micah Parsons will be a bigger factor in this game than Trey Hendrickson. Micah Parsons will be a bigger factor in this game than Trey Hendrickson.
I'm gonna say fact on that because the Cowboys can bring pressure in multiple ways. They have better supporting cast around him. I think Lawson can do something. Maybe you get something up the middle from Osa, and maybe Zim schemes some stuff up. Maybe we'll see that A-gap blitz coming in. So yeah, I think Mike is playing some great football right now. I think that break probably benefited him, kept him fresh. and I think he's out here trying to make a statement tonight.
How about you, Chief? Micah Parsons will be a bigger factor in this game than Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals.
Yeah, I'm in agreement on that. I mean, the Cowboys, of course, as you mentioned, they're going to want to run the ball, and they're going to get the ball out quickly. I think they will be able to schematically kind of neutralize the one scary pass rusher that the Bengals have. There's no neutralizing Micah Parsons. He's the better player, and Zimmer, as Dawson mentioned, I mean, he's deep in his bag right now. On third down, he's ready to just bring the heat. So, and the Bengals will drop back and pass on you all night.
Well, Chuck?
Yeah, I agree, Micah. And I think the way that Zim can move him around is something that you don't see with Trey Hendrickson.
Right. He's going to play that right edge.
Exactly. So I think that Micah is certainly able to wreck this game in more of a way than Trey. I mean, I think that the point, that Eric, that you made last week about Myles Garrett, week 1, we were terrified about that. The Cowboys didn't allow Myles Garrett to wreck that football game. I think they can have a similar plan to try and neutralize Trey Hendrickson tonight.
Yeah, I like that too. I think the fact that, and you brought up a great point, Wilczek, was the fact that they can move Micah around. And Trey Hendrickson, I mean, Dallas could say, hey, he's only had 4 rushes off the left side out of all the pass rushes he's had this year. So that would be a surprise to me if they moved him over on the other side. Steele's actually been playing better, too, over there.
I think he's coming off his best game.
And maybe that's because of a healthy guard playing right next to him there. So, okay, hey, how about this one, Chief?
Yep.
CeeDee Lamb will be a bigger factor than Jamar Chase in this football game.
No, I got to go false on that. I think CeeDee Lamb is clearly dealing with a bit of a shoulder issue. Now, maybe the time off between the Thanksgiving Day game to today is enough to make him more himself. But Jamar Chase, that's a no-brainer situation right there. That dude's going to get chunk plays on you. They are going to be explosive, and he has the benefit of having Joe Burrow throwing him the football tonight, and I think that's a huge factor.
How about you there, Wooly?
It's a great question. I think I would go yes, only because there's the possibility of like T. Higgins stepping up and having a great game, or Andre Yoshivash. Like, I think there's more weapons on Cincinnati's side. It's CeeDee Lamb, and that's pretty much it. Maybe Jake Ferguson back is healthy.
Yeah.
Maybe Scooney continues to play well. I mean, Brandon Cooks, I guess, but like T. Higgins is a bona fide badass as well.
Right.
Would it shock us if T. Higgins ended up having 2 touchdowns and was their leading receiver tonight? No, but if the Cowboys are going to want to win, CeeDee Lamb's going to have a big stat line.
I think Lamb being hurt, being sort of on his own as far as the receiving core goes, is going to make it tough for him. I think Chief just made a great point, though, as I was considering it, that you have Joe Burrow throwing to you. And
there you go. That's it right there.
If you're in fantasy tonight, you're thinking Chase is going to triple up what CeeDee does.
And remember, this is kind of a revenge game for him. Last time he was in this building, he was kind of embarrassed.
He was.
That's true.
He was. I tell you what, you guys made the point about Joe Burrow. CeeDee Lamb is dealing with a quarterback that's not willing to throw the ball down the field,
or a coach that doesn't even want to dial that up.
Exactly. So
this
is going to be a problem for the Cowboys with this Jamar Chase. All right, Wooly.
Right.
Okay, you mentioned Jake Ferguson. Big game for Jake Ferguson after missing the last 2. A lot of single high coverage from your Cincinnati Bengals.
I'd say I'd love to see this. I've just been banking on Fergie all year long, and I've been waiting for it. He did start before the injury. You started to see some of the yard after the catch come back.
Yeah.
He was struggling after he had the knee situation in Cleveland. I'll say yes, because I think the matchup benefits that over the middle of the field. So a big game for him would be, can he get nearly around 100 and get in the end zone for the first time all year? That's possible.
Dawson, you got any love for Jake Ferguson?
Man, I think it's tough coming back from a concussion. Reading about his situation, like he had a bad one. He woke up crying in the middle of the night. He was dealing with it. So I'm going to anticipate it'll be a slow return from Ferguson. I know he plays tough, and I'm not questioning his manhood at all. I just know from experience, coming back from a concussion, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little tentative.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Chief, how about this one? Mike McCarthy will need to. Did I get you for Ferguson?
No, but I think it was well said across the board. I think just the unknown of like his usage tonight. I mean, he was a full participant in practice.
Yeah.
I do think there's going to be a lot of opportunities. Cooper Rush wants to throw to the tight ends plenty.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be some huge eruption game though.
I got you.
But plus Scooney's coming on, so maybe you're not exclusively going to Jake in some of these sets.
Okay, the final one here is Mike McCarthy will need to think about going for it more in this game because of Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati offense.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, that is. I mean, obviously, as the game develops, you'll kind of see the way the defense is playing. But going into it, yeah, I think you're trying to, at every turn, sustain drives and keep Burrow off the field. And you're going to have to match him. You can't settle for field goals. I know you love a 65-yard field goal, Mike.
Right.
But 4th and 3, you're probably going to have to go for that one tonight, my friend.
How about you there, Wooly?
I agree with you 100%. I think this is all about you can't settle for field goals. You know, Cincinnati's going to put pressure on you. Even though I'm a believer in what this Cowboys defense has going, Joe Burrow's a guy that's capable of beating a good defense, even under duress. I think you've absolutely got to be aggressive to try and get the football into the end zone. I think you can't be settling for 3. You got to find a way to get 6.
Dawson, Mike McCarthy needs to think about calling this game a different way because of Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati offense.
Absolutely. You know, I'm hoping Dowdle gets rolling and it can give you a good, you know, feeling about 4th and short type of situations, because I would not feel good about Cooper Rush there. I just think maybe, Mike McCarthy needs to do some things that take risk into consideration in a big way. I don't know. Maybe he should call, Jason Whitten. He seems like he's more than
he's the guy
to handle the NFL.
He does, man. If Whitten was on the sidelines, I think he would have a chance to maybe help him in this football game. Thank you, boys. Appreciate it. Dawson, all you.
Thank you, sir. There he is. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Again, Troy Aikman is coming up at 6 o'clock. Now, I want to draw your attention to tomorrow, because Broadus amongst the media is the first to look at the film because he's connected. And tomorrow at Krusty's Corner, he will have film takeaways. You know, and it's a great time to match up how that narrative about what happened, and what sort of evidence the film has. So the first show after game day, Krusty's Corner, is always can't miss. Again, 3:40 every day, brought to you by Reliant. For Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, and for Carter Freeman coordinating your video, you can watch us every day at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. For Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Broadus, pregame show coming up next. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation. Salute.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you.